Rebel, just come over to my stream. I'll be streaming right now, like literally starting like in 5-10 seconds. So you can come debate me. All right, I'll see you in a second. All right, thank you, mate. Thank you, Dean. See ya. Appreciate it, man. Have a good night. Alrighty, everyone. What's good? Everyone joining on the YouTube. What's up? What's up? What's up? Dean's gonna be sending his individuals of his stream over everyone right now. Do you only send a guest request? If you meet the criteria, I'll be putting up on the TikTok screen here in a quick second. What's up, everyone joining in? Big news today is that PAM BONDI got fired. Everyone, I think, probably coming in from Dean's stream is going to know about that one. That was Dean's title. That is the news that happened today. And really, I think the trend that this demonstrates is that the Trump administration is trying to blame all of the situations that have been bad from Trump's proposals and plans onto the women of his administration. Like this is happened with multiple women on the administration so far. And I think that we're going to likely to see the trend continue. And I think it's a way that Trump uses to deflect away from accountability in terms of his agenda not working. I think that's the clear way he sees to essentially get his base to not hold him accountable for that, and to rather hold other individuals accountable or get mad at other individuals for it. AJ, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. We're going to start getting some debates up here in a quick second. We're going to get the guy that was just up on the stream. Do give us a quick second. His name was Northern Rebel. I'm waiting for him in the guest box. There, we actually do see him right away. We're going to start right away. All right.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's up? How old were you again?
How you doing, man? I'm 18.
And what was your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and what month?
October 18th, 2007.
Okay, alrighty. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Trump because I feel like he's like, how do I put this? He's got, I don't want to say necessarily more common sense, but like you can like understand what he's trying to say better. The assault weapons ban.
Examples?
Yeah, like the assault weapons ban. You want to ban assault, like Trump obviously is against that, but Democrats say they want to ban assault weapons. Okay, what constitutes an assault weapon though?
Okay. I don't even think that's one of the main policies that she ran on. I think that what they would say that constitutes it would be under the law that was enacted between 1994 and 2004, specifically in terms of the assault weapons ban. That's what they're referring to. So it's listed in the context of the bill, right? It just sunset. So they just want to continue that for individuals in the Democratic Party that are arguing that. But, I mean, that wasn't even a main thing they were running on. And the implementation of that was actually positive and beneficial. The sunsetting of that, I don't think, is a good thing. If you look at other countries around the world, countries that have more gun restrictions tend to have lower rates of gun violence. That's just a fact.
But they also
if you want a society with more gun violence unnecessarily, why would you want that? People who are legal, lawful gun owners, who are good gun owners in those particular countries, are still able to get access to guns. It's just that they have the necessary safety regulations to ensure that people are safer to a greater extent.
in those countries where they have banned guns and weapons like that, the crime rate for stabbings is astronomically high.
Name one country that you're referencing.
The UK, they're literally known for stabbings. Australia,
so the UK
Canada.
the UK actually has proportionally less stabbings per capita than the United States. Did you know that? And I think the same thing's also true for the other countries you just mentioned. I know that for a fact that it's true about the UK.
Okay. I mean, I can't really look this stuff up right now because I'm talking to you on the phone. So,
okay.
I guess I'll just have to take your word for it.
Rate per capita. You want me to look it up right now?
Yes,
by
please.
Country. Let's take a look at it. Let's see what comes up. Rate of stabbing deaths. Alrighty. Let's see. I gotta find. You want to bring something up while I try to find it?
What did that bring up though? What did that say?
I'm
You didn't
finding
say
a source
anything.
for it right now. I'm trying to find the, because it's
Can you
giving
tell
me
me what the
homicide
top
rate,
score
not
says?
stabbing. It's giving me stabbing
Oh,
deaths nominal, not proportional. So I'll have to do this is intentional homicides from the World Bank. I'm trying to find specifically stabbings. I guess it's not coming up right away. Would you like to bring something up while I look for this?
sure. I'd like to talk about abortion if that's not too hot of a topic.
Do you think you're pro-life?
Uh, yeah, I do think I'm pro-life, actually.
Where in the human body does conception occur?
In the womb,
In the womb? You think that's where conception
that's what.
occurs? No, that's where
As soon as
implantation.
as
That's
soon
where pregnancy
as
occurs,
soon,
not where conception occurs.
um as soon as a sperm enters an egg, that is conception,
Yeah, but you think that
and that
happens
happens
within the uterus?
in the fallopian. I'm not entirely sure, but it's either the fallopian tubes or the womb.
Okay. Well, you got it right on the after a little bit. You probably read it in the comment section.
No, I
Um,
actually haven't been looking at the comments. I'm just thinking about it. You know, I'm being so honest. Like, I'm not
okay.
even reading the comments, bro.
Okay. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Can I ask you a question? Is
So
why do you disagree with abortion?
I don't necessarily disagree with abortion outright. I think there is some cases where it is medically necessary. If the mother is going to die, I think you should be allowed to get an abortion. And I think on rape cases, that is a very difficult subject to get around, especially because me personally, I'm a Christian, so it is against my morals, but at the same time, it's like understandable that you don't want your rapist's baby. And God does forgive all sins, so I'm not saying it's fine to go get an abortion because obviously it's still a sin, but I don't know. I feel like if your heart is in the right place, it's it's still a sin and it's obviously still bad, but if your heart is in the right place, then God will definitely forgive you, I believe. So, should should abortion be legal for rape victims? I think honestly it should be up to the state to decide. I think it should be federally, not not a federal problem. I think it should be state by state. The people should be able to decide what they want to do in their state. And if you do want one, then you can go and travel and get one if you really need one and you really want one. But
Okay.
if
I don't know why you're saying that someone would have to travel. Right, that makes no
if you
sense
live
to
in
me.
a fully
Why do you think that someone should have to do that? And also, in terms of the situation, you know that less people who need it to get it in these circumstances are going to get it under the context of these particular laws that you've put in place due to the fact that you've put people in the Supreme Court to explicitly overturn Roe versus Wade.
how would that disparage them at all? Like how would that make it less available for people who medically need it?
Because the fact that in the laws on the books in terms of people being able to get access to it in these circumstances are very vague, right? So it's in circumstances where people would need it, they're less likely, one, to go try and ask for it or try to go get it, and two, it is the case that in circumstances in which they are able to, and they're in like a hospital situation, right, a doctor or a medical professional might not know whether or not they can perform it.
Okay, so then you are saying that therefore there is a large number of people who have died because they have not been able to get an abortion?
I'm
Because
saying
that's
that
what.
I'm saying that there inevitably will be circumstances where that's happened, and
But
the
can you look that up?
it already has happened in this country. There already
Can you
have
look
been
that up for me?
yes, there already are circumstances. I can bring you and show you explicit circumstances that have been reported on. There are countless
Okay.
in swings or not in swing states, in states specifically that have very vague abortion laws in terms of whether people can get access to it in terms of medical circumstances.
Okay.
And
I'd
and
like
any
to.
circumstance where this happened is a circumstance where it shouldn't have ever happened in the first place. And also,
Okay,
like,
I agree.
is a
I
reason why you
agree that
should
there.
not be valuing again the lives of non-sentient embryos over the lives of pregnant individuals that will die to a greater extent, that do go through greater negative impacts in terms of their medical health, right? Their
Yep.
psychological and sociological health, right? All of those things are important to them as an individual. Their experiences are disenfranchised for literally a non-sentient embryo. So it's just like we should think about where our priorities here. Do you prioritize the value in pregnant individuals and those that have to go through the context of these, tremendous obligations and risks upon their body to be able to maintain a pregnancy, right? Or do you care more about specifically the embryo that's non-sentient that if you had an abortion would have never been sentient in the very first place and would never ever have an experience?
Okay, I do agree that any case of that is messed up, especially in the United States, where we supposedly have one of the biggest healthcare, uh, you know, uh, one of the best healthcare systems in the world. And I know,
I
like,
definitely
not
disagree with
compared,
you there.
but best funded. You know what I'm saying? Not the
You
best,
mean we
but
spend the most? Yeah, we spend the most and have some of we definitely
yes,
don't have
that's
the
what.
best outcome. So countries around the
Yeah, I
world
know
they
that.
spend
That's
almost
what I'm
half as
saying.
much per individual as we do, and they have better average health outcomes than we do.
But also, their food is better regulated. The FDA fucking sucks. Their food is better regulated, so they don't get the genetic
No,
modified
it's
foods
it's be
that
it's
are fucking
actually if
with
you look
us.
at the studies, the difference is because of preventative care. If you get access to preventative care, it's more likely that you're going to catch right some sort of chronic illness that could have impacted you in the long run. Right,
What
if you
would
didn't
be
get it
some
treated,
preventative
right,
care
it can
for
prevent that from happening.
asthma?
What's up?
What would be some preventative cares for these
Well, I'm just saying,
problems
like,
that we're having now,
I'm just
like
saying if
ADHD and
there's a study
asthma?
there's a study that has been conducted by the Lancet specifically that indicates right 450 billion dollars saved per year due to like a Medicare for all type system because of the save in preventative costs, right? Because think about it this way, people, right, because they can't afford access to healthcare, because they can't afford screening, won't get screening, which means that they will be less likely to catch something that could impact them in the long run, that could be a chronic
Okay.
condition. And it's more likely for it to be more costly in the long run if you do not catch it earlier. That's why preventative screenings are actually really important for reducing healthcare costs.
Yeah, I agree fully with you, but I believe that it is that we shouldn't necessarily have free healthcare, but I definitely think
It
that it should be
absolutely
way less
should be.
expensive.
It should be universal. Everyone should have access to it. You shouldn't even have to think about it within that respect,
And
right? For
how is
typical
that
things that
going?
people need.
In what countries do they have universal healthcare, and how is it going for them?
Well, countries around the world in Europe and, for example, Canada, the UK, the
Canada,
Scandinavian countries, right? They have
Canada has resulted to the MAID program where they are literally getting
uh,
paid to kill people. Even if you just have chronic depression, they're trying to just not give them help and just kill them so that their rates seem higher. And that is a real thing.
so
If you
again,
look
like
at MAID,
one, I'd like to see a particular source on that, and two, that's not entailed by a universal healthcare system. Okay, I don't
I
know why
can't
you
pull
just tried
up.
to act like that's like universal healthcare systems will try to kill patients. I think under the
I'm
system
not.
right now, people die because they don't be able to get access to things that they need. 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. So, would you rather that those 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance because you're unwilling to advocate for a system that is less costly than our current system in terms of private health care, would ensure that you and your entire family is taken care of, even if you can't take care of them in terms of healthcare access, ensures that people don't have extraordinary levels of debt that lead them to bankruptcy, which most bankruptcies in America, personal bankruptcies, are a result of people's inability to pay for their medical expenses. So it's an actual meaningful ability to actually address the lack of affordability in this country, right? And it's going to
Okay,
ensure that
so
people are healthier. Like, there's literally no good reason to be against this universal access to healthcare. Genuinely, no good reason. You have to deny reality in the outcomes that have impacted other people around the world in terms of the increasing access to healthcare. And of course, there are things that we could fix within those systems. Of course, there are things that we could do better. But to say that we shouldn't provide access to every single person in this country is obscene to me. To say that we shouldn't provide a system where we don't have vast levels of medical debt is obscene to me when we have the capacity to do so through the context of our governmental systems. It is something within our
okay,
means
I
governmentally.
I agree that if we could have universal health care, that would be great, and we should. But in the places that it is working, they are doing it on such a small scale. In Canada, you said, yeah, they're doing it, and they're almost to scale with us.
Okay, so
But
I don't
like, it's
understand this
not
argument.
really.
This is a really weak argument because then we can fund it and it can go through the states. All of those European countries and Canada, they're
Even the
comparable to
Euro.
states here in the United States. So if
No,
they're
they are
comparable
not.
to the
Do you know
states,
how many? Do you know how many um European countries that you could fit into united, like, individual
wait,
states?
wait,
Like,
tell
you
me,
could
tell
fit
me what country you're
multiple
saying we
countries.
can't. Wait, tell me what country's population size we can't reproduce.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like you're saying that
Pop-
like the population size isn't comparative to what we have here in the United States. And I'm just saying you can divide it on a statewide basis, you can divide it on a district-wide basis, you can divide it on a county-wide basis, and
Yes, but
you
some
could literally
counties.
fund it through that sort of system. You just have federal funding for all those areas. So that actually gets around your entire argument there, and you can have specific areas that can deal with all of these issues. But actually, one thing that you're not considering is actually when you have more people involved with the system, it actually reduces costs overall. So actually, even if your argument was true, we could still operate it, but it's not true, and we actually would have a better funding mechanism with more people. So your system isn't taking into account the cost for general society as a whole. And what I'm saying is that like let's get rid of this inefficient waste within our system where we have middlemans between us, right, and medical care that we
I think
all
also.
inevitably will need. Every single one of us inevitably needs medical care. It's
Yeah,
absurd. Like why don't we want to provide a society where everyone has adequate access to it because it's a necessity.
obviously, if we could, yeah,
We
that would be
can. Wait,
great.
wait.
I'm
What do
not
you mean
saying
if we could? We can. That's
they're
already
more
established.
densely populated than these countries that are being able to do it.
Wait. So you're saying more populated or less populated?
More populated than
More
these countries.
populated. So you're saying, given that there's too high of a population, we can't possibly do this because they're on small areas. So what I just
They
said
lose
is that.
money
So
doing
what I
it.
just said is
Like,
that you can literally have federal funding to the local, state, or any type of area you want, right? That is distributed from the federal government, and then you can have the states and local governments operate it. And if you're saying state and local governments, given that their population size is smaller, they would be able to do this, then that system would work within that respect. But what I'm saying is that this is a horrible argument, and actually it's more efficient on a federal standpoint because you have more bargaining power. Right, with a smaller country, smaller population size, you have less bargaining power as compared to a corporation, especially on a global scale. Right, so that allows for us to bargain down these prices to a significantly greater extent. Right, and it
bargaining
also,
down.
what's up?
Bargain. Who are we bargaining down
Yeah,
with?
we bargain with companies.
You think these companies are just going to be willing to
They
lower their
have
price?
to. They have to. They want to sell in the United States because it's profitable for them to do so. And we're saying in order for you to sell into the United States, it has to meet these set of criteria, right? Specifically, because we,
That's
as
not
the
free
entire United
market
States, are going to
capitalism. You're
like
not a
band
free
our
market
demand and
capitalist.
consumer power together. And that's going to allow for us to advocate for lower prices for pharmaceutical goods for everyone. That's why larger companies get lower costs because they can buy in larger sums. So they get
Yes.
better deals, right? So when we bring up all of our demand power, we put it all together through the context of the government and we use everyone on the same sort of system. That actually gives us the most consumer power to advocate for lower costs, right? In terms of pharmaceutical drugs, in terms of the global markets. So actually, you're preventing our ability to hold these corporations accountable and the
I
pharmaceutical
preventing.
industry accountable because you literally don't want us to be able to band our consumer power together to be able to do it because the government gives
That's
us the
not
capacity
what
to do that.
I've never. I don't know. Okay, one thing I gotta say that I don't like is all the times you're saying I'm doing this. This is my bill. I'm. It's not me, bro. I haven't even voted yet. Like, I
No,
have not
wait,
voted
dude,
on
I understand,
someone's.
but what I'm saying is ideologically, those views lead to that. So
No, they're
that's what I'm
not. You
saying.
don't know my
Praise
ideology.
to the galaxy, thank
Like,
you. Well, I'm
you're
just saying
just
that
presuming off the fact that I would support Trump. That
based upon the views that you've established, I'm telling you the outcomes of the views you've established. Now, of course,
those aren't my
I know that
views.
you're younger. Of course, you haven't been the one to specifically do this in the context of politics yourself. But I'm saying people that hold your political ideological views, right? They do these things in government that lead to these outcomes. So I'm saying that's why you would specifically look at it that way. And does that necessarily entail that you're going to do it that way? No, but it does mean that's what you're represented by within politics right now.
Okay, I would disagree because that is not something that I represent. Like, just because I would vote for Trump doesn't mean that I agree with 100% of everything that he does.
I
Like
never
there's
said that you
some
have to
things,
agree with 100%.
but you're saying you're correlating these ideas to me when I haven't really agreed. I haven't
No, I'm just
said
saying
what.
if you were to hold these views, right, and
Okay,
you want
if
these
I
views
were
to be
to
voted
hold,
on because you're going to vote based upon your own ideological views, these are going to be the outcome of that. So I'm just telling you,
okay,
this is the outcome if you hold your view. Whereas I'm saying the outcome if you hold my view would be better for the country as a whole.
okay, all right, that is a very interesting point. I think I'm learning here. Um, would you like to debate one more topic?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was wondering if you might be able to bring one up.
Oh, yeah, I can bring up plenty. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting it?
Uh, yeah, definitely.
Such as?
Uh, if the Iran war turned into the whole Afghanistan and Iraq and all of those awful wars that went on for far too long, if it turned into that, my support would absolutely drop for him.
Okay, so if it
But
stayed long term, so like what would you deem
yeah,
as long term? Would it be like it has to be like 5 years?
long term, I would say is like as long as he gets it done within his presidency.
Okay, so you're saying he could go out his entire presidency to the very last day and end it on the very last day, you'd still support him.
No, because obviously it would have to be successful, and you're not going to have a successful operation when you're drawing out the same day that you're leaving office. But like,
What is success?
if
Does
it was a
success mean that you fulfill your objectives?
fulfill your objectives and
What were
you've
the objectives?
completely cautered the wound, like
What were the
this guy is
objectives?
never coming for me again.
Because Trump in
To
his
kill
speech
some
said
leaders.
that we fulfilled the objectives, but then we're also going to fulfill them soon. So I don't know if we
Oh,
fulfilled them or if we haven't fulfilled them yet or whenever
I
is
mean,
going to
it's
be the point.
classified. Did we know everything that was going on with Iraq and Afghanistan? No, we didn't. So I don't know why
Yeah,
you
but
expect
then
to
the
know
people
the
who are
details of
justifying
every
it use that in order to be able to keep us in these conflicts in the long run, and they rely upon those lies and that misinformation and that propaganda in order to be able to stay in the conflict in the long run. Right? They're running the same playbook that the prior conflicts did.
but we don't it's just operational security. They're not going to tell everybody exactly what they're doing. Is what I believe personally. I You can have a different idea, but
Then why are they saying on social media everything they're going to do? They're saying Iran, if you do this, we'll do that.
because that's like threatening. They're threatening to do something else. We're telling what we're going to do to them if they do that. But we're not telling you
But
what
they're saying that
our
publicly.
objective is right now. That's not an objective. That's a
But they're saying that
retaliation.
publicly. You're telling me that the U.S. Doesn't have the ability to send these privately, these messages.
Yeah, I'm sure they do, but it's also
Okay, so then
PR
why are they sending it publicly?
because it's PR. It's good PR for them.
So it's good PR to say that you're going to commit war crimes.
What war crimes have they?
They
What
said that they're
war
going
crimes
to
did the
destroy.
US say that?
Yeah, Trump brought up destroying desalination plants and destroying electricity, right? The electrical grids, specifically within these areas. Those are specifically civilian, and those impact civilians and will lead to a bunch of people dying.
Have the Iran Guard not targeted civilians and civilian infrastructure?
Wait, so
They
are you
blew up
are
an oil
so
plant.
so to just so your argument is Iran
No, I'm
engaged
not
in
trying to
this action,
justify.
therefore that justifies the U.S. engaging in this action. Is that what you just said?
I
The
mean,
standard for our
no, that's not
morality
what I
is the
said.
IRGC.
No,
Okay,
because
that's not the
listen, I
standard for
do
my
understand
morality.
what
I'll tell you that.
yeah, obviously not. But I'm saying like if they're gonna not I'm not saying that we should or shouldn't do this. All I'm saying is I understand where they're coming from. If they're gonna play dirty, we're gonna play dirty. If somebody is fighting you and they kick you in the
Wait, so then
balls,
you just you, so then you
you're gonna
justify
kick them in the
so then
balls
you
back.
justify Iran doing that because we blew up a girls' school. The
I did
U.S. did
hear
that.
about that also.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
did hear about that also.
So then your argument just justified the IRGC doing it.
Okay, but listen here. Because yes, we blew up that school. That's fucked up.
So does
Obviously.
that justify the IRGC going after civilian infrastructure?
No.
Okay.
And that wouldn't justify,
So,
and them doing that
so in
wouldn't
the same
justify
way,
us
so in the
doing
same way that that wouldn't justify the IRGC in attacking civilian infrastructure,
obviously.
why
I'm
would
not
those
saying they're
actions? Why would
justified
any
in
of those
doing
prior actions justify Donald Trump attacking civilian infrastructure like desalination plants, right, or electrical grids?
I'm not saying that it's acceptable and that it's all of a sudden okay. But I'm saying like you got to understand where it's coming from there. Like I can see something that objectively is
Okay,
bad, but
so
at the same
can you see
time,
why
like
they
I
commit war
understand
crimes? Is
why
that
it
what
happened.
you're trying to tell me to empathize with why they committed the war crimes? Is that what you're just saying?
No, I'm not. I specifically said no empathy is given, but you got to understand. It's not like empathy, like, wow, I understand and I feel like that's the right thing. No, that's obviously not the right thing, but I do understand. You know, it's not empathy. It's just
Okay,
an
you don't
understanding
think
of
it's the
what's
right
going
thing.
on in
If you
life.
don't think it's the right thing, then that's obviously bad, right?
I mean, objectively, yes, it is bad.
Okay,
Obviously, blowing
so
up
so then
civilian infrastructure is awful. But
so,
when you have an off such a massive and underground
but
network
by the way,
of what?
you said but after saying you condemning like literally war crimes. I just want to clarify. Like
When
he's
you're dealing
admitting
with
to these are war crimes.
yeah, okay. How do you think we should go about it? How
Yeah.
should we go about destroying the IRGC?
I don't think we should be in this war at all.
You think the IRGC should be allowed to just kill civilians in the streets en masse?
Do you
Like,
think
did
the
you
Iraq
not?
War was justified?
I don't necessarily know enough about it, but the little
Saddam
bit that I
Hussein was killing more people. So under your view, your argument is that we should be involved with the Iraq War as well. You would go back and do that?
if people are getting killed, I think yeah, we should intervene. You don't? You think we should
Okay,
just let
so
them get killed?
wait, so
I'm asking you. Should
no,
we just let it go
my point
forward?
is that the U.S. can't involve itself all around the world and be the world police. There are atrocities happening all around the world. It is not the U.S.'s duty, especially militarily, to intervene to prevent all of this, because oftentimes the U.S. military intervention is what's causing a lot of this, right? Or making the conditions worse, or destabilizing the areas, leading to these conditions happening to a greater extent. Like explicitly in Iran, we literally took out a democratically elected leader and reestablished a military dictatorship. Okay? So US military intervention has not been beneficial in the Middle East. Okay? So I don't know why you're arguing right now that it's going to be beneficial in the Middle East. What my point would
So you
be is let's focus on this country. Let's provide people access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. Because damn, you guys fucking believe we have so much money to spend on all of these wars, but how come we never have that money to spend here at home on people's access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, and people to get homes? We have all the money in the world for the defense contractors, for the oil companies, for the billionaires, right? But we have no money when it comes to providing childcare for our citizens, healthcare for our citizens, housing for our citizens, like basic fucking amenities. All right, to me that seems absurd. To me that seems obscene.
that's
And to say that we, as the richest country in the history of the world, can't provide these basic necessities to people when other countries around the world do, right, is absurd to me when you're right
but
now
that's
advocating for
also
a war with Iran, like continuing the fucking decades and decades of forever wars. We spent trillions of dollars and literally a bunch of people died.
okay.
U.S.
Yeah.
civilians, right? We're talking about soldiers. We're talking about civilians in the Middle East, mass murdered. Wait, for what? For what? What have we benefited? What have those countries benefited? What is the stabilization benefit? None of it has benefited. What's benefited specifically is the defense contractors, the oil companies, the billionaires, the well-connected individuals that profit off of these atrocities. It's not the average person in this country. It's not America first. It's the rich first.
Okay. So, listen, the reason that we can't afford all this, all this universal healthcare and stuff is because we have so much spending in defense. But the reason that we have that is because the United Nations don't hold up their end of the deal, and
You mean NATO? You mean
fucking
NATO?
we
How much do you think we spend on NATO on a yearly basis?
way too fucking much.
Tell me, how
Way
much do you
too
think?
much.
What percent of our budget do you think goes to NATO?
Probably a tiny fraction, but it's still way
Very
too much.
small
There's a
percent.
tiny
Very small
fraction.
percent. Yeah,
A
what it is
small
specifically,
percent of $1 trillion
what it is specifically that we spend all of our money on as literally these military bases all around the world, installations all around the world. We put money into literally missiles, right? And fucking insanely expensive, right? Shit that literally, for example, Pete Hegseth is spending on. For example, they spent $6.9 million in 1 month on lobster tails, $15 million on ribeye. Did you know that? In 1 month. In one
That's
month, they spent that much
right
money
before,
on just those
right
things.
before.
I can mention
But
plenty of
listen,
others. They
because
spent literally billions and billions of dollars on
right
literally
before
shit
a
for the Pentagon.
deployment, right before a deployment, they give soldiers good food like that. So that's a sign that
That
there's going to
wasn't
be
for that was for the Pentagon.
that was for the Pentagon alone.
Yeah.
Okay, that is kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy.
Yeah, why
I
are they
didn't know about that.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about for the whole military. But you're like you okay, that's something that I didn't know about, okay?
You think the
I
whole
just
military was eating steak and lobster?
usually before a deployment that's how it is. Yes, actually. That's how it has been for a
And
long
and
time.
by the way,
Right before you
this
get
was in
deployed, they
September.
take a lobster.
This was September.
Okay.
So that was before deployment.
Well, usually you didn't say when it was before that. You
I
didn't say
know.
it was
You
just
just
the
assumed
Pentagon.
that
All you gave
you assumed the reason without that information.
yes, because typically that's what the government does is
But
they'll
that's not what it was
buy
for. They spent
and I
this
didn't
is the
know that
most
and you
that
didn't
this
give
is
me
the
that
most the Pentagon
information.
has ever spent
Okay, yeah, I agree. That's the most the Pentagon ever spent though.
in a 1 month. Yeah.
15 million, you said?
No, no, those were just on those things. It was $93 billion in 1 month.
On what?
Like I just told you, it was broken up into all of those things, like $15 million on
Lobster tails and
ribeye,
all that
six
shit.
point nine million dollars on a lobster tail. I can go through all the others, but like it's like literally millions and millions of dollars on like shit that they shouldn't
In
be
one
spending
month.
money on in 1 fucking month, dude. It is not. You do not need to be spending that much, right? In
Is
1 month,
that
that's
the
absurd. So the broader point that I'm making is that yeah, like what people are saying in the comment section, they spent money on, for example, like $100,000 piano.
really?
I'm not joking. $100,000 piano, a $20,000 flute. What the fuck are you talking about? Why
Nah,
are they
because that's
spending money on this
embezzlement.
shit,
Somebody
dude?
is stealing money out of the
That's
government.
literally
Somebody is
taxpayer
siphoning money.
funds. That's literally
Somebody is
taxpayer
siphoning.
funds.
But listen, do you think that's actually what they bought, or do you think that's a
Yes.
cover up for something? I think that's probably a cover up for something. You believe the government when they tell you stuff?
Okay, so if that's your Trump administration literally funneling money, engaging in money laundering, why do you support your administration then engaging in money laundering?
I didn't know that, and I obviously don't support them in
So
doing
you
that.
think that's money laundering? So then why do you support the Trump? Do you still support the Trump administration, knowing now that you think that they're engaging in money laundering?
Like I said, I don't. Trump isn't doing it himself. Somebody under Trump, way under
So
Trump,
so
probably
why is he why isn't he
blood.
firing Pete Hegseth?
I mean, I
He's a man.
they why don't they look?
Explain to me why Trump didn't fire Howard Lutnick and Pete
I don't
Hegseth.
know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Howard Lutnick was on the island with Epstein and
Okay,
admitted to
yeah,
it.
Trump was on the island too. Fucking yeah. I
What?
know. I don't like Trump as
Wait,
a
so then
person.
why would you vote for Trump if you think he's been on the island?
I don't like Trump as a person. I think he's an awful fucking
So wait,
person.
why would you vote for someone who you think has been on the island, bro?
Because that's the only two options you're giving me. It's
Yeah,
like death
Kamala Harris has
or
not been on the island.
okay, yeah, I know that.
So
But
why wouldn't you vote for the person who hasn't been on the island over the person who literally has been on the island?
because I'm not voting just based off of morals. I'm voting based
You're not
off
voting
of
based
fact.
upon morals?
Not 100% relying on it. It comes into a part of
Can I ask you
play.
a question then?
What?
If it were Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies versus Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Bro, what? I wouldn't fucking vote, dude. What? That's crazy.
Okay, so then you do vote based upon moral character. And by the way, aren't you Christian?
I said partially based off of moral character.
Okay, so
I
then why
literally
hasn't what
said it
Trump's
is
done
because
there been so why isn't what Trump did there disqualifying?
because I'm sure out there is concrete evidence that he's done all that, but I myself hasn't personally seen it.
Okay, but
And
why
I'm
isn't
not
why
saying if
isn't
I
that
don't see it, it
disqualifying?
doesn't.
Okay, but if you believe that he's done that, why isn't that disqualifying for you?
If I believe that he's done that, why isn't it disqualifying for me?
Yeah.
Uh, I don't know, bro. I can't really figure that one out for you, but I, I just okay. I probably, like I've said before, though, I would very reluctantly vote Trump. Like, it's not like I'm MAGA or anything. I fucking despise MAGA. They're fucking weirdo crazies that support everything Trump does.
So then jump off the train.
I'm not on the train,
You
bro. I'm
are. You are.
not.
You just said you'd vote for Trump. That's on the train. Wait, what do you dislike about Kamala Harris? Can you name one policy of hers that you disagree with?
She wants to legalize abortion throughout the entire country for any reason up to 9 months, and I
No,
think that's
her position is bringing back Roe versus Wade, which protects federal access to abortion prior to viability. After the viability, it's up to the states regardless. Okay, so I don't know what
yeah.
your
It's up
whole
to the states, bro.
9 month
I don't think,
jargon BS thing is. Now, in terms of
but it
abortion
can
access,
be up to
wait. So
9 months.
by the way, you vote based upon morals. That's a disqualifier for you. Now morals are a disqualifier for you, but not the guy who raped a woman, not the guy who was like you believed was on the island, not the guy that was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files, who got a settlement with the Epstein estate, but not like him saying he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, but like not him like saying he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women who were changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. None of that's enough for you. Right?
Bro, what I'm saying is, are we saying like go back to the past and vote for Trump, or are we saying vote for Trump right now?
Like if the election were held today with the information that you have right now, who would you vote for?
Okay.
Harris or Trump?
No, I just wouldn't vote.
You
I
just wouldn't
honestly
vote?
just wouldn't vote. Or I would vote for somebody else if somebody else is on the
Okay,
ballot.
so
Is
I would
anybody else on the
hope that
ballot?
you watch these conversations because you should vote against Trump in that scenario. But at least I changed your mind to not want to support Trump anymore in that context. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh. Me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 57.
And do you support Trump?
Oh, absolutely not. No.
No? Okay. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I am 19 years old.
Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007,
In what month?
February,
Okay, and you said you're how old again?
19.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Do you just give me a quick second? Alrighty. Samantha, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much. Thank you. Julia, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Julia. Thank you for the kind words. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is very true as well. As well as Nigo, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's great to hear. As well as Jessica, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you so much. She said happy early birthday. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said I don't get to watch your lives very often as a nurse in Australia, but I watch them on YouTube. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Quiz of W's for Jessica in the comment section right now. I really
Let's go,
appreciate it.
Jessica. W Jessica in the chat. All right, Parker. I have a genuine question for you. Are you Christian?
I'm not done yet. I still have some people to think over on YouTube real quick.
Okay.
BUN, thank you so much for the push the member subscription over on YouTube. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And again, Jessica, thank you so much for the overall for the very kind message. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me make sure to thank everyone over on YouTube real quick. Do just give me a quick second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We are just looking for some debates. Do just give us a quick second. Kara, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chloe, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Chloe. As well as Kim, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Get some W's for Kim in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. That would have been a great point to bring up. Chloe, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, thank you so much. As well as Allegra, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you very much. ET, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. That is very true. Well, thank you so much. Zumba as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Get some W's for Zumba in the comment section right now. Thank you. Kim with the $5. Ryan, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I can't wait to see her answer questions after Trump has fired her. That will be interesting. Starry, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Bex, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's very true. As well as Beth, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Joe, thank you for the $5. Papa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. As well as, I think I'm fully caught up, actually. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people, as always. Alrighty, I think I am fully caught up. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
All right. I support Trump because I like what he's doing for our country, and I like how we are kicking. I like how we are getting illegal immigrants out of our country who are unfortunately child rapists, murderers, kidnappers, and women beaters. I think that it's a good thing that we are getting those bad people out of our country.
Okay, so I think that was happening under a Democratic administration as well. And also, like, if you want to get people like that out of the country, why would you want them in your Oval Office?
Okay.
Like a violent sex offender as your president. Why'd you vote him in?
Well, okay, can I ask you a question now about that?
Go ahead.
There is zero actual proof that Trump has done anything, because if there was actual proof that Trump did anything, then I would think that something would have happened already. Is there any, like, there's people can say stuff, correct? People can accuse him of doing these things, but there's no actual proof that he ever did anything.
He was held liable by an entire unanimous decision of all 9 people in a jury, right, for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. The entire jury said that he did it. The judge said that Donald Trump, in fact, raped E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, so I don't believe that is true, because if that were true...
You don't believe that he was held civilly liable?
No, because I'm saying if that was true, Parker, I'm saying something would have happened. A judge would not just...
He was forced to pay tens of millions of dollars.
Okay, all right. Okay, so
right?
let's
the
just
reason
say
why
that...
it was in a civil court and not a criminal court is because of statute of limitations, which says after a certain amount of years, regardless of the amount of evidence, that you can't try the person who did this to you accountable in a criminal court. It's a fucked up law that shouldn't exist, and it's specific. It was specific to New York. Different states have different laws on that.
Okay. Well, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything about that, so I'm...
Because you didn't look into it.
Well, no, because truthfully, I didn't even know that happened.
Yeah, because you didn't look into it. Like, can you name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you name one piece of evidence in that case that you dispute yourself?
You're about the case that you were just talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't look into that case.
Okay, so then how can you say that you think that there's been no evidence if you haven't even looked into the evidence?
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about, like, how are you gonna say that he is a child? You know,
I said that he was a rapist. Yeah, and he is. He was held liable for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, which is rape.
Okay, well, I don't think that's true.
It is. Don't. So why don't you think it's true? Just because it hurts your feelings, or what's the reason?
Doesn't hurt my feelings. I just don't think that's true, because I feel like if that would have been true,
have all the people in the Epstein files been held accountable?
No, absolutely not.
So would you say that because they haven't been held accountable yet, that means that they're innocent?
Yeah. You know what? Yes, and I'm gonna. Well,
you would say, so you'd call all the people who haven't been held accountable in the Epstein files already. You're gonna say all of them are innocent.
I'm not gonna say they're all innocent, because the thing is, we can say they still have not fully looked into this. Now, Trump, I believe that Trump would not do something like that. I believe Trump would not do something like that.
Yeah, but why? What evidence do you have to believe that? What evidence do you require to believe that?
What evidence do we have that Trump did do anything?
It was determined in a civil court. You didn't even look into it. That's the point that I was making, is that you haven't even examined the evidence yet. So how are you to say that there was no evidence if you haven't even examined if there was or wasn't already?
Well, if I don't know if there is evidence or not, I can't really, there's not much I could really say about that. But I feel like, okay,
Exactly.
can't
So then
say
how
much.
could you say that there wasn't evidence?
I'm saying there's not evidence. I'm saying there's not evidence. Was she under 18?
No. I'm talking
Okay,
about
well,
E. Jean Carroll, who was an adult.
okay, so you're telling me that they have proof that he did that to her.
Yes, that's why he was
What
held
kind-
liable.
so what proof? But what proof do they have about like what evidence do they have that he did this?
Okay, so just to be clear, you don't know because you haven't looked into it yet. You claim that there was no evidence. So I'll tell you. So there was a dress with DNA on it, unidentified male DNA, where Donald Trump specifically claimed that he never met her, he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, there was a picture of them shown together, meaning that they did meet. And also, right, he thought that the picture that showed E. Jean Carroll and him together, he thought that E. Jean Carroll was Marla, his ex-wife. Right, so he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in deposition mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that he would have sexually abused her either way, alongside the fact that didn't give up his DNA within the multiple years allotted specifically, right, to be able to prove that he wasn't the scene of the crime. And if he claimed he never met her, there's no possible way that they have his DNA, right, and he would give up his DNA to prove that he wasn't at the scene of the crime. The reason why he didn't give up his DNA is because it would show that he was there. That's the only reason you wouldn't give up your DNA in that circumstance. Otherwise, you clearly would give up your DNA to prove that you're not at the scene of the crime because it would save your reputation. It wouldn't harm your reputation, which you clearly care about because you're running for president of the United States. And you wouldn't have to give up tens of millions of dollars.
All right, so okay.
But by the way, that's not all the evidence. I have more I can mention. Those are just a few things I would like to point to.
Okay, well, we could, if we're going to say that about Trump, I mean, are we not going to mention the fact that Joe Biden showered with his underage daughter and called her hot multiple times?
There's no point where you could say that Joe Biden, quote unquote, called his daughter hot. Secondly, when you say, quote unquote, showered with with his daughter, you're referencing something from a diary that was stolen by Project Veritas or by someone and sold to Project Veritas, which is a right wing think tank. So the chain of custody on that isn't totally legitimate. She came into court and she specifically said there's a bunch of misrepresentations about me and people that I care about and false accusations about people specifically that I care about. So none of the contents were specifically confirmed within that respect. And even so, within the contents that are listed, right, it doesn't mention her specific age, right?
I mean, sure, but I mean, from what I've heard she was 13, and then I heard she was 11.
But yeah, those are just people making claims who are Trump supporters trying to make claims about that. There is literally nothing even in the fucking book that says that. But which, again, by the way, we don't even know if all the contents specifically are that because the chain of custody isn't, the best in this context because it's Project Veritas, a right-wing think tank.
I mean, it wouldn't make that much of a difference because I feel like you guys just believe whatever you want.
By the way, how do you feel about Donald Trump saying yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, saying he has sex in common with his daughter, saying his daughter is voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive?
I didn't see that. And
I can play all of them. Do you want to hear them?
Yeah, yes, please.
Okay. But what would be your thoughts given that that's true?
I can't say anything because I haven't seen it yet. I need to hear it first.
Okay.
Daughter.
My daughter is beautiful, Ivanka.
By the way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
The last couple of years, I go out with somebody and she's using algebra.
Sorry, I'm going to the next one. You just hear that one? Sorry, that's him not being able to name a single Bible verse. Sorry. Yeah, how do you feel about that so far?
That he didn't say anything
He
after.
said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass.
I did not hear him say yeah after.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. I'm going to play it. I'll play it again if you want to hear it.
My daughter is beautiful, Ivanka.
By the way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
The last couple.
That sounds like it was taken from a different clip, 100%. Let's both be honest.
So you think that those are two different clips put together?
I think that was 100% from a different clip.
Nope, that's literally on the Howard Stern show. That wasn't clipped together.
I don't believe that. I truthfully don't.
Of course you don't.
Trump,
piece of
Trump's
ass.
a smart man. Trump would not say something like that. That's
okay.
incredibly
So you're just unwilling to believe that this is the case after hearing it.
I just don't believe that.
Okay, so I'm going to play all of these. Let's see how far you go with this.
Yet at times, his fatherly praise is downright cringeworthy, like on The View in 2006.
I said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird. Stop. You know what?
Far from protecting his daughter from being talked about as a sex object, he has encouraged it multiple times on Howard Stern's radio show in
What news
2004
website is
and
this
then
off of,
again
by
in
the way?
2006.
By the way, your daughter,
She's beautiful.
can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
It's
She's tall.
unbelievable.
She's almost 6 feet tall.
In May, Ivanka described herself as a feminist while defending.
Please welcome the lovely Ivanka Trump.
Still, even Ivanka seemed confused when talk show host Wendy Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that. I can't relate that.
I don't think he would say that on a talk show. But can you tell me what?
You don't think he would say that? These are public videos you can watch. He did say these things.
Okay, so what?
Wait, where do you think I got this from? Do you think I just made them up? Do you think I AI'd them or something?
Well, you see it a lot now. You definitely do see it a lot.
You think it's just AI that I just showed you? This okay? So you said you see this and a lot.
I think it's clips.
These videos are from 2016, by the way.
Okay, I think
So
it's
that was before AI.
Not 100% actually. That's not 100%.
Really? You think AI clips were going around like that in 2016?
No, I'm not. No way. But I think this could also be clip switch. So they're taking things from other.
No, they're
clips
not.
and-
I can show you on the screen him saying this.
Okay, well, can you tell me what website this is from? Like what?
Yeah,
is this,
look
like-
up Donald. It's on YouTube. Donald Trump's comments about daughter raise eyebrows.
Yeah, but like, what was it filmed from? Like Fox, CNN. Like.
Oh, this is CNN who put it together.
Oh yeah, makes sense. Okay, CNN. CNN's fake news.
Okay, so these are just them playing the clips. Okay, you can call CNN fake news all you want. These are the clips. You can look at the clips.
It's fake news. They don't tell. They lie though.
There is no lie here.
There really is.
There's what's the lie?
CNN's not. That's all That's all fake.
That's just
Trump
how is it
would
fake?
never-
What fake
Trump
thing?
would-
No. What lie did they engage in? You said that there was a lie. What lie?
Trump did not say that about his daughter.
Yes, he did.
And-
You literally just heard it. You're denying what you just heard.
I'm saying that it's clip switch. I'm saying that they're taking things from other clips.
That's not
correct?
true. That's not
Yeah.
true. You are literally lying.
I'm not lying. I'm
the,
telling you that.
the way that you will grasp for straws to defend Trump, like literally, you will literally be like, "There's no way that's
Parker,
real. That has
Parker,
to be
the thing
AI.
that-
That's fake." Literally, I could play anything, right? That Donald
Parker,
Trump has
I'm
said to you, and
saying that
you'd call it all fake.
Okay, I'm saying, I am saying that I am fighting for the correct side because do you think
Do
that
you think this is fake too? Watch this. Do you think this is fake?
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number on the lungs. So it'd be
Yeah, that's him saying we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Do you think that's fake too?
not 100%. I can't tell you. I really can't tell you. Can't
Now
tell
you can't tell me if it's fake.
No, I can't.
But you told me the prior one was fake, and you were certain about that.
Well, because that was pretty
what about
because
this
that's
one
obvious.
right here, where Donald Trump says he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
You think he's being serious about that? What grown man would say that, especially a United States president? Do you believe that's true?
This
Do
is
you
him
believe
in 1992. This is what he said.
Do you really believe that he would meet? He does not.
Yes, I really do believe that Donald Trump did this.
Parker,
I just heard it.
With all respect, I think that liberal is. Yeah, I'm stupid.
You
funny,
are.
right? No, I
Yeah.
know, sure, buddy.
With
Yeah, I
all
can't-
disrespect, right? You aren't unwilling to acknowledge anything wrong with Trump. You have TDS. You have Trump devotion syndrome. There is nothing that Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him. You have TDS, Trump devotion
No, you know what?
syndrome.
That's actually not true. Because if I figured out that he really did do this stuff, and I truthfully knew that, I would
I
not
just
support
played
Trump.
it for you right now.
Okay,
you just
but
heard
that's
it.
not, listen, that's not enough evidence. I would need to hear somebody else. I would need to hear a credible news source say this to me.
So who's considered credible to you?
ABC, Fox News.
You say ABC is credible?
Yeah.
And Fox News is credible. You think Fox News is credible, which, by the way, isn't even Fox News anymore. They have to call themselves Fox Entertainment because they literally argued in court. No one would take them seriously.
Okay, but yes, I think those are both credible.
Okay. So ABC quite literally does post these clips.
Okay. All right, so
you can find this. You can find all of these things from ABC.
All right,
ABC will report on this.
Let's even say this, okay? Let's say those clips are true, okay? Let's say those really did happen. Okay, well, even if they did really happen, okay?
They did.
Then maybe I wouldn't support Trump, but I
so
definitely
you shouldn't because you just fucking heard me play them.
I'm not saying that. Okay, but you're not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying
I am.
Well,
you said if this actually happened, I would stop supporting Trump, and I'm saying you just fucking heard it. So then why do you still support him?
You didn't let me finish there.
Okay, try it. Go ahead.
If that did happen, I would stop supporting Trump.
It did. You heard it.
I agree with what he does say. I do agree with a lot of like his policies. And stuff,
like what? Name one specific policy.
I would still support the Republican Party.
Name one specific policy that you agree with Trump on.
Well, first of all, abortion is 100% wrong, and I agree. And I am. You have something to say about that?
So just abortion. So what's his policy on that?
Absolutely not. There's way I can name you more than that. The fact that we are kicking illegal immigrants who are, I already said it, are doing all those out of our country, and the fact that we're going to war with Iran. I really like that. I think that we're doing the right thing.
No new wars, right?
No new. This is the first war with Trump in office that we've had in a very long time, and I think we can both admit that.
I mean, Trump started the war, right? Did Biden start a new war?
Yes. No, actually, no, you're right. No, you're right. You're right.
So then why are you guys blaming that on Democrats instead of Trump here when he started the war? And will you enlist?
No.
Why not?
You're asking me if
you would enlist, given that you want to go fight a war of aggression with Iran?
I wouldn't.
Would you enlist?
No, not me myself.
Why not?
Because I'm not built for that.
Why not?
Because that's not how God made my body.
That's not how did God make your... So how did God make other people's bodies for war? So by the way, God didn't make your body for war, but he made other people's bodies for war?
Yeah.
Okay. So whose bodies were made for war?
I'm stronger, man. I mean, I could, sure, maybe in the future if I really want to go to war.
You said you're stronger? So wait, so to clarify,
I didn't say I'm stronger. I did not say I'm stronger. I said other people are stronger. I said
other people were made stronger is what you just said?
Yeah, sure. You know what? Sure, yeah. You can have with genetics. You could have.
So to clarify, you think everyone in the military is weak, is stronger than you?
Yeah. You know what? Not everybody, but I'm saying most of them. Yeah, sure, probably.
Okay. So
I mean, would you not agree with that? Would you agree that most people?
I mean, I don't know the level of strength that you have, man.
Okay. What about you? Would you say that most people in the military are stronger than you?
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. See, so I think that's pretty fair.
But like, I'm sedentary. I don't assume that's true for everyone I'm talking to. Are you sedentary as well, like me?
I mean, I didn't say that was true for everybody. I stopped myself. I don't think. Sure, I'm sure there's not everybody who is strong in the military. I'm just saying, I believe that most of the military are strong men.
Okay. So, so you just said, so could you train to be stronger? How about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So why don't you do that to go enlist?
Because I just don't want to be in the military.
But like you're willing to like have other people die for like this war that you support, that you wanted started, wasn't going to happen either way?
They wanted to put themselves in that situation. And those are the people we need to respect. They're fighting for our country. Personally, me, I would not put myself in that situation because I just don't.
But you put other people in that situation?
I'm not the one putting other people in that situation.
You are. You're actively supporting the war.
So they signed up for that. And I think if I'm not going to do it, correct, we need somebody.
But you're still putting them in that position because you support the war.
No, they're putting themselves in that position.
No, you quite literally are putting them in that position by supporting the war.
Can you explain to me how I'm putting them in a position when they are the ones who signed up to join the military?
You support the war. Would they have gone to the war without your president sending them to the war?
No,
no, they wouldn't. So, by the way, even if they're ideologically on the right, even if they specifically did want to be members of the military and they want to put their life on the line specifically for the country, one, I would argue the actions that the president put them to doing are not putting their lives on the line for the country, okay? Because they were sold lies by the president of the United States. They're following orders specifically that they've gotten from the president of the United States. They would not have got those orders if Kamala Harris were president of the United States, okay? They would be alive if it was President Kamala Harris, not President Donald Trump.
I mean, I think I'd be a little scared if we had Kamala. I don't know what she would do. What if she got a little bit too drunk again?
Okay, one, you have no evidence to indicate that she was ever drunk. Two,
You
right?
sure?
Donald Trump
You
literally
sure?
has us in war right now. What do you think she would have done that you disagree with?
So, Parker, our country is doing the best it's ever done right now.
In what capacity is it doing the best it's ever done, bro?
We've kicked the most illegal immigrants out of our country that we ever have.
And how has that materially benefited everyone else, bro?
Well, less children are being killed from illegal immigrants who are rapists, murderers, and kidnappers.
Okay, so you understand that undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to naturally born U.S. citizens. And proportionally speaking, the Obama and Biden administration were going after violent people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a greater extent proportionally in terms of the people that they were deporting and detaining. You know that,
So
right?
you're saying that.
And plus, by the way, your manner of addressing the fact that there are violent sex offenders in the country is by electing one.
He's not. I don't believe he is.
He is a violent sex offender. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. We literally played you the clips of Donald Trump admitting to engaging in sexual exploitation, of admitting to engaging in literally perving on kids, and admitting that he sexualizes his daughter, and you still sit there and defend him.
Okay, Parker. The thing is, I don't believe that's true. You played
Even though I played the clips for you. Do you want me to play them again?
I'm not.
You want to deny reality again?
I heard him. Okay, I heard your clips.
And yet you still deny reality.
I don't believe they're real. Okay, I know
you think they're fake clips. You think they're fake clips. They're not real.
I'm not saying they're 100% fake. I'm saying things are switched around. Okay, and I know you.
What is switched around?
The words they are putting.
No, they're not. There's no. It's not. Do you want me to? You can find them on different websites. What are you talking about? What evidence do you have that they're switched around? Is it just because you feel like it?
Truthfully, I feel like I could win with Dean a little bit better on this one.
What do you mean?
Oh, I think Dean's way easier to debate because the thing is, you just disagree with people. I mean, Dean does too, but the thing is, Dean will let me. Dean's got that. I mean, Dean's a terrible person also at the same time. Like, Dean is a horrible person.
No, you're just an idiot. You're literally a Trump supporter, and you support Donald Trump. And you think he's a horrible person.
It's a disease. You guys don't know the difference between man and woman. There are two genders.
Yes, we do. I don't think you do.
How many genders are there, Parker?
I think that's designated based upon the cultural understandings of the time. So there are different cultures that have different understandings of gender. Typically, within the context of our culture, there are two. Typically, within the context of our culture.
You're born a guy.
Listen. What you're not understanding. Listen. What you're not understanding is that there are different cultures throughout the context of society that have different understandings of gender. Gender is just not hyper specific to our culture and our society. So when you make this whole argument of, how many genders are there? You try to think that it's smart yourself when you're saying it, but you don't understand the contextual nuance in the circumstance that's relevant. And clearly, I don't think you're smart enough to even take it into consideration. You're about to literally go crazy right now about it. Well, actually, you just got a flag for harassment and bullying somehow. So let's go on to the next individual. 10,000 seconds. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I literally played it for him, and he still didn't accept it. It's absurd. Jessica, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Jessica. I really appreciate it. Jenny, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Julia, thank you so much for the $1. That's very true. Thank you. Allie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really need it myself. Thank you. As well as Tom, thank you for the $4. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though. Alrighty, let's go in the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 19.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
January 26th.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm going to go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, how old are you?
I am 26.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, 1,000%.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I definitely would not be voting for Kamala. That is for damn
Kamala.
sure.
Okay, for sure. I'm gonna thank some people quick, then we can move on to our conversation. Justina, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Justina in the comment section right now for the $50 on PayPal? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, it was ridiculous, Justina, wasn't it? Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. As well as Riley, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much, Riley. Okay, well, you have a bunch of background noise. Is there any way you can reduce the background noise?
Yeah, I can probably. How bad does it sound?
It's just pretty loud. That's all I was gonna say.
It's a little windy. Sorry, I'm taking a little walk outside. My bad. Let me head right back in.
All right.
Can you hear me a little better now?
Yeah, it is a bit better now. So I guess my question is, why is your name Dean/Parker equal cringe?
Well, I mean, observing other people's behavior is one of the easiest ways to get up here. Is to, have a title or a profile picture that stands out. Did it work?
Okay, so you just did it for attention?
I mean, yeah, but I'd still like to, talk to you.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Because I am staunchly against Democrats, and I don't support their agenda. I don't support the DEI woke, rainbow-haired, clover-gender, social justice warriors who want to make us submit to their gay globalist agenda. They want to turn us into androgynous, non-binary socialists who hate this country and everything it stands for, buddy. They want to put litter boxes in schools for students who identify as cats. They want us to abort our kids, to sacrifice to Hillary Clinton, George Soros, to pursue in satanic blood ritual. Stop aborting black babies.
Okay, they're definitely trolling.
How long has it been since Dean fucked you in the...
Yeah, they're definitely trolling. There's no way. There's no way they're serious, right? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, literal zygote just joined the stream. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 20 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, definitely Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2005.
In what month?
August.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
First of all, he keeps the USA number one first. How you laugh about that, but it's so true.
Okay, how is he keeping USA number one first?
He's protecting us USA citizens by deporting all the illegal immigrants out of our country, keeping our borders safe, keeping Iran from a nuclear weapon to destroy us. I mean, I could give another option.
Okay, so there's a few things. The JCPOA prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon without going to war with them. And actually, Trump said that Obama, under his administration in 2011, was going to start a war with Iran because he literally was weak and ineffective and he couldn't negotiate. And the reality of the matter is that Trump was the one that couldn't negotiate and he had to go to war with Iran, whereas Obama did negotiate, got the JCPOA.
So, time out. So, have you heard about almost every president over both sides, Democrat and Republicans, have always fought with Iran. Always. You can go back to, I don't know how long, but if you go back, you can see that almost every president has said that.
Obama didn't go to war with Iran. Biden didn't go to war with Iran. Explain to me
Biden
why we
didn't do
needed.
shit. He just let people in our country without papers.
That was a pivot, and there was no policy that Biden passed as the Open Border Act to just let people in. That's not a policy that he passed. So what?
But
did
he
Biden
didn't do anything to stop people, though.
He did. There was the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine because he wanted
stopped
to
people
run on the
from
border
coming
being
in
an
the country. But since Trump's administration got in, there has been an increased number of immigrants been kicked out since Trump got in. So how are you telling me that Biden didn't open our borders?
So just because there have been more people that have been deported under Trump's administration does not
I'm
mean
saying that Biden hasn't done
just
anything.
just because more people were deported under Trump does not mean that Biden did nothing and that there was an open border under Biden. That's just
Biden didn't do anything to kick people out.
Actively, the bipartisan border bill literally was to secure the border and to allow for quicker legal immigration. Okay.
What bill's
Donald
this?
Trump,
Show me.
Yeah, the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump
show
called.
me.
Yeah, look up bipartisan border bill. Donald Trump says, "Blame it on me if border bill fails." It was where Democrats worked with Republicans. Langford specifically was the Republican they were working with. They were a Trump-endorsed Republican. And Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill.
Oh, you're crazy.
How am I crazy?
Because Biden didn't do anything. He didn't do anything to help Americans.
You're
he
wrong.
didn't put Americans first.
You're wrong. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act,
Under
the Violence
Biden
Against Women's Act.
administration, that inflation rate went from skyrocket. Ever since Biden took over, inflation's been increasing.
But what did Biden do to increase inflation?
Stopped oil. He stopped.
No,
he
didn't.
fired. I don't know how many
No,
people.
he didn't. Biden
Yes, he
didn't
did.
stop oil.
Yes,
That's not
he
what
did.
Biden did. That's not what he did.
What did Biden do then?
Okay, so Biden didn't do anything to cause there to be less.
But
oil.
he did. But
Can I
he
please-
did fire a lot of people.
Can I please?
Yeah,
So
sorry.
Trump has actually done things to increase gas prices. Like, for example, he started the war with Iran, right? That led to an increase in gas prices. No, there's nothing that you can point to that Biden did specifically that led to that.
Biden has fired oil workers inside America to stop working in Texas.
Okay, so you said Biden hired people to stop
No,
working.
fired.
Fired people. So
Fired.
there's no evidence of that.
He shut down oil production in America.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
What oil production did he shut down? I think you're trying to say on federal lands, which is stuff that they brought back. Like they just didn't give out new permits on federal lands for a little bit, and then they brought that back really quick. There was the largest production of oil in the country's history of any country in the history of the world under Biden's administration.
Biden has.
You're cutting out. I can't hear you. You have to swipe back into the app for me to be able to hear you.
Sorry. You search up, and it says Biden has shut down federal.
I can't hear you when you swipe out. Yeah, I know. The permits on what's it called? The federal lands. Yeah, but they brought that back very quickly. They brought that back very quickly. That was only for the.
Oh,
very
he didn't.
beginning.
No.
Yes, he
But
did.
why did he do that?
Yeah,
To hurt America for inflation rate.
No, that was not to cause inflation, and that was not the main driver of the prices going up. I would say the main drivers of the prices going up were the Russia-Ukraine war, which led to us getting less Russian oil and the global markets being affected by that. Plus, also, it's because of the OPEC deal that Trump signed with OPEC that cut their oil production. So those are the two main driving factors as to why we saw an increase in gas prices under Biden's administration. Things that are not relevant to what Biden did. Okay, and that would have happened regardless of whether or not Biden was in office.
I mean, when Trump first got into term, gas prices never went up, right?
Trump has gotten to term and gas prices did go up.
This term, but not last term.
But this term is what matters, right? Trump
but I'm just saying.
Trump literally caused your gas prices to go up.
Because he doesn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He doesn't want Iran to have bombs
They
that
were
can reach anyone.
They were already willing to give up their enriched uranium prior to the strikes and prior to the war starting. It's just that they weren't willing to give up their ballistic missile program.
So you're okay for Iran to have that, though?
To have ballistic missiles, yes.
What?
Yeah,
How
I'm
are
not
you
going to go to
okay
war.
with a terrorist country
I'm not going to go to
to
war with
have,
Iran because they have ballistic missiles. That's ridiculous.
But how are you going to support a terrorist country that has been
I
always
don't.
attacking?
I don't
You
support a
are
terrorist
supporting
country.
it by having missiles.
How do I support Iran by saying that I don't think we should go to war with them?
Trump is trying to wipe out Iran.
I have a question.
Trying to get rid of them.
Do you think we should go to war with Russia?
No, because they haven't done anything.
Do you support Russia?
Besides they went and attacked
Do
Ukraine.
you support Russia?
No, I do not support Russia.
Okay, so then I don't know what your argument is. Just because you're not going to war with a certain country, you're not advocating for war with a certain country, does not mean you support
But
said
Iran
country.
has always attacked America.
Listen. Just because you're not advocating to go to war with a certain country does not mean that you support said country. Do you agree?
Say that one more time, sorry.
Yeah, just because you don't advocate to go to war with a certain country does not mean that you support said country, correct?
Sure, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. There you go.
But I'm just saying, Trump wants to make sure Iran does not attack USA no more, right?
They weren't attacking the U.S. They were under no risk of attacking the U.S. There's no
I'm saying
U.S.
over the
intelligence that
history.
indicated that they were going to attack
But over
us.
the history.
There was no evidence that they were going to attack us, and the whole
There's
argument
not
that,
been
like,
one
oh, they've
evidence.
attacked us historically speaking means we're justified in attacking them now is ridiculous. That's like saying we're justified in striking the UK because historically speaking, Britain has attacked us.
UK is our ally, though.
Oh,
Iran
okay.
has always attacked us with terrorist attacks.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, but that does not mean that we specifically should go to war with them right now because historically speaking, things like that have happened because you could say the same thing about a bunch of our allies, specifically whether it be Qatar, Saudi Arabia, right, etc. Which, by the way, I would argue that we shouldn't be having relationships with, but Trump argues you guys should have relationships with, and we currently do, under his administration, have relationships with.
Yeah, because Iran attacked all those countries around them during this war.
Okay, but you
Right?
you understand because those are the close allies within the region. You're still not understanding that the same argument that you're using right now to say that we should go to war with Iran is actually an argument saying that we should go to war with some of the allies that Trump has in the Middle East.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Iran, he's trying to get rid of Iran so the world is safer.
He should get rid of himself and the world would be safer.
How? What has he done to hurt you? What has he done to hurt American people?
A lot.
Like
so
what?
Practically every metric of the economy is worse off since Trump got in office.
Really?
Yeah.
How?
We have lower real GDP growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We have lower real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw unemployment increase. We saw inflation increase. The OECD estimates 4.2% inflation because of the Iran war starting. Gas prices have gone up. We saw real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration. He pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots and quite literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol.
Whoa. He said that people are patriots for beating up police officers?
Yeah, he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers.
Show me that right now. There's no way. I'm calling cap on that.
Yeah, look up Donald Trump
No,
pardon.
you show me.
Okay.
Show me so I can believe you.
Okay.
That Trump said that, yeah, if you could beat up a police officer, you are a patriot.
Yeah, he called the people who specifically raided the Capitol patriots, and those individuals, some of those individuals who he pardoned.
This is not under Trump's term. You just said that 10 minutes ago that we're talking about this term. Right?
Yeah, I'm talking about things that specifically he said. I said he called them patriots.
Under his term?
Yeah.
Trump wasn't, when they stormed the White House, Trump wasn't even in term.
So this is an article from AP News. Wait, I don't know what you just said, but this is an article from AP News. Trump once condemned the January 6 rioters. Now he's become one of their biggest supporters. That's the title. And literally within the first few sentences, you can read it. It literally says Trump regularly downplays the violence, lionizes the rioters as patriots, and spreads false claims about who was involved.
Yeah, see, exactly. You just made up some lie.
I'm not. I just gave you an AP News article.
You haven't even said exactly what you said. Trump said patriots for beating up police officers.
Yes, I just read off the part that was relevant. Did you want me to read it off again? It says Trump regularly downplays the violence and lionizes the rioters as patriots and spreads false claims about who was involved. That's listed specifically within the AP News article.
For storming the White House, he said they're patriots, and that's only one article you can find.
This is from AP News. AP News is a reliable source.
Okay. I guess I don't know if it's reliable or not, but.
Okay, I'll give you Newsweek as well. Donald Trump praises January 6 rioters as "quote unquote" great patriots.
I mean, they are. They're standing up. I mean,
they are. Wow. He just. So you think the people who assaulted police officers on January 6th are great patriots?
They didn't assault police officers.
They quite literally did. There were individuals.
There's no evidence of them actually assaulting.
Yes, there is. There were people that were. There were people that were convicted of doing that. There are people that admitted themselves to doing it.
Okay.
There's the testifying of the people, specifically the officers, right? Specifically who were assaulted, who talked about the fact that this happened to them. For you to sit up here and you to say that this didn't happen is ridiculous when they were convicted and it was literally on video in circumstances. What are you going to call that, AI?
No, I don't care. But you know how you were saying that. Okay, what about you Democrats protesting?
What? You don't pivot and say, what about you Democrats protesting? When did we pardon violent rioters who beat police officers?
Oh, go to Minnesota. When they were doing ICE.
Yeah, tell me what Democrat pardoned a violent rioter who beat a police officer. Tell me.
I'm telling you what happened in Minnesota. They trying to arrest someone and a person get in the ICE's way, threatening them. That's pretty much the exact same thing. How is that not the same thing?
Because that's not the president of the United States pardoning a person who committed a violent act against a police officer.
I'm just trying to throw a point that.
So by the way, are you bringing up Alex Preddy, who got in between like particularly an agent and what's it called, like a woman? Like, are you talking about Alex Preddy?
Yeah.
Do you think Alex Preddy was murdered?
Do I think he was murdered?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
He definitely was murdered.
For not obeying the federal law, by not obeying the police officers?
You can't even give me a circumstance where he didn't obey. 1, 2. I mean, I guess what you define as, you might be able to under your notion, but that doesn't justify him being shot. He would pose no threat to any of the officers, no imminent risk of severe bodily harm and/or death.
I'm just saying that. How do you not know if he was opposing threat to the police officers?
It's on video.
Okay, it's on video.
He clearly didn't pose a threat.
You weren't there.
He had multiple agents. He had multiple agents on top of him. Okay. And he literally was disarmed before he was shot.
I mean, they're just protecting themselves, just like you said earlier.
How are they protecting themselves in that circumstance? That makes no sense. Alex Preddy in that circumstance posed no imminent threat of serious bodily harm and/or death in the scenario to any of the officers or any person.
I mean, they might have thought so.
No, and by the way, them thinking so does not mean a reasonable officer in that circumstance would think that. So, by the way,
why can't you
tell me
what
was
yourself? Why can't you protect yourself for?
What was he doing? What did they need to protect themselves against? What was he doing? He wasn't harming any of the officers. He wasn't at risk of harming any of the officers.
He was getting right in their face.
No, he was on the ground when he was shot.
But before that, he was right up next to them in their face.
He was trying to block them from, like, literally assaulting a woman. Okay, that's it. He didn't like harm any of them. What did he do?
They weren't even going to assault the woman if the woman would just obey the law.
Okay. So, again, you don't have a justification in assaulting people just because they literally don't listen to you right away. And also, what did she do that justified them? What did she do what did she do that justified them literally assaulting her?
They didn't assault her.
They did. They were literally pushing her like crazy. What did she do that justified them doing that?
Because she wasn't obeying the federal law.
What did she do?
Obeying the federal ICE, which that is a crime. What?
What did she do?
the woman?
Yes.
She probably was a legal immigrant, and they were trying to go get her out.
No evidence of that. You just said she's probably an undocumented immigrant, which, by the way, you have no evidence for, and 2, indicates you don't even know what you're talking about. Dude, what are you saying? You just come up with like the dumbest things to say in defense of whoever is a part of it. Yeah, anything the Trump administration does, you're like, let me defend that. You have TDS.
I mean, what's the difference
you have Trump you have Trump devotion syndrome.
What?
Yeah, you have TDS. You have Trump devotion syndrome. There's nothing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him.
They're doing the exact same thing for Biden.
No, I can disagree specifically with things that obviously are horrible, right? Can you specifically tell me one thing you disagree with Trump on?
One thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he's a great guy.
You can't mention a single thing about Trump that you disagree with him on.
I mean, I can disagree with what he has to say sometimes,
Can you name one specific thing that you disagree with him on?
Some of his comments are kind of stupid,
Name me one specific thing.
I couldn't tell you because I like the dude. He's
you
great.
You don't know a single thing that you disagree with him on.
No, because he's a great
This is what I mean. You have TDS. You have Trump devotion syndrome. There's not a single thing that you can mention you disagree with him on. And by the way, there's so much stuff that's disagreeable with Trump on. By the way, Trump is like the most disagreeable person ever. Can you what do you mean how? He was a rapist. He literally is credibly accused.
There's no proof of him raping.
Yeah,
there's no proof.
He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating.
No,
Yes.
Not.
Yes.
No.
He was held liable of He was held. Let me please finish.
Okay.
He was held liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. An entire unanimous decision of all 9 people in a jury indicated that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll.
No, you're so
That is a fact.
That is every freaking Democrat uses that argument. Every freaking Democrat uses that argument. And it's not even true.
So what's wrong about it?
It's not true. It never happened.
Push the galaxy. It did. So what are you going to say to dispute it? You just say it's not true. It's not an argument. So what do you say to dispute it?
Because the only 2 people that would ever know the truth is Donald Trump and that lady that is accusing him.
Okay.
Right?
So I'm confused how you're saying specifically that it was proven false.
I can't prove it if it was false, but I can tell you that the only people that would truly know the evidence, without people saying, reporters, that's probably where you're getting this from.
I'm talking about the jury. There was a jury of all 9 people in the jury that all indicated that Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll. A jury of his peers indicated this to be true.
A jury of Donald Trump's?
Yes.
So that's 9 people out of...
All 9. 9 out of 9. All 9 people.
You can go to more court. You know how our court is. You can go to another group of people and they can say, nope, he never did it.
Okay.
You know that, right?
We're talking about a jury, though, that was shown all of the evidence in a court system. That's like saying you don't accept any court determinations because the jury could have been a different jury. Like what?
I'm just saying our court, our government right now, we can go to a different court and say, oh, no, he's not guilty. It's all based on opinions in a court.
So, by the way, the entire unanimous decision of all 9 people in the jury indicated that he did this.
He didn't do it.
What do you mean?
He didn't do it.
You're just saying that he didn't do it. You're not giving a reason for why not. Why don't you look into the case? Like, could you name maybe one piece of evidence in the case you dispute? Swipe back into the app. Is there one piece of evidence you can dispute?
There's not one, no, because I was just coming to talk with you, so I don't have my information. I don't have my stuff pulled up to actually give you back other options,
Okay. So then if you don't have the ability to dispute it at all, why do you specifically believe that it's bad? Or not believe that's bad. Why do you believe that it's fake? Or why do you believe that it's wrong?
I just believe that. I just don't think Trump would do that. I don't think our president right now would go rape someone.
Okay, but that's just because you don't want to believe that. And you not wanting to believe something is not evidence that it didn't. You not wanting to believe something is not evidence that it didn't happen.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. I'm just coming here to talk, so I don't believe that. But I very well could go look it up and
Why don't you go
find
do
more
that right now?
information. Well, no, we could go to a different topic. I mean, you can have this. I don't really care. I just want to talk, you know.
But like the point that I'm making is that this should be a disqualifier for you. This should be the line for you. You should say, I don't want to support him after hearing this.
I'm not gonna say that, but I don't think
is there anything
anyone
Trump
should go rape.
Is there anything
No.
Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Is there anything that Trump could do to, if he goes rapes another person and they have another act?
Another person. So he was
So
credibly
if there's,
accused
like-
by a minor in the Epstein files.
No, you go read the Epstein files. There's not. Epstein files is a joke. It's so ridiculous.
He was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files, literally, who got a settlement with the Epstein estate, and it was scrubbed specifically. And by the way, when you say another person, why does it have to be another person? And by the way, when you say another person, you acknowledge that he's already done it.
No, I'm saying another person because two people say it. It's better than one, you know.
There has been way more than two. There's been over 26 women that have accused him of sexual
That's
misconduct.
what I'm saying. It's accused.
There's 26
It's
plus.
accused. You're getting the keyword accused.
Yeah, dude, 26 plus people have accused him of sexual misconduct.
That's great. I know they say, but how true
So
is
do you think all of them are lying?
Yeah.
So you think it's more likely that all of them are lying than saying that Donald Trump, the pathological liar, is lying?
Yeah, I would say.
I mean, this guy's like
almost-
literally known for cheating on all of his wives, for
But you know how
lying
it
30,000
feels
plus
these days,
times,
though.
lying or
they don't
misleading statements.
agree-
On his, okay, you're not listening.
Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna say, girls these days don't always tell the truth.
Okay, I'm sorry. You saying women don't tell the truth is a disgusting fucking thing to say, because it is actually literally just you saying you don't believe her because she's a woman. That's it. Because like genuinely, Donald Trump is a known liar. You'd rather believe a serial cheater who had 30,000 misleading statements or confirmed lies in his first administration, who has constantly lied, right?
Trump is
You
not.
believe
He has not got
you
called
believe
for
that
that.
guy over E. Jean Carroll, over people just for being women. Like it's literally just being a woman to you is less
I'm just
trustworthy than Donald Trump
I'm
lying
not
pathologically.
saying women are not trustworthy, but when it comes to rape,
Women are more trustworthy than men.
when it comes to
Give
rape,
me,
it's
seriously,
kind of-
give me any good reason to believe that men are more trustworthy than women. Give me any good reason to believe that.
because freaking. How many times has all a girl has to do these days now is say he raped me with pretty much no evidence, and cops are
They
gonna
have to
believe
provide so much evidence, even when they hold them accountable in a civil court with a unanimous decision of all 9 people in a jury, they still aren't believed. They could provide so much evidence and they aren't
That's what
believed.
I'm saying.
Why do you
They
see
can
it from
make
that
up so
perspective?
much
That will
evidence.
never make sense to me, because how many victims out there are never believed, aren't believed at all, that don't have that community, right? It is ridiculous. You cannot sit there and say that when the president of the United States is in the position he is,
I
when
am
the
not
person specifically
defending
that
it.
literally held him accountable in a civil court.
Hey, you're trying to get me confused. I'm not defending people that rape.
You are. You're
No,
defending
I'm
Trump, and he
defending
did.
Trump because you don't agree with his politics. That's the reason why you're.
It's not
coming
just
at
I don't
Trump.
agree with his politics, it's that he's a horrible human being. It goes well beyond politics, okay? It's not just politics. It is well beyond that. It's morals, it's ethics, it's basic human fucking dignity. It's the fact that no person, regardless of politics, should ever be able to run for a position of political office if they've sexually abused someone. If they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing one, it should be illegal. Listen, I think we should all as Americans be able to agree on this one fact. If you have been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman or criminally convicted of sexually abusing someone, you should literally not be allowed to run for political office. It should be illegal for you to run for president of the United States. It should be illegal for you to run for political office. Why can't all of us as Americans stand on that fact? Why can't we all do that?
I agree. I think we shouldn't allow no rapists.
Then why are you voting for one?
Because I like the dude. He's awesome. He's
Stop!
defending our
No!
country.
Stop. This is exactly why we need that law, because people like you will sit there and fucking defend people like that no matter what.
And because he is trying to make people decide from male and female, not freaking bisexual or fetching they or them or
What?
shit like that.
What are you talking about?
Trump is trying to make everyone's head straight and say there's only 2 genders. That's why I'm defending the guy too.
Okay, well, gender is based upon like
No, gender is based upon
pause,
X and Y and XX chromosomes. That is it.
What
Why can't you agree with that
what
statement?
chromosomes do men typically have?
XY.
Okay. I have a question. In situations where someone has XY chromosomes, but they have female sex characteristics, all the other female sex characteristics,
He is a man.
What gender are they?
He's a man. If he has XY chromosomes, he's a man.
So if they have XY chromosomes, but they have a vagina, right? They specifically have all the other
How in the world
biologically.
can you have a vagina
So
when
they're
you have
bio.
XY
So listen,
chromosomes?
please
You
let me
can't
speak.
have that.
Hey, dude, please let me speak without interruption. Can you please stop talking for 1 second, please? Okay. So I'm talking about someone specifically who is intersex, who has XY chromosomes, but all of the rest of their sex characteristics are biologically female. Okay? So in that circumstance, would you consider them a man or a woman?
If they have XY chromosomes, they are a man.
Okay, well, in that circumstance, I think it's very clear, right, that they are, given that they have biological sex characteristics that align specifically as biologically female, right, that just basing it upon their, specifically their chromosomes, doesn't even make sense to accurately represent their biological sex, nor does it accurately represent their gender identity. That's my point. So that's actually a ridiculous argument that you have right there. That's
How
absurd.
is that ridiculous?
If watch this. If you found out, because by the way, you could possibly have XX chromosomes.
No,
I could
I
possibly.
don't.
Pause. Please listen for 1 second. I could possibly have XX chromosomes. If I found out that I had XX chromosomes, would you consider me a woman?
I would consider you a woman if you have XX.
If you found out that me, who has all of my biological sex characteristics outside of chromosomes are biologically male, you would consider me a woman and say I should go into the women's restroom if my chromosomes were XX.
You don't have that though.
Wait, it's possible. It is actually genuinely possible.
No, it's not possible.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is actually. Yes, it is. You can have XX chromosomes and have biologically male sex characteristics. That's just a fact. Like, I could totally have XX chromosomes and just not know it because I've never had my chromosomes checked. That's totally possible. Okay, you just swiped out the app. It's of course it's not like everyone has this, but of course it's rare. But like you could say the same thing about hazel eyes. My hazel eye color is also rare.
So you can have that, but you can't. But you're not gonna be considered. So wherever you're born,
It's unlikely that I have XX chromosomes, but it's very possible that I have XX
this could be
chromosomes.
a better argument.
What's
This
that?
is going to be better.
No, the point that I'm making is that obviously, even from your understanding, even if you base it upon your own perspective, it still wouldn't make sense to say that it's just solely based upon chromosomes.
It's also based on what you come out of the womb on, right? If you come out as have a penis or not, then you're considered
So
a
now
man,
so
right?
is it chromosomes or genitalia? Pick.
It's both.
Okay, so then.
So they both play a huge factor in it, right?
Okay, so let me ask you this question: do children have an understanding of what men and women are?
I wouldn't. Depends on the age, I guess. I would say probably close to 5 years old. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you
I
say
would
5-year-olds?
say
Would you say 5-year-olds have an understanding of what men and women are?
I just got a violation.
Yeah, you just got a flag for hate speech and hateful behavior. That means I might have to hit a quick restart. That might be the smart thing to do in this circumstance because I did get a harassment and bullying flag. That probably is a smart thing to do. I really don't want to do this, but I do think it is important for the live stream. What we're going to do real quick is going to hit a quick restart real quick. For the people here on TikTok, what that means is you have to click the profile picture in the top left here on TikTok. Click it again when it becomes a little bit larger. It'll take you to my page. Scroll down. Literally in 10 seconds, I will be back. Literally it's taken longer for me to describe this to you than it will take to come back on the live stream. All you have to do is click back on the live stream as soon as that, because you'll see like a little circle around my profile picture after will say live once you refresh. That's the best place to go to. I'll be right back here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, don't worry. We don't have to turn it off on YouTube at all. You get to stay. It's only a TikTok thing. We just have to quick restart real quick so that we don't have a flag here on TikTok. Alrighty, Let's do that real quick. Die International, by the way, thank you so much for the $100, by the way, on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Die International in the comment section right now? That is seriously so kind of you. Thank you so much. Simply as well, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Die International, though? That is absolutely fucking insane. Thank you so much. Bun as well. Thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Simply, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I would just say continue to have debates. That's the best way to continue to keep yourself up to date and to argue against people. And that's really the best tip I could give you. Dark Meridian, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's really ridiculous, isn't it? Amanda, by the way, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Amanda. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Brian, thank you so much for the $15. I will. I absolutely will. Thank you so much. Angelina with these $30. Thank you so much on Venmo as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Angelina in the comment section and for Brian. Thank you so much. Garrett as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Keela, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's absolutely horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. I absolutely always will. I absolutely always will. You know that I will. Keela, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And just know that I absolutely believe them. I absolutely do. As well as Augustine, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Augustine. Thank you. Of course, I always will. Thank you so much. Also, the official name of the Bipartisan Border Bill of 2024. Yes, there's also one in 2023 that had all the other provisions within it. But yeah, that's the exact name. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for 2024. As well as Bruno, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said national security, that service members exist to defend national security, protect civilians, and when called, to help secure freedom, not to fight foreign wars. Yeah, service members are people and not human, and humans are not expendable. I totally agree. Simply, by the way, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it is. It depends on specifically the way that you think is best. I think you can bring your activism involved specifically within other content you make. For example, like you can just do typical content and then bring activism involved with that. You can specifically go do stuff in your local community, mutual aid. You can work with protesting. You can make content on the internet specifically relating to politics. There's a bunch of different things that you can do specifically to move the totem pole of our society in the right way and move the Overton window to the left. That's a really good thing to do. And it's not just one thing specifically that is going to do it in our society. It's a diverse way of bringing people into our communities. Alrighty, let's go to the first person, or the next person here, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, of course.
What's your birth year?
March 17th, 2005.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Right now?
Yeah.
Dude, I'll be real with you. I don't give a shit. I'm not a Trump fan. Fuck Trump.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Jalen as well, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18, October 23rd, 2007.
And do you support Trump?
Parker, can you please just give me 15 seconds? I want to say to anybody.
I'm sorry, we are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, sorry. I'm 31, but
Do you support
I feel
Trump?
really. Oh no, I just
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok
Never
screen.
speak on my fish again, bro. Never.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
In what month?
December.
If your election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he's bombing Iran because they sell nukes to terrorists.
I'm sorry. I do think that they sound young. I am going to go on to the next person just to stay safe. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates as always. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, baby.
And what's your birth month?
What? Oh, August?
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because I like him.
Okay. Why do you like him?
I like the things that he does. I have a question for you. Quick question. America first or Israel first?
America first.
All right, I like that. Because I feel like a lot of Democrats say Israel first. But
Name one Democrat.
I'm saying in the Senate or something.
Just give me a specific example.
I can't give you a specific example, but do you think that Israel or the Jewish people run our government?
I don't think that Israel or the Jewish people run our government.
You don't
I do think
so?
that Israel has disproportionate influence over our government, and is especially like Trump is doing things on behalf of the state of Israel, but I don't think that they completely control us.
Because I think a lot of Trump supporters or even Republicans in general.
Are you a
can
Trump
say
supporter?
Yes. Yes, I do like Trump.
Why?
Because I'm. Can I tell you?
Yeah.
Okay, so in his first term, obviously, he was very good. His second term, his first year and a half, was very good. Now I think everyone's like, oh, I don't like Trump because we're getting this war with Iran. I don't think it's fully because of him. He sold out to Israel. Okay, when Israel
so why
says,
do you support
okay,
him in despite of the fact that he sold out to Israel?
he had a strong economy back in his first term.
What about the
his
economy?
border security? What?
What about the economy got better off?
I'm saying in his first term.
Okay, but his first term doesn't really matter. We're talking about here in his second term. What has he done?
I'll keep explaining to you then. We have the best military in the whole world.
We had that under the Biden administration.
Okay, we had that under the Obama administration, the Bush administration.
And
so that's when you told me like I'm giving you reasons why I like Trump. Our border security,
those aren't
very
unique
good.
to Trump. So
ICE,
you, like,
very good.
So what specific policy in relation to ICE do you like?
I can't give you specific policies, but I like
Why
how
not?
I don't know them. I could tell you that, like, I mean, if you live in America, we all live in America. Why would you want illegals coming into your country doing harmful things to Democrats and Republicans?
I want a quick legal process into this country, and I want undocumented immigrants to be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Okay, and that's why they get their green card. I truly believe that, like, some people are born with no opportunity and they come to America for an opportunity. But if you come to America to sell drugs, to kill people, okay? How can that benefit you or me?
Most people are not doing that. I'm talking about providing a pathway to
Most
citizenship
people,
for
yeah,
people.
not most people, but people are still doing it.
Yeah, and we'll be able to focus on the people that are doing that to a greater extent if we don't focus on the people who are just coming here for a better life who are undocumented. And that's what the Trump administration is doing to a greater extent.
I think it's still a big concern if we have to get ICE in here.
Okay. You say it's a big concern because we want ICE. I'm saying, what has ICE done to materially benefit the American people?
Get rid of undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, how has that materially benefited you?
That benefits me, so I can go across the streets in New York City because I live in New York, and I could feel a little bit safer. But even though Mandami has fired 5,000,
so if you're referencing New York City, right? There's nothing about what Trump did that made New York safer.
Well, when he hires ICE agents in the state of New York.
What year did you say you were born?
2007, bro.
Yeah,
they never said 2008.
I don't know. Yeah, who saw that? I don't know why they're spamming.
2007, August 8th, bro.
It's the same accounts. I heard 2007 too, so I don't know why people are spamming that.
Yeah, I don't know. I graduated high school last year.
Yeah, you're good. Don't worry. You're good.
No, yeah, I mean, I really think just the biggest thing was like, is that people come to America because you look at all these foreign countries, and I hope you can agree with me, is that these foreign countries are dirty, and they come to America for an
Dirty?
opportunity.
What do you mean dirty?
Can you look at? I mean, not even dirty is. I mean, just the way that people are treated there as well.
Okay, so
When they come to
people are
America,
coming-
what I'm
people
saying
are
is they
coming
come to
from bad
America.
conditions. I don't know why you say dirty. And oftentimes, the
Okay.
conditions that lead people to come to this country are created by the U.S.
I couldn't. All right. At the end of the day, they come to America because America has opportunities for them. Correct. They have a
And
better opportunity in America than their country.
Okay, but
That's why they come to America.
Okay, and why are less people coming to the country now?
To America?
Yeah,
I don't think that's true.
it is. Tourism's down. People coming to the country in general is down. So explain to me
Well,
why are
I don't
less
think.
people coming to this country?
Could you say? Sorry for interrupting you. Could you say tourism is a way of immigrants coming into this country?
Tourism is people coming to this country to vacation or specifically to come and sightsee and see the country in general, and that's very much down. Also,
Yeah,
immigration
and
in
I
general.
think that's.
What's up?
Sorry, you could keep going.
Don't you guys argue that immigration in general is down also?
Immigration?
Yeah.
I'd probably say yeah, it's been down in the last 2 years just because Trump has been
Okay,
basically.
so less people are immigrating here, less people are engaging in tourism here. You just said the reason why people want to come to this country is because there are more opportunities in this country. Well, then wouldn't that just indicate that there are less opportunities in this country now since Trump got in office?
Well, tourists aren't immigrants.
Still, but it's about people wanting to come to the country. I referenced both.
I still think a lot of people come to America as tourists.
But lesser.
All right. Well, I don't want to focus on tourists. I want to focus on our border security and our immigrants. Like I said, is less people. Like there's just. Do you support ICE?
No, I think that we should abolish ICE and put border enforcement in a different aspect of the federal government. That means that you can't just change it with the executive branch to such a degree in which it allows for these abuse of powers to happen. I believe that it should be focused on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and not people who have just coming here for a better life.
So
I don't like how ICE is specifically going after U.S. citizens, is detaining U.S. citizens just for justifying accent. I don't like how they're racially profiling U.S. citizens. I think that's disgusting.
what if, let's say, an illegal immigrant came here, did something to a friend of yours? Wait, I can't see your face.
I'm still here.
Oh, let's say an illegal immigrant did something to a friend, something like that, a family, whatever. How would you change your perspective on that if they did something to someone that you know?
No, because it would make a general claim about undocumented immigrants true. The same way
Say that
that,
again,
like, the same way that, like, if a man committed an act of violence towards someone in my family, which has happened before, I'm not going to generalize all men.
Okay, yeah, but if you could say this, that man that, let's say, did something to him, to whatever your family, is a documented U.S. citizen, okay? And let's say he did
Yeah.
something very bad. But now, a guy who came into this country illegally, okay, has done all this stuff, has raped women, and has been just going across all these streets, New York City, wherever, L.A., and now has done something to your family or friend, knowing that this guy can be in jail, but no, let's not get ICE. How would you feel now?
I said I
That
want
this could have
people-
been stopped.
people
But the
of-
guy that is a U.S. citizen, yes, he did something to your family.
I'm
or
sorry, but,
something-
like, are you okay? I already told you, if people have committed violent crimes or bad crimes, they should be deported. If someone's
Alright.
done something like that, they should be deported. I've already had that position.
All right, I don't remember you saying that, but I get
You
it
think
clear.
you think I want murderers and rapists to be just in the country?
I think.
I mean, you might say that, but I'm
well,
not going to
you
say
said
that.
you don't support
you want them
ICE,
to be
and ICE
president.
ICE
Yeah.
exactly.
I told you
Yeah.
border enforcement should exist. They should be structured in the federal government in a different way, which does not allow for these abuse of powers to happen. That's what I said.
Okay, so when ICE comes after these undocumented, you said you don't
I
support
don't have an
ICE.
issue with border enforcement going after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. I have an issue with how ICE is operating because of the fact that the Trump administration has been able to change different aspects of how border enforcement operates to allow for them to racially profile people, for them to detain people just for having an accent, for them specifically to murder U.S. citizens with the justification of the Trump administration, for them to literally deport people without due process to a greater extent. Those are the issues that I think exist. And I think those will be minimized if the border enforcement is structured in such a way in which it's upheld to be changed specifically by the legislative and by the judicial and not by the executive.
Okay, hold on. I'm doing some research. Okay, so apparently to this, it says 99% of all ICE agents arrest about 99% of illegal immigrants.
What did you say?
I don't know if I read this right.
I still told you there should be border enforcement that goes after people specifically who committed violent crimes and bad crimes. I never said I disagree with border enforcement doing that. I think you're being dishonest here.
All right, want to talk about anything else?
Why you support Trump even though he's pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and released them into the country? Why you support Donald Trump even though he's literally a violent sex offender? Why you support Trump even though he's bragged about engaging in sexual exploitation? Why you support Trump even though he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? Why you support Trump even though he called for the termination of the Constitution? Why you support Trump even though he called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders if you're given one? Like,
okay, I get what you're saying. So wait, how old are you? You're what, 20, whatever?
23.
23. So you voted in the 2020 election, correct?
Yes.
Okay, who'd you vote for?
Biden.
Biden. So I get that you're saying all this stuff with the sexual stuff with Trump. Okay, he's in the Epstein files, correct? You know who else is in the Epstein files?
Who?
Joe Biden. Okay.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. You could search
No,
up
he's not.
Joe Biden. Can you share your screen or something on TikTok?
What?
Can you share your screen on TikTok so you could search up and search up Joe Biden in the Epstein files?
He's not in the Epstein files. You can look it up. I promise you he's not.
I mean, I don't believe that.
Can you give me any evidence that he is?
Yeah, you go onto the website and search up Joe Biden and it comes up.
I think people have done that and there's nothing.
Okay, but there's still been claims for Joe Biden to be doing...
Not in the Epstein files.
Okay, and the... All right, bro. I don't know. I'm still going to vote for Trump.
Neither with Kamala Harris either. So you're willing to overlook all the stuff with the Epstein files?
No.
Trump's in it.
I think some things Trump did is bad, but you know what?
Trump's incredibly accused by a
Trump
minor
is
in the Epstein files that got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
And at the end of the day, Trump is still our president. So
Trump
you might
said
not
that,
agree with it.
Trump said that Epstein's
But
a
I'm saying
terrific
you might not
guy
agree
and
with
likes
it, but-
beautiful. Trump said that Epstein's a terrific guy, likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side. And you say, "Oh, he's the president." That doesn't mean that you should support him. What?
I'm saying, but still, at the end of the day, he's your president. So 50% of America is still going to support him.
No,
So
no,
even the
50%.
stuff-
The support for Trump is like 32% right now.
Well, he's still your president at the end of the day. So whatever he says, if you're going to have to deal with that.
Okay. That's why I'm live right now talking about him. So what is that supposed to mean? Is that supposed to mean like you should support him just because you're your president? Did you support Biden?
No.
Okay, so just because someone's your president doesn't mean you should support them.
I mean, I supported Biden in some ways, but
Trump is still dealing with the fact that Biden was his president. He still doesn't acknowledge it.
about what? That Biden was
That
president?
Biden was legitimately the one who won the 2020 election.
What, I mean, the election was a little iffy. Obviously, I'm not like...
So explain to me how the Democrats were able to rig and steal the 2020 election, but not the 2024 election.
Well, the 2024 election was so much harder to rig. Kamala Harris is... Joe Biden, what, he declared that he wasn't going to...
If it's
step
rigged...
out of office
if
3
it's rigged,
years in, 3.5 years in.
If it's rigged, what prevents them from winning?
Mailing in ballots.
They were mail-in ballots under 2024. And Trump, by the way, votes with mail-in.
Yeah, first... Okay, he does, but still, as a Democrat, it's...
As a Democrat, what?
I'm just reading these comments, dude. I'm getting so confused.
As a Democrat, what?
I don't even know. I don't remember what I was saying.
You don't remember at all?
Oh, what, the mail-in ballots? Yeah. I think the mail-in ballots should be stopped, honestly. Even for...
Yeah. Trump voted mail-in.
Okay. I don't think that's good.
Yeah, mail-in ballots have a historically low fraud rate. There's nothing wrong with the mail-in ballots that led to the election being stolen in 2024. There were mail-in ballots.
But still, I think every vote does matter, so even if it has a low...
In 2024, there was mail-in ballots, and Trump still won under your guys' view.
I'm reading. I feel bad for the tree that supplies this kid. I'm just reading your comments.
Why are you reading the comments instead of engaging with what I said?
I'm seeing what your fan base talks about, because obviously your fan base comes from stuff that you say too. They're influenced by the stuff that you say.
But why are you doing that in the middle of my conversation with you?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir.
Isn't that just like a weird thing to do middle of the debate?
Oh yeah, I guess. Sorry.
Okay. Bro's nervous? Yeah,
yeah.
he is really nervous. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
must
like
be.
super nervous. It's like absurd. Yeah,
Damn.
yeah.
All right. Do you want to talk about another?
Because
topic?
he's losing. Yeah, he really is losing. Dark unit. Yeah, he's getting absolutely destroyed. Yeah, he totally was. He was
getting destroyed.
folded. He
No.
was folded. He totally was. You're right.
I'm getting destroyed.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to?
You're right, Ozark. He can't focus at all. And Alien, you're right. He was totally cooked.
Oh, can I speak?
Yes, W Parker user. I totally agree. Wait, no, I thought we were like responding to comments.
Oh yeah, no, you can go. I don't really. I'm not like that. Like,
Go
you
ahead.
just respond. It's your fan base, so they're your fans. So
No, go ahead. I was
just let me know when you're ready.
Okay. I'll let you know. L, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much on PayPal. Can we get some W's for L in the comment section right now? Thank you very much. I really
I'll mute
appreciate
you
it. Thank
too,
you.
bro.
That is very true. Thank you so much, L. That is very, very true. Thank you so much. As well as Logan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Give me some W's for Logan in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Die International, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for Parker over here with his coherent positions, backed by facts and data, while debating people with, I just feel like that is evidence. I know, it's absolutely diabolical. Thank you so much. I really appreciate some W's for Dire National in the comment section for the $50. Xander, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. They said the economy is so bad under Trump that Parker can't afford his mustache anymore. I can, of course. I just don't like the mustache, Xander. I know you're obsessed with that mustache. As well as Zach Dorina, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $40 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $40. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, I absolutely will. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's totally agreed. They were essentially just making a point about how everyone working together and contribution and input works together and creates a movement. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Alrighty, go ahead.
Damn. Looks like you get a lot of money from these guys. It's good for you, bro.
Yeah, like the DNC bots really send in the money.
What?
Yeah, these are just all DNC bots.
So you're reading bots that give you money?
Mm-hmm. They're all fake DNC donations from bots.
Why would you want to read fake donations?
Because I got to make myself seem cool, you know?
Oh, okay. I respect it. You know, everybody wants to be the cool kid, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about another topic? I would talk about Charlie Kirk. Did you like him as a person?
Nope.
You didn't? Do you believe in Christianity?
Nope.
Why is that?
No good reason to believe it.
No good reason. So do you believe in any religion?
Nope.
So what do you think happens after we die?
No clue.
No clue. Do you think we just stare into a black nothingness forever?
I have no fucking idea.
Then you would never even want to hear about the gospel or Jesus Christ.
I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I don't believe in Christianity now because there's no evidence to justify it to be true, and I have good reason to believe that it's false based upon
The Bible is evidence.
What in the Bible serves as evidence?
Everything in the Bible.
Such as?
All right. Well, this is the political. We'll talk about political, not Jesus Christ, because I know.
Can you tell
some
me what the
people
first 4 books of the New Testament are?
No, I can't.
You don't know what the gospel is, and yet you're trying to tell me to go read your book? Have you read the book? You don't know Matthew, Mark,
I still
Luke,
got
and
a lot of
John?
learning to do. I'm not a professional at it, but I still got to learn.
You don't need to be a professional to know Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Okay, well, some people know more than others, so I would not say that I know the most. All right.
So why are you asking me if I believe in Christianity?
I wanted to know. I can't ask that. I just wanted to know because.
Okay, I guess. Are you Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think Trump upholds Christian values?
To some part. I don't think to. I'm not saying 100%, but yes, I think to some part he. in some ways, like he does say like Jesus is our Lord and Savior, but on the other hand, does Trump do everything? I think everyone's a sin, and I think Trump sins a lot. But
You know
does
that
that
Kamala
mean
Harris is also Christian.
okay? Yeah, that's good. Good for her.
So what makes you support Trump, and how is he upholding Christian values just by being Christian?
I really do think if between Trump and Kamala, Trump would 100% just fit in the chair better. I
How?
don't even think, honestly, we could have used Trump. You're telling me in the whole world, Trump and Kamala are two best candidates?
Kamala. No, I don't think that those are the best possible candidates that we can have out of any person in existence ever. But what I am saying is that these are the two options that we have, and Kamala Harris is clearly the preferable candidate. So explain to me why you think Trump is the preferable candidate based upon what we were just talking about. How does Donald Trump uphold Christian values to a greater extent?
He just does. Let's go. The crowd goes freaking crazy, boys. Let's go.
Wow, I've never heard such an argument of such greatness. He just is.
Let's go.
Okay. Can you give me an actual argument? Because
No, I
that to
can't.
me just sounds like this.
What does that say? Oh, trust me, bro. You just gotta trust me on this one. You really just gotta trust me on this one.
Yeah. So do you have any like actual reason to believe what you say or no?
Oh yeah, I do.
Can you tell us?
I'm just saying I think Trump is a better president.
But how does he uphold Christian values to a greater extent?
I don't think he holds them to a greater extent.
Okay, so you don't think he upholds Christian values
I think
to a
he
greater extent?
talks about Christianity, but I don't think he holds them to a greater extent.
So if you don't think that he holds Christian values to a greater extent, why did you support him over Kamala Harris?
Well, I'm not supporting him just because he's. I think you're all saying it's just, oh, he's Christian, I got to support him. No, I do believe he has better beliefs than Kamala Harris.
Such as?
Like I said, Kamala Harris opens our border, or Joe Biden opened our borders.
What
Okay?
policy
Well,
of his opened the border?
I mean, so how many immigrants came into our country when he was under administration? Do you know the exact number?
No, can you tell me specifically what policy he passed that you think was bad?
What Joe Biden passed?
Yeah.
For what? To open the border?
Yeah.
All right, we got to do some research here, buddy.
Okay, go ahead.
You could shout out
In
to
the
chat.
meantime, Xander, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. They said the people want the mustache, Parker. Actually, a lot of people think I shouldn't do the mustache. Should I poll the chat? Type a 3 in the chat if you think I should not do a mustache, and type a 2 in the comment section if you think I should do a mustache. It's actually relatively split, but I think there's more 2s. Or I don't know. Wait, what is 2 and what is 3 again? I forgot. I'm just kidding. There's a lot more 3s, I feel like.
All right. Do you want to go back to our conversation?
Well, before we do, BC, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much for the bleep boop. I am a bot. Also, Genesis, I have a snake. I can confirm that she doesn't have ears. How the F do you talk to something that doesn't have ears and boring anyways? What do snakes know about apples? Very true. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for BC in the comment section right now. As well as Xander, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. Xander said Trump supporters are anti-mustache. Okay, that's diabolical. I think me being anti-mustache, right, is just not evidence of me being a Trump supporter. That's crazy. Crazy take. Well, this Xander, I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Santana said, gotta give the people what they want. Angelina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll see. Well, thank you so much. As well as Alara, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe we'll do an actual poll sometime. Alrighty, go ahead. What were you saying?
Forgot what our question was. You're receiving too much money.
You were gonna show me evidence.
Oh yeah, no. So yeah, I was wrong. I'm gonna admit I was wrong. He didn't do any policy, but roughly 7 to 10 million illegals are in our country. So clearly, our border protection wasn't good under him.
Okay, there was less than 4 million undocumented immigrants that came to our country under the Biden administration. I don't know where you got the 7 million number from.
Roughly what, 4 million that were undocumented, you said?
Yes, less than 4 million.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that's true. Can you give me a source for that?
Yeah, P Research.
P Research?
Yes.
Is that... Okay, well... nice, I guess. I don't believe
The poll
that,
is
but-
up on TikTok if you want to go vote, and everyone is on TikTok for the people there.
Do you want to talk about anything else?
Is there anything else you want to talk about?
I mean, is this like what you do all day? Or
Yeah,
not all day, but
I
it's
debate
like,
people.
Yeah. Would you ever like? I'm not trying to like argue with you if you think like I want to argue, but could you see you become a politician in the next few years?
Nope.
Or would you ever like anything in your mind so that you would want to become a president?
Never wanted to myself. To be honest, don't feel like going into politics to be a politician. But I guess if it was right in front of me and that's the best way that I could help things, maybe I would consider it.
I think that like obviously like I think you do have like a bone that says, oh, I want to debate people about politics, so you really wouldn't like.
Yeah, I like debating people about politics and bringing attention to things that are relevant and having these types of discussions. I think that's important, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna want to be president. I've never once been like, yeah, I'm going to run for president. Never once.
I mean, I don't know. You're obviously only what 23 or whatever, so
Yeah.
you're very young. So, but yeah, bro. I hope you have a good day. All right.
Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen, everybody. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Taking your life is never the answer, guys. Every single one of you are loved. I love.
I appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 50.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
June.
That just doesn't make any sense, by the way. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Kamala.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
April.
What day?
The 12th.
Okay. You have a little bit of feedback. Is there a way you can fix that?
I have a little bit of what?
Feedback. Is there a way you can fix that?
What do you mean feedback?
Like, can you turn down the volume, or could you swipe out of the app, swipe back in? Because I hear myself. Are you going to swipe back into the app?
Yeah, I'm back in. Can you hear me?
Yep. Okay, I think it's better now. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Because mainly the interest rates are a lot lower under the Trump administration.
That has nothing to do with Trump. And if anything, Trump has put conditions in a worse circumstance for interest rates to go down, because interest rates would have gone down to a greater extent if Democrats were in office, because they wouldn't have imposed inflationary tariff policy and the war with Iran that's put upward pressure on inflation, which the OECD actually says that we're going to be at 4.2% inflation.
I mean, Biden was in for 4 years. Where were the rates at?
Yeah, but that wasn't due to Biden's actions.
When Trump was in, the rates were very low.
Okay, well, rates aren't very low right now, but the rates went higher because inflation went up, but inflation didn't go up because of Biden. And since Trump's got in office, inflation has gone up because of Trump.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, inflation has gone up because of Trump. Under Biden's administration, inflation didn't go
So
up
is
because of
GDP.
Biden.
GDP's went up more under Trump than it has under Biden.
Actually, to a lesser extent than what it was in 2024. Real GDP growth in 2025 is lower than what it was in 2024. Hello?
Hear you. You hear me?
Yeah, real GDP growth was higher in 2024 than it is in 2025.
No, look at it 4 year term from 2016 to Biden's 4 year term. He's only been in for 1 year so far. Let him get his 4 years.
Yeah, but Trump has done things to cause inflation, and you can't point to anything that Biden did to cause inflation. Hello? Hello? Alrighty, I guess we can just go on to the next
Dean,
individual.
you're lagging. You hear me?
I'm not the one lagging. I think that's you.
All right, well, you're better now.
Okay, so then, do you want to respond to anything I said?
What did you say? It was all lagging out.
What's the last thing that you heard?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't hear any of it.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you a lot better now. It's clear.
Alrighty. So we were saying inflation went up because of Trump, but it didn't go up because of Biden. What did Biden do to cause inflation?
Well, I mean, obviously, he stopped fracking in a lot of major states like Pennsylvania.
No, he didn't.
Which is why, but I mean, he did. It's why he lost Pennsylvania.
He didn't stop fracking.
Biden shut down the Keystone Pipeline his first week when he got into office.
You're talking about the XL portion of the pipeline, and that was because of the Supreme Court. So Biden just followed through with a Supreme Court order. And also, the Keystone XL portion of the pipeline is a Canadian-owned portion of the pipeline, and that quite literally would be tariffed under Trump's administration.
And you want to know what else Biden did?
What?
He obviously messed up that plan in Afghanistan.
That was actually set up by Trump, ironically enough.
Yeah, Trump had a plan that wouldn't have got our soldiers killed.
What was his plan that wouldn't have got our soldiers killed?
Well, obviously Biden reversed his whole plan as soon as he got into administration, just like everything.
What plan?
Just like the wall, just like everything.
What part of the plan did he change?
He changed the whole plan. Biden didn't have a plan, as we've seen.
What part of the plan did he change?
He changed everything.
Can you name any specific point?
Yeah. He wouldn't have left billions of dollars of artillery in Afghanistan.
So the stuff that we left there was stuff that we left with the Afghan government to defend themselves. So what you're telling me is that Trump wouldn't have left any equipment with the Afghan government to defend themselves against the Taliban?
No, he would have got our artillery home safe with our troops.
So he wouldn't have left anything with the Afghan government to defend themselves.
No, not our stuff. No.
Okay. So quite literally, that's ridiculous to say. Obviously, he would have given them stuff to defend themselves in the circumstance. Any reasonable person would have done that in that circumstance. I don't know what you're talking about. The rest of the stuff that was ours that they didn't have access to, that specifically to defend themselves, was stuff that we destroyed on site or took back to the United States with us.
All right, go on.
I just did. Do you hear me at all? Did you hear anything I said?
Yeah, I mean, I heard what you said. Can you repeat it one more time?
So you didn't hear what I said?
No, I didn't comprehend it. I mean, I heard it, but it kind of went in one ear out the other.
Okay, what part did you comprehend?
So I remember talking, obviously, about Biden's horrible plan in Afghanistan.
And I was asking you, what did Biden change? And you couldn't tell me.
Well, obviously, I told you he left all of our artillery there where Trump wouldn't have did
Yeah.
that.
You have no evidence of that. Trump would have given stuff to the Afghan government to defend themselves. That would have been the
He
same
didn't
either
give
way.
it to the he didn't give it to the Afghan government. That's going to be used against the United States of America one day.
So, yes, he would have. Anyone in that circumstance would have done that. You know that Trump gave 5,000 members of the Taliban back to the Taliban? Did you know that?
Yeah, do you know Biden traded literally the worst drug leader in the world for Brittany Griner?
I'm not familiar specifically with what you're saying. What was the person of the name of the person? Because Donald Trump actually did pardon the ex-president of Honduras that trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to this country. Did you know that? But Biden! Biden! But Biden! But Biden! Can't hear you, by the way. Just letting you know.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead. Go ahead and mute me.
I didn't mute you. You swipe out of the app. I can't hear you. When did I mute you?
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead and mute me, Parker. Go ahead and do it. All these liberals, they mute conservatives all the time. Go ahead and do it, Parker. If you're on YouTube, by the way, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get out to more people. As always, try to get 2,000 likes if you're on the YouTube stream.
So, I mean, let me ask you this, Parker, because your side doesn't even want to fund
You couldn't find
Homeland
anything, could
Security.
you? You couldn't find anything, could you?
On who Biden released for Brittany Griner back? We know who he released.
No, engage with the points that I was. You don't, dude. Your comprehension skills of our conversation are actually impeccably bad. Are you focused on something else right now?
I mean, there's so many things. Like, the Republicans are just winning. It's crazy. We got exactly what we wanted.
What was my question?
I don't remember.
So, are you focused on something else right now? Because you literally aren't comprehending or engaging with what I have to say.
No, I'm not focused on anything else right now.
Then why the fuck are you not engaging with what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Your comprehension skills are dog shit. You proved me right. Maybe that's why you're a Trump supporter.
I mean, maybe it's because I back Homeland Security. Obviously, what would our country be without our police officers and our law enforcement officers?
You support Donald Trump, who pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th.
Yeah, I support Donald Trump. Think about it. He don't need the money.
People,
he don't need the fame.
Who pardoned people who beat police officers and called them patriots. You know that, right?
They didn't beat police officers.
He pardoned people who beat police officers, and he called those people patriots.
Okay.
What happened to caring about the police?
Trump does care about the police.
So then why did he pardon violent rioters who beat police officers and call them patriots?
Show me proof. Just like the
Okay.
Epstein files. You guys are so quick to accuse a man, but you have no evidence.
Okay. So I just told you earlier an article where Trump called them patriots. But if you look up Trump pardons violent rioters on January 6th, you can find that from AP News, NPR, and PBS, and Reuters.
Oh, I already knew that. Those are peaceful protesters.
No, these are people that admitted themselves to engaging in violence, right? Who were
Those are
convicted of
peaceful
engaging.
protesters.
Let me give you an example. DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun to the neck of a police officer. Officer Fanone testified to this fact, right? DJ Rodriguez was convicted, and Donald Trump pardoned him. How do you feel about that?
DJ Rodriguez, he sounds like an illegal.
Okay, I'm kicking you. You're fucking disgusting. You're actually disgusting. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Let's go on to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Tell Dean to unban fish.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you. No, don't send a guest request if you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen and you won't get blocked. Sadie, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, seriously, twisting themselves into pretzels to try to support Donald Trump.
Taught me something.
Yo,
You came back?
bro, I'm only here because it's halftime in the Lakers game, buddy. What's
Well,
up, man?
Can I have something I wanted to show you.
I don't want to hear about the stuff. I'm here to have a quick debate before halftime's over in the Lakers game. Turn it off! 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 I'm turning my phone down. No, I can't even hear you no more, bro. I can't even hear you no more. I turned my phone off. Can't hear you, little bro. Now, come on. I'm waiting because you're trying to scare me out of the live stream, and I'm not about to sit here and participate in it, bro. You are just a disgusting, arrogant, inconsiderate, bad person, bro. Are you done? Shake your head yes if you're done so I can turn my phone back up. Hey, are you done playing the song, yes or no? Shake your head. Okay, I'm turning it up. Turn it off! Turn it off, bro. Like, why do you have that on standby? Why do you have that on standby, bro? Turn it off. Why is that on standby? Why? 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 Turn it off! Turn it off, bro. Turn it off! 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 Turn it off!
He laughed. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are Phil, chat.
Are you done, bro?
Are you done?
Done what? Like you're so disgusting, honestly. Like you're actually disgusting. Stop! Turn it off! Turn it off! Turn it off! Turn it off! Turn it off!
Oh, he logs off. Yo, the timing. Yo. Whoa, the timing.
Are you done, bro?
Are
like,
you
I'm
done?
So sick and
Are
tired.
you done?
Yes, I'm done. Now, come on.
Are you sure?
Like, you're so disgusting. Why do you have that on stand? Stop, 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 stop. Turn it off, bro. I'm so sick. This is disgusting, honestly. Like, this is a really disgusting act. All right, bro, I'm done.
Sorry, this is too good, dude. I just I can't prevent myself from doing that. That one's it's just too good. It's too good. I'll literally be off stream being like, "We are Phil." Yo, what's up? How old are you? We are Phil. Like I'll straight up be off stream doing that. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like it's actually so funny, dude. Holy shit, dude. We are Phil, man. We totally are. Oh my god, dude, that's so funny. That's actually so funny. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. On the TikTok screen, we are just looking for some debates. Hey, by the way, Creed, if you join one more time, I won't do it. I promise. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. You what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you
We
support
debated
Trump?
one. Yes, like a year ago we debated. I'm in Israel now. I voted for Trump.
Okay. One second. I just need to... Creed, are you going to join back? I saw him in the box. He sent a guest request back and then left. I was going to bring him back up. Okay, well, that person who just sent a guest request who was in the box, you can send a guest request back because Creed left. Oh, there he goes.
What, bro? What? Are we debating?
Yeah, we're gonna debate.
All right. So, I support Trump because of what he is doing with. Turn it off! 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 You're scared. You're stop boxing. Turn. Dude. No, you're so lucky, bro. Like you're so box me now, Bob. Dude, I want to put hands on you so bad right now, bro. I want to put hands on you. I want to lay my hands on you, bro. I'm done with this. I'm done, bro. Since you bro, no, we're going to fight and you're gonna accept the fight and we're going to really have a fight and I'm really gonna put some hands on you, bro. I'm tired of this. No, bro. No, bro.
Hey, Phil, do a face reveal on
Stop
stream
calling
first.
me that!
Then do a face reveal on stream first.
Bet. I will face reveal
Do it right now. Do it right now.
And what? You'll box me?
Yeah.
No. All right, bet, bro. Let's make it a bet.
Okay.
When do you want to schedule it?
We can talk about scheduling later.
No, because I know you're gonna scam me, dude.
Okay, I got you. We can talk about scheduling right now. I will schedule it for May 24th.
May 24th, 2026, correct?
Or how about May the 4th, 2026?
May 4th, 2026.
Yes.
And if I do a face reveal, you'll do that.
Yes, do it right now. You have to do it right now, though.
Bro, we'll do I'll show you my face at the press conference, buddy, when I really look you in your eyes.
You have to do it right now, though.
No, bro.
Well, then May the 4th be with you.
That's not funny. I'm so sick and tired.
Why is that not? I thought it was kind of funny.
Box me.
I thought it was kind of funny.
Box me.
May the 4th be with you.
Box me, bro.
May the 4th be with you.
I'm so sick and tired of you. You know what? Dude, Santana already agreed to the boxing match. I'll
Holly,
see him
thank you
there.
for the $5, by the
I'll
way.
see
Thank
him
you so
there.
much. And for Patrick,
I'll
thank you
see
for the
him there.
$10. Thank you. Hey, Creed, I have a question.
I'll see him there. Don't care, bro. Don't care. 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 Don't care.
Okay. Well, you know what you do care about? He laughed immediately. Sorry, I had to do that. That was so funny. Let's go to the next individual. Morgan, thank you for the hanging lights. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just want to say you dodge my debates, and Dean debates me every time. What's the problem with that?
I dodge.
Wait, hang on. Thank you for the $50, Dean. Thank you for the $50, Parker. Thank you for the $50, Santana. Santana, thank you for the $50 for being zesty. You are zesty, Santana. I know you're listening to this. Thank you for another $50, Santana being zesty. Thank you for the $50. Thank you for the $50, Benjamin Netanyahu. Thank you for the $50, Itamar Bingaver. Thank you for the $50, Smotrich.
Are you just naming off war criminals? Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me actually reference real donations. Thank you so much. Sadie with the $20. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Sadie in the comment section right now for the $20. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ms. Hartley, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
No, do you have a $10?
Do you have a second account? You already got a flag. How'd you already do that?
I know. Look at Dad. No, I shouldn't have said Bengavar.
Do you have a second account?
Yeah.
What's your second account's name?
Itamar Bengaver.
Okay. I don't know why you'd make that your name. That's really weird. He's already crashing out, bro. Like, bro, who joins the live and crashes out within the first 5 seconds? Like, literally, bro. I think he is Phil. That actually was the case. I think he was Phil. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Is it, I like how Phil's in the comment section saying box me now. By the way, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Peyton. Thank you so much. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen.
Nigger, nigger, nigger,
You're
nigger,
disgusting.
nigger.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. The 181818 person, you didn't come back on your other account. You're on your own 181818 account again. Join back on the other one. If you want to actually debate me. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? The 181818 person, if you want to actually debate me, you have to join back on the other account. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
14.
Gotta be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 30.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Going like how you and Dean usually say if you knew everything you knew now, going back, who would you go for? That type of question.
Like, if the election were held today, knowing what you know right now, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
If I knew everything I know now, I would still vote Trump, but reluctantly. But if I didn't, if we would go back to 2020, I would vote Trump then. If we go back to 2024, I would vote him because I wouldn't know everything that he came to light that he has done, if that makes sense.
Okay, so like what specifically is the reason why you support him over Harris?
The main thing is I've always been Republican, so I usually vote Republican, but the reason that I would take him over Harris is because the whole thing back in 2024 with...
Hello? Okay, I think they just cut out. Okay. Alrighty, well, do give it a second, everyone. Let's try to find this next person, I guess. Okay, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Julia, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual here. Only do send a guest request. Oh, what the hell? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Do give us a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. We're getting a bunch of trolls and not even debates. Do give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello there.
Do you support Trump?
I'm from Norway, originally.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck niggers, fuck niggers, fuck.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Let's try to get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth month?
You said what?
What's your birth month?
June.
And what year again?
2006.
And you said you're how old again?
19.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Well, mainly because I'm a Christian. I like pro-life values, that kind of stuff, and also I like his like I support him most of the time. I don't really like him going to war with Israel, you know, but as he said, support. So I support him like 75% of the time, I'd say.
Okay. So because he's Christian. Okay. What Christian values does he uphold to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
Pro-life policies. I like those. I believe in life begins at conception, and that's abortion is mortal.
Okay, so life does begin at conception, but that doesn't mean it's valuable at conception. And then in terms of his pro-life policy, it's literally just that it protects access to abortion prior to viability, and that's it. So why is it wrong prior to viability? Is it just because life at conception? Because under your view, then you'd have to consider pulling the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead as murder.
Yes, I do believe that too.
You think it's murder?
I believe they should. Yes.
So do you think people who do that should go to prison?
I don't think they should go to prison, but I don't think it should happen.
Okay, so if you don't think that they should go to prison, why do you think people should go to prison for murder? I mean, for abortion, sorry.
I don't think they should go to prison necessarily. I think that it should not be legal in the first place. Like, you get what I mean? Like, I
You
get
said it
it's
shouldn't be legal in the
moral.
first place, so it shouldn't be legal in the first place to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
No, they should die of natural causes.
Okay, but you understand you pulling the plug does lead to them dying of natural causes.
Well, that's just. I mean, yes, technically, but that's still kind of mortal. Yes.
Okay, but like I don't think it's murder because it's literally they're determined to be medically dead at that point.
There's always still a chance. You never know.
But they're determined to be medically dead at that point. There is no chance. So do you think people who have pulled the plug on individuals in their family that are brain dead are murderers?
I mean, to a point, kind of.
So if a doctor's done that to multiple people, you think they're a serial murderer?
No, it's just misled. Like, they're just
AJ, think of the
misled.
galaxy. But under your view, they would have to be a serial murderer.
I mean, it's not base. It's basically okay. So when you put it this way, say, you take a gun and you shoot someone, pew pew. That's a lot different from when and something medical is a lot different in my opinion. There's different, like, you can't, like, it's not the same thing. Like, there's, how do I put this? There's different different levels to it. It's still mortal, but like it's uh less of like less of values to it. Like it's it's not okay for them to do it, but it's genuinely accepted around human people. So I understand why they would do it, and not natural. Like most human beings will accept it, and they would not condone it as mortal, and that therefore it's more naturally like socially accepted, and it's not
So
necessarily
then you could
as
say that
much of
same
a crime
you
as mortal.
you could say the same thing specifically about abortion. Most people think that abortion isn't murder.
I know, but I don't know. I don't think we have the right to we should have the right to determine someone's death.
You don't think you should have the okay, but this is determining they're already medically dead. So the point that we're trying to say is that like okay, what we determine is our personhood is our experiences, how we're experiencing things. That's who your person is, right? So prior to that point, I don't think that there is a person. So what I'm saying is that there's no murder that's occurred when you end the life of an embryo because it's not a person yet. It hasn't met that point where we're going to consider it to be valuable within that respect because what we deem to be their person isn't available to them until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
I mean, like, I understand, but like the arguments with it, but okay, do you think someone should be able to say find out they're having a boy and kill it because they want a girl? Do you think that's okay?
I don't think that the desire there in that particular circumstance, the intention behind that is a good thing. I think it's wrong intention, but I don't think that getting an abortion is wrong. Does that make sense? It's wrong to not want to have regardless of whether or not there's an abortion that occurs there.
Okay. I have like abortion exceptions. Like I understand like rape and stuff like that. Like if like the baby can be born, I would prefer it to be born. But like if it's a 14-year-old
You can say
girl,
you prefer that, but to say that it should be illegal for them not to do what you want, I think is absurd.
well no, I I think it should be illegal for people who voluntarily have smacks to then abort a baby that they don't want.
Okay. So why should that be illegal? Like if my girlfriend were to get pregnant and I were to pay for her abortion, should I go to prison?
I think you should have consequences, not necessarily go to abortion, but I think you should pay a legal fine or
How much should I pay?
something
What should be the fine? How much?
like maybe $10,000.
A $10,000 fine?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, you're voluntarily manslaughtering murdering another life.
Okay, so you think that people should get fined $10,000 for murder?
No, I'm saying it's like I said before. It's a lesser. It's like there's values like to mortal. Like it's not.
Is it murder though?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so then do you think people should get fined $10,000 for committing murder?
No, they should go to life imprisonment.
Okay, so then you think that I should go to prison for paying for my girlfriend's abortion?
Oh my gosh. No, but I
That's
think
why you think
maybe
it's not
doctors.
exactly. You don't think
I think
it's murder.
doctors can.
You don't think it's murder.
No, I think doctors should who practice it without certain conditions should go to prison.
Okay, so but you don't think I should go to prison for paying for my girlfriend's abortion?
Did you kill the baby?
I paid for it?
Yes. That'd be what? That'd be second degree, right? Because you didn't like helped your accomplice or whatever, but
do you think
want
you should go to? Do you think you should go to prison if you pay for someone? If you pay a hitman to murder someone?
Yes.
Okay, so how's that any different than what I just did under your view?
I mean, like I was saying, it's a lesser thing. It's generally more socially acceptable to have abortions.
Just because something's more socially acceptable doesn't mean it shouldn't be illegal. You just said that should it be illegal for me to pay a hitman to murder someone? You just said, no, I should go to jail for that. But this is what you think I'm doing. You think I'm paying an abortionist to literally murder someone. So quite literally, you think I'm paying a hitman to murder someone. So why do you think I shouldn't go to prison?
I mean, I wouldn't mind if they did, but like not for that long of a time. Maybe like a year max.
You think I should go to prison for a year? And by the way, it still doesn't justify that you have a difference in how long people should go to prison for that. That makes no sense.
I mean, like, it's like I was saying. A lot of people don't think it's murder. A lot of people will fight that. A lot of people, like, you can't. Everyone would agree that a person who pays a hitman money to kill someone should go to. Everyone in the world.
Yeah,
right?
but like the point we're not agreeing on here is that it's murder, and the point that we're trying to make is that this is not murder.
You're voluntarily taking another a form of life, even if it's not what's it called? Not fully like what you said 20 what how many weeks?
23, 24 weeks.
It's not livable then you're taking that life form and you're killing it. Like you're making it like you're really taking something that doesn't belong to you. The baby does not belong. Is the baby like the kid? You guys say your body, no choice. That kid has a separate body, a separate thing. Why do
Yeah,
they
but
not
it's
get
it's not a person.
It will be.
So it's saying it will be is not a reason why someone should be forced to go through a pregnancy right now. You should not be forced to do actions because you could possibly potentially have a kid in the future.
Why? Okay, but you took that risk.
So, I don't think that
Okay.
if you engage in consentful intercourse, that then means that you should have an obligation to maintain a pregnancy even when it's non-sentient. That makes no sense to me.
How? Like you took the risk to do it.
So, just because people engage in consentful intercourse does not mean that they specifically should be forced to go through an obligation to maintain a non-sentient embryo. That makes no sense to me. Literally, like, what is the reason they should be forced in that scenario? I see no personhood that they're specifically going to be violating.
Okay, you rob a bank. Should you be forced to solve the consequence?
Obviously, because I think that you've robbed a bank. You've stole from people.
Okay, but you did the action. You have to set the consequence. Like if you did.
Yeah, but again, just because someone engages in consentful intercourse does not mean they should be forced to go through a pregnancy. They should be able to get access to an abortion if they want.
My question? What is your deadline? Like how long should it be before they can? Could they go up to 6 months and get an abortion?
At 6 months, they would just do an induction of labor. Around that
I know,
time.
but around do you think they should be able to kill the baby at any time?
No, because after the point of viability, it's going to be an induction of labor without killing it.
Okay, but you already know the gender and stuff before the industrial liability. You think, and they kill it. You think that because they want to go. You think that's okay?
I already told you the intention behind the action is wrong, but abortion in of itself is not wrong.
So, do you think those type of abortions should be illegal though? And like wrongful intention abortions, saying they want a kid but they don't like the gender of the kid.
If someone tries to do things to prevent having a kid in the first place of a certain gender, right, that would be wrong, right? Like for example, if someone adopted or gave a girl up for adoption just because they're a girl, would you think that's wrong?
Yes, that's wrong.
Do you think it should be illegal?
Yes.
How would you be able to identify that they just gave them up because of their gender? Couldn't they just not say that?
Yeah, I mean they could.
So if they could just not say that in the circumstance, why would you say that we could make it illegal in that circumstance? People would just not say the reason why they got an abortion. They'd get an abortion, just not tell you the reason. So there's no way to legitimately enforce that.
Okay. I mean, I see where you're going from. All right. Well,
is there?
Thank you for the time, Paco.
I have a question. One question before you leave. If Trump called for the execution of some Democrats because they said do not follow an unlawful order if you're given it, do you think that you'd still support Trump?
I'll support him less. I don't I don't believe in executions.
Would you stop supporting him?
I wouldn't stop supporting him, but I would
Why not?
be frowned upon of him. Yes.
Well, why wouldn't you stop supporting him? That's him directly calling for the execution of people. Not just advocating for like abortion to be legal, for example, but straight up advocating for the execution of people.
I mean, multiple parties have. I mean, what? It depends on like what kind of like when Obama called for the execution of Osama bin Laden, that was a good thing. But it depends on like
for the
who the people
execution
are.
of some Democrats who literally just said to not follow unlawful orders. That's it.
I don't think. I don't know. I don't think he would, but.
Well, you can look up that. Go to Dean's Instagram, scroll down, and you will see on one of the thumbnails about Trump calling for the execution of some Democrats. Click on that one and watch that video, and you can see it. I'd recommend to do that real quick.
Yeah, so thank you for your time. I appreciate what you and Dean do, educating the youth. Even though you guys don't really believe exactly what I believe, I think I appreciate what you guys do. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Alrighty, well, appreciate you coming up. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Lubo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I got you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I got you. I do think I remember. Cynthia as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I always will. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Jade, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I mean, yeah, I agree that there's life, but like what they're saying is for that particular individual with that certain DNA. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
He sits there scrolling.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria, if you meet that TikTok screen. Wait, I can't even speak. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I do have some more people to think. Let's get this next person up here, though. Do give us a quick second. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
I do not.
You do not?
I know I don't meet your qualifications.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Are you driving?
Huh?
Are you driving?
Nope.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Because of his stance on the Middle East conflict.
Okay. Like, what about it?
I like his support for Israel, and I like how he's trying to bring down the Iranian regime.
Okay. Well, the reality of the matter is that Israel is a bad influence on our country, and that it's constantly involving us in wars in the Middle East. It's not led to better conditions for the people in the Middle East. So what is the reason why you support them and our relationship with them?
Wouldn't you consider like Israel just kind of like a military base for the U.S. in the Middle East?
No, I would say that Israel is something that destroys our reputation around the world, destroys our relationships with countries all around the world, doesn't establish better conditions or more peaceful relations. So I see no reason for the U.S. to involve itself with Israel or in a military intervention in the Middle East anymore. I think it's absurd.
Can you explain why?
Yeah, I see no material benefit to the average American person. I see actually worse off conditions,
No,
like I already
why do you
described.
think, I don't mean to interrupt you. I apologize, but can you explain like why they make us look bad? Israel as a country.
Yeah, because it specifically gets us involved in wars in the Middle East, right? Forever, right? Like literally forever wars in the Middle East that we've been fighting for the past multiple decades. And I think that is going to destabilize our relationships all around the world because we're constantly engaged in conflicts in the Middle East and not spending our money on our
Well,
people, instead spending our money on those conflicts, which then leads to one, destabilize relations with other countries who specifically do not want to engage in those conflicts. For example, Trump is begging NATO to help out, and they're saying no. Whereas under Biden, they were helping out with Ukraine. So big difference. He's destroyed our relationships.
Parker, let me ask you something. Do you think some of the smartest politicians in the world are stupid? Why would we be in a support of a country that's constantly getting us involved in conflict? We're the one that initiates the conflict, and we're using Israel as an outlet to carry out our services for ourselves and to really protect our people and have our best interests in mind. Israel is our biggest ally, and that's why so many of our military operations are performed through them.
Can you name one way in which they materially benefit the average American?
So as a Persian, right, I'm very, very happy with what's going on in Iran. And I think that it was almost 95% initiated by the U.S., and I think Israel's involvement was completely as a result of U.S.'s relations.
I think
Israel
you're
will say
delusional.
yes to whatever
I think
the
you're
US
delusional,
says.
and you're not answering my questions here. One, because Israel is the reason why we got in this. That was literally said by Joe Kent. That
So
was literally
Parker,
said by
you
multiple
calling me
members of their
delusional is
administration.
not.
It was
you
said by
calling me
Marco
delusional
Rubio.
is not going to make you look any better, and it's not going to make me look any worse. Nothing I said was delusional, but if you want to use insults as a basis of your argument, then go ahead. It'll make you look worse in front of your audience.
That was a description of what you actually indicated. You said things that were completely false. That was delusional. It's factual. If you don't want to respond to what I just said, you can just say that, because I said things and you didn't respond to anything I actually said.
Same thing goes both ways. You're making your points, I'm making mine. Just because I don't acknowledge or respond to your points doesn't
Then
mean I don't
respond to my
understand.
points.
We're having a debate. We're not having you're not cross-examining me, but okay.
So respond to my points.
What do you mean, so what? What's your basis of asking me to respond to your points? I literally just said we're having a debate, not a cross-examination.
Yeah,
but
and in a debate, you respond to the points that the person you're debating against made.
if you choose to, or you could bring up your own point, which within your own point may have a counter-argument, or it may not.
Okay, but I'm telling you to respond to my point right now. If you don't want to respond to my point right now, you can leave the live.
I mean, that's completely up to you. This is your live. If you want to make the point, I'll see if I want to respond to it.
Are you going to respond to what I said? Are you purposefully not doing that because you know that I won?
Absolutely not purposely
Then
avoiding
tell me
it.
how our
I'm not even
relationship
sure.
with the state of Israel materially benefits the average person. I'm waiting.
How our relationship with Israel materially benefits the average person. Well, like I said, would you consider the U.S. peacemakers of the world?
No.
Okay, I mean that's what being an American is, though. You're understanding that
Nope.
you're under the country that represents itself as peacemakers of the world.
It's not, though.
And
So
Israel, okay. I mean, so
I'm asking,
you
what's
don't
the
believe in
material
American
benefit?
values.
What's the
You
material
don't believe in
benefit?
American values.
I do.
We're under the country of
Says
the
you
peacemakers
support the
of
guy that
world.
undermines our constitution, undermines our democracy, undermines our core fundamental American values. You can't even tell me what core fundamental American values are without saying reasons why you shouldn't support Trump.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those are core American values.
Yeah, enlisted
I
where?
just told you that. So
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's incredibly vague. What specific things does that include? That includes the rule of law. That includes our democracy. That includes due process rights. All things Trump undermines.
of course it does.
All of those things are things Trump undermines. So go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, but you could say, the Biden administration undermined a lot of those things when they were giving out stimulus checks, holding people's hands, and instead of letting them work through their poverties and advancing themselves as humans, holding their hands in a way we'll never learn. And hence why our poverty is even worse now, because people are so used to having the Biden administration holding their hand.
This
Trump's
is
coming
all just nonsense virtue signaling.
Okay, you can call it nonsense, but if you're not going to respond to it with a counter,
Yeah, so then you didn't even say anything in specific.
so counter me instead of telling me it's nonsense. Counter me.
What hand-holding?
Rent stabilization.
What rent stabilization?
Lump sums of money.
What rent
fucking...
What rent stabilization?
Huh?
What rent stabilization?
Freezing rent. Not letting rent go up.
screwing up landlords who busted their ass to get
So
where they are.
I just want to let you know there is no freezing rent policy of Kamala Harris or Joe Biden.
It's a democratic and liberal policy that Trump fights against.
Are you gonna?
Mamdani.
You know that you have nothing to say there, right? Like there's no.
I literally just said something. So again, like you're making
there
a
is
basic
no
argument.
you
You have
just
nothing
lied.
to say. Tell me what I okay.
Sir, you
all
just
right,
lied. I told you what you said wrong, and then you're just acting like I didn't say anything.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to actually engage with what I said, or are you just going to keep complaining about it?
I didn't complain about a single thing you said.
You just started complaining instead of actually responding to what I'm saying. You said, "Oh, you're going to respond to what I actually said." I did. Respond. You're the one projecting right now. You're not responding to anything I'm saying. What rent freezed?
I can't think of specific examples. I have heard about it. My apologies for not being more prepared, my friend.
Okay. So, if you don't even know what you're referencing, I don't know why you're criticizing it.
Dude, can you give me a counter argument instead of just asking me to prove, like, okay, you're...
That is a counter argument, dumbass.
Okay, dumbass.
Okay.
You speak like you're 19 years old.
Okay. Do you want a cookie? Do you want to actually engage with what I had to say?
Yo, this is the craziest argument I've ever had. It's completely baseless. It's pretty much consisting just of insults. And, oh, you're wrong, you're delusional. Oh, tell me an example of this. You know, it's kind of like
I explained why you're wrong and then insulted you. And you're mad.
Yeah, I'm mad.
You're crying like a little snowflake. You are. Okay? Engage with the points. I know that these things hurt your feelings. These words hurt your feelings, but I would love a response to the meaningful things that I said instead of you just crying like a little baby on the stream.
So I have too much nobility to engage with someone like you who doesn't really put much base into their arguments.
Really? Can you mention like a single policy? You couldn't even tell me how the relationship that we have with the state of Israel is actually materially benefiting the average American. You still have yet to tell me any way in which it materially benefits the average American.
Parker, we're past that. But
no, we're not. No, we're not. How about this? How about this? Give me a single way that our relationship with the state of Israel materially benefits the average person.
So Parker, we're past that.
Oh, because you had no response. You had no response. You got dog walked, buddy.
Parker, I've been saying we're past that for like the past, I guess, minute.
Because you have no response. Because you have no response.
Parker, I know you value so much when people let you speak. Are you gonna give me that same thing or no?
If you can respond to what I said, like you're not even trying to respond.
I hope one day. Okay, Parker, if you're not gonna let me speak, I'm just gonna leave. I'm not even gonna make this point that I'm.
Well, I mean, you're not responding anyway, so might as well. You're gonna run away like the little fucking coward you are because you're a little coward who can't actually intellectually engage with any of the points that I made. Yeah, run away. I don't give a shit. You're a little snowflake that can't engage with any of these points.
Look how rage baited you are.
I'm not rage baited. You can't even tell me the response. I literally just said something and you said I'm rage baited. Can you give me a response?
Look at you. You have smoke coming out of your ears, my friend.
No, I don't. You're crashing out. You're about to leave the live because you can't answer a simple question.
Well,
how is the relationship that we have with this? How is the relationship that we have with the state of Israel materially helping the average person?
Okay, if you want to ask me your own question, go ahead and ask your own question. I'm just gonna leave because I want to say something right now. I've been trying to say something for the past like 2-3 minutes.
Okay, but what you're saying is not a response to the question I'm asking you, and I've been asking you this question since before you even started saying that.
As the peacemakers of the world, Israel lets us carry out the military operations necessary. They are an extremely sufficient ally. They're the founder of much scientific knowledge that we base medicine off of.
Okay, I don't think we need them for medicine knowledge. Also, I don't think that they create more conditions for peacekeepers. We are literally starting an offensive war with the state of Israel right now against Iran. That's not keeping peace. Okay? That's the opposite of keeping peace.
So true or false, the U.S. did not initiate the war much more than Israel ever wanted to. The U.S. was much more involved.
The U.S. started this war on behalf of the state of Israel and what Israel wants. That's quite literally what Joe Kent said. That's what Marco.
What do you mean? It's what the U.S. wants.
That's what
Trump has hated Iran. Trump has hated Iran since the beginning of his term.
So that's what
since the beginning of his term in 2016.
That's what Joe Kent said. That's why he literally resigned, is because he said that we got into this war because of the state of Israel, and there was literally no U.S. intelligence that they were going to strike or harm the United States. Not only that, but also because of the fact
But
that.
do you hear what you're saying? Do you hear what you're
Yeah,
saying?
I'm
You're
still
saying
trying to keep
Iran had
going.
no U.S. intelligence. You're saying Iran had no U.S. intelligence that they
that's not
wanted
what
to
I said.
harm. Yet they consist.
I
Okay, then
said-
what did
I
you
said-
say? I feel like
listen.
I feel like you just said that.
Listen,
though.
you're screaming because you're mad at how
believe
I'm
you're
literally just
denying
proving
that.
you wrong. So what
No,
I said
because it's
is that the
ridiculous.
U.S.
It's
has.
ridiculous.
What I said is that the U.S. had no intelligence indicating that Iran was going to strike the United States. That's what Joe Kent said, and the reason why he literally resigned. Joe Kent was a member of Trump's administration that specifically dealt with counterterrorism, the director of national intelligence relating to counterterrorism. Okay? He would have the know-it-all in relation to this,
Okay.
and he said that he literally left the administration because he could not morally and consciously support that war.
Okay, so why did they do it?
Why
Just
did-
because?
Week
Because
one?
of Israel? They said maybe they're billions of dollars just because of Israel, you know? And Israel's so crazy, you know? They want to just attack Iran, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
can you explain why? What's the logic behind that?
there's that reason, and there's also the fact
It's
that
so easy to say. It's Parker. Let me just make a point. It's so easy to say it's Israel, Israel, Israel. But when it comes down to really breaking it down and explaining why, that's when it becomes really difficult. It's the same exact thing with the apparent genocide that people say they're putting on in Palestine. It's
genocide.
so easy to just say. I mean, what
it's
genocide?
not. You know what? It's not easy to say when the entirety of the fucking media was against us.
It's
When
so
the entirety
easy,
of the
especially
stop
with
for
the
1 second.
majority Jewish-
Stop for 1 second. The entirety of the country was against us. I was out here saying that prior to most of the country saying that. What do you mean? It's so easy to say that. Most of the country was against that. Most people didn't believe that. Most people thought
like
that was
a week.
ridiculous, and I had to
like
explain
a
things.
week.
Can you please listen? So it was not for a week. This was for years. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? I don't. So then we're talking about different things.
No, we're
I mean,
not. We're
after-
talking about Gaza, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about October 7th.
Yes, since October 7th, yes.
Yeah, for like a week, people were on Israel's sides for like a week, and then they immediately 180.
You're
when
wrong.
When they really,
You're wrong. Like, you have no
I'm
clue what you're
100%
talking.
right. What do you mean?
You have no clue. It is
this
only.
conflict was so important
Let me
to me. I
explain.
remember this like
It is
yesterday.
only recently that the support for the state of Israel fell below the support for the state of Palestine. Okay?
I
That is only
guarantee
recently.
that's wrong. I
You want to
guarantee
bet?
that's wrong.
You want to bet?
I mean, listen, go pull up CNN source. Let's go.
No, how much do you want to bet?
Dude. I mean, who won the popular vote in
Yeah, you can tell he
2016?
doesn't want to answer that. He doesn't want to actually do that. So
Dude,
you
because I don't know
can
what source
it's
you're gonna
it's
pull
really
up for
easy for
someone
you to
that's
say all of
confident.
those things, but you actually aren't referencing any facts. It's really easy for you to just like close your eyes and not look at
So
reality.
So the exact same thing goes with you. Any single point that you said, okay, I got you, I proved you wrong, you fail to come back with a fact that does prove me wrong. So I can
I
say
literally
the same
demonstrate
exact
it with
thing.
it all. You should go watch this back on YouTube later when everyone's laughing at you in the comment section and being like, wow, this guy had absolutely nothing to justify what he was saying and asked Parker to justify things even after justifying it. Yeah, like you're going to watch this back and be like, wow, dude, I really fucked up.
All right, man.
Like, you had no response. You seriously couldn't tell me a single way that the state of Israel's relationship with us actually materially benefits the average person. You just
Dude,
brought up
I
something.
said
let
my
me
response
keep.
like 10 times.
Yeah, I know. I'm specifically saying how you didn't answer. Please listen. So you specifically brought up how it's going to help us be the world police and conduct military operations within the Middle East. Well, us being the world police is not beneficial to the average person. It's led to worse off
Absolutely it
conditions.
is.
Us being involved militarily in the Middle East has led to worse conditions, not only in the Middle East but also for the American people. Explain how us being the world police has bettered the conditions, right? Specifically in relation to our involvement in the Middle East.
Not even just in the Middle East, throughout the entire world. Countries like North Korea are scared shitless of actually carrying out the wild military operation that they have in mind because they know the military
They
power
kept
of America
training
not to be
with
fucked with.
bombs and missiles after Trump told them to stop. Trump
Yeah, but they
literally
haven't done
called
anything.
Kim Jong-un.
They haven't done anything.
Yes, they have.
They're
Not
like
only do they
what?
have nukes, but they also have the missile training, and they kept engaging in it even after Trump said for them to stop.
I'm not talking about Trump number one. I'm talking about the U.S. as a whole for the first off as the global peacemakers. That's nothing to do. I mean, of course, it is to do with Trump because he's the president, but that's the main core
That
of my
hasn't created
argument.
better conditions.
Of course,
I
Trump-
asked you the Middle
of
East.
course
Let me
Trump
restate my
pushes that-
question. Let me restate my question. How has U.S. military intervention in the Middle East led to better conditions?
Say that one more time.
How has U.S. military intervention in the Middle East led to better conditions?
Well, number one is something for people to do, right? When wartime is going on, and war is never good, but when wartime is going on, we always see dips in unemployment. Would you disagree?
We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years since Trump got in office. You did not just say, oh, a war is good because we see dips in unemployment. Shut the fuck up. You're stupid. You know, people literally
Is
die.
that not true? Is
Shut
that
up.
not commonly
Shut up.
understood
Fuck you. Honestly, fuck you. People die in war, okay? U.S. service members are fucking dead. Civilians are dead. People are fucking dead because of this. And you're like, oh, a little bit less people are unemployed when you do the worst fucking year of job growth in the past 4 years.
First thing I said was I
you
do not
virtue
support
signaling
war.
dumbass. I'm sorry, but genuinely, you're so stupid that you're a weapon that literally people in power use to fucking control. Because you're so stupid, you'll believe anything the Trump administration says. Are you fucking serious? This isn't a game. People literally fucking die, okay? If you want to reduce unemployment, support a policy to reduce unemployment that actually provides for people in this country. Don't say we should go to war, which leads to U.S. service members being murdered, okay? Are you serious? People are dead.
So if you're not going to mute me, the first thing I said was, of course, war is never good. I do not support war. Well, I mean, and you want to go on a tangent. It's just one of the things. I mean, like.
So you don't support Trump starting this war?
I don't support war in general, but when war has to happen, it has to happen.
It didn't have to happen.
When we have
One, it didn't have to happen. Two, you were literally just arguing that our relationship with Israel was good and beneficial to the country because it allows for us to engage in military operations within the Middle East. So yes, you were arguing for war. Yes, you were arguing for military operations. Yes, you were arguing for this.
I don't argue for spontaneous, baseless war.
You just
but when
fucking
it's
did.
necessary, I support
Do you think
it.
the war with Iran is justified?
100%.
Yeah, that's a spontaneous war that we
It's
started.
a volatile terrorist regime that is chanting death to our country.
So we quite literally started this war, okay? We started the war of aggression. You are a dishonest fuck if you can't acknowledge that.
So we're just Trump is just an aggressive, terrible person that just bullying Iran.
Yeah,
That's what's going on.
Yeah. Trump is a terrorist.
Trump is not a terrorist. Trump
He
is the
absolutely
president of my
is.
country, and as an American patriot, I wholeheartedly support him. So
Yeah,
don't
you are
talk
not a
about the president of
patriot.
my
You
country
are the
like that.
opposite of what a patriot is. You try to parade yourself as a patriot. It's the most embarrassing fucking thing ever. You support everything that
I love this
undermines this
country.
country. You support a guy that
love
called
this
for the
country.
termination of the Constitution, all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. You support a guy that denies the 2020 election results, pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots, and sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when we didn't win to try to steal the 2020 election. You support a guy that undermines core fundamental values of this country. Name a core fundamental value of this country that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris.
All right, I'm gonna guess that I'd say anywhere between 70 to 90% of your viewers didn't really understand the majority of what you said because you said it so fast. So you want to really break it down and actually just not spit out facts and really talk them out and explain them so we can have a conversation. I'm very open to that.
So you didn't hear or want to engage with anything I just said. People in the chat understood everything I just said. Are you just saying that you didn't? You want me to speak slower? Is that what you're saying?
Are you sure? So no, I thought you were like being like Eminem for a second. You know, I was.
I
Like,
wasn't.
bobbing my head to that. Yeah, no, you were pretty quick with it. So I was like bobbing my head. I was liking that shit. Honestly, spit some more facts, bro. You should be
Do you
a
want me to
rapper.
play
I'll
it back?
listen
Let me know if this was too fast. Trump is a terrorist.
Trump is not a terrorist. Trump
He
is the
absolutely
president of
is.
my country, and as an American patriot, I wholeheartedly support him. So
Yeah,
don't-
you are
don't-
not a
don't
patriot.
support
You are
him.
the opposite of what a patriot is. You try to parade yourself as a patriot. It's the most embarrassing fucking thing ever. You support everything that
I love this
undermines this
country.
country. You support a guy that
love
called
this
for the
country.
termination of the Constitution, all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. You support a guy that denies the 2020 election results, pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots, and sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when we didn't win to try to steal the 2020 election.
Bro, I have no
You
idea
support
what
a
you're
guy
saying.
that undermines core fundamental values of this country. Name a core fundamental value of this country that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris. That sounded completely fine to me. I understood.
I did it. You said it way too fast. There was
Then let me say it slow for you. Can you name a core fundamental American value that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
Patriotism and nationalism. Actually liking the country that we live in.
Okay. So how is Donald Trump upholding patriotism to a greater extent?
The dude loves America. He constantly says we live in the best country in the world. You know, how many times has Biden or Kamala? I mean, Biden and Kamala.
So they say they love this
What
country.
percent of them?
So by the way,
No,
if
no,
the
I mean-
only
I mean-
thing that you can say
I mean,
is that they
Parker,
love
do you
this
love
country,
America?
this is
Parker, do you love
embarrassing.
America?
Yes, I do.
Parker,
And that's
You
why I
love
call
America?
out the horrible person that's leading our government. Now, can you answer this point? If the only
Would
thing that you
would
can
you consider
say...
yourself an American patriot?
Absolutely. I think that I'm actually a patriot. I think that you guys are the real, the fake patriots, and I'm the real patriot here because I actually uphold the core fundamental values of this country, whereas you can't even mention any of them. All you can say is that you love America, but what even is that? You're not even telling me the core fundamental values. You're just appealing back to the very name of America. So what are these core fundamental American values? You can't just say it's patriotism because that
I
means...
told you, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, if you want me to elaborate, comes things like with the First Amendment rights, freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, things like that. You know, that's something that many countries didn't have at a certain point in time, and we established a global standing point where people say America does this, we got to do it now too. I mean, if it wasn't for America, the world would be a completely different place. Conflict in the world and wars would go up by a lot. You know, as much as you love to say, America really shouldn't be the peacemakers of the world. We're solely responsible for how safe the world is right now. And I get it that there's
We're
conflict in
currently
the
at
world and there's
war.
wars.
We're currently
Yeah,
at
we're
war. So
at
you say
war.
we're so safe right now. Like, you're being ridiculous.
I mean,
Secondly,
go look at history. Open a history book. This is one of the most peaceful
have.
times, regardless of wars going on.
yeah, can you
This
tell
is one
me...
of the most peaceful times in world history.
I have a question. When did World War II begin? What year?
1940.
It was 1939 with the invasion of Poland. Okay. How about you go open up a history book? Okay.
Oh, my
so not
God,
only that, but also if you want to
1939,
reference the
1940.
First Amendment.
This is what you do.
Do you
I've
want to let
watched
me
you on
finish?
TikTok. This
Do you
is what
want to let
do.
me
You
finish?
roast people for
Do you
like
want to
a
let me
year
finish?
difference. And then,
Do you want to let me
you seem like the
finish?
smart guy.
Do you want to let
Honestly,
me finish?
I'm so frustrated
Do
because
you
of
want to let
that.
me
I'm
finish?
so
Keep
frustrated
crashing out.
that you acted like you
Crash out.
checkmated me from
Crash out
1939
harder.
to 1940.
Baby bottles in the comment
But I will
section for the
read this
guest that's
live because
crashing out.
I'm honestly done with this.
Baby bottles
What
in the
kind of
comment
debate
section
is
for the
this?
guest that's about to run away. You're scared.
Take
Run
care,
away.
brother.
Yeah,
Take
crash
care,
out.
brother. I mean, the
Baby
whole
bottles
live
in the
stuff,
comment
it's not
section.
just me. The whole
You're not
live
even
just
going to
saw
let
what
me engage
happens.
with the point. All you've done is cut me off. Wow, you're not going to let me engage. Now, the first point that you said, the fucking... Oh, he just left. By the way, the First Amendment, Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, articles, even those found in the Constitution. Not only that, but also straight up, right, has literally, right, called for people to be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which is a violation of the First Amendment, and called for the complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, which is a violation of freedom of religion. So this whole argument that he was making that Trump upholds the First Amendment or the core constitutional rights to a greater extent is ridiculous after he literally did those things. They just got dog walked. That's hilarious. They just ran away. Casey, by the way, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. It literally makes no sense. As well as Michael, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Holy shit, Michael, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For old dude on the other side of the Atlantic here, enjoying you, trying to drag people into the light. I envy your patience with idiots. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. That is seriously so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And absolutely, thank you so much, Michael. That is seriously so kind of you. Mel, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. And for the $13, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I definitely will. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. I have some people to thank over on YouTube, but let's make sure to get this next person up here before we do so. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, man? I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd say it's still Trump, even though I don't like how he's run this term so far.
Okay, for sure. Alrighty, I have a few people to thank real quick. Do give me a quick second real quick, and then we can go on to our conversation. Maggie, by the way, thank you for the $4.20. I know, right? It was absolutely ridiculous. Thank you so much, Maggie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Glampire, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's ridiculous, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Brandon, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Mel, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Gits, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's absolutely ridiculous, right? Well, thank you so much. Mel as well, thank you for the $5. Sadie, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much again. I really appreciate it. Casey, thank you for the $5. And Rodney, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Mr. Flinch, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he said it's not possible to fund Medicaid, Medicare, and daycare, but apparently we're able to go to war with Iran and spend all that money. Yeah, this is true. Thank you for the Galaxy. By the way, the guest just left for some reason. Alyssa, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yes, I'll make sure to look for them. I got you. I got you. Let's make sure to go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I actually don't see Mormon lawyer in the guest box. So I don't know who you're referencing. Luby, thank you so much for the push of the galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 41.
Do you support Trump?
Hell no.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election all today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he supports Israel.
And why do you think that's a good thing?
Because I'm a Zionist, and I believe that the Jews have the right to exist and live there.
Well, it's not that you just believe that they have the right to exist and live there. It's that you believe that in the right for the Jewish ethno-state to exist, right?
Oh yeah, I mean.
There you go. So it's not
God.
specifically about just Jewish people have a right to live. It's that specifically you believe in a Jewish ethno-state.
Oh yeah. And
Okay,
and they have the right to exist in the Holy Lands. That was given to them by God.
Okay. So are you religious?
Oh yeah.
Okay. What religion?
I'm Jewish.
Okay. So you believe in the Old Testament?
I believe in the Torah.
Okay. Well, I have a question. Have you read Leviticus 25, 44 through 46?
I mean, I'm sure I have. But I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, God literally tells you how you can own slaves. Do you think that it's justified to own people as slaves, as long as they're not from Israel?
If it's referring to goys, then yes.
Okay. So do you think everyone in America, where it would be justified in enslaving them?
I mean, if they're a goy, I mean, what's the verbatim quote? What does it say?
Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. Right? Actually, I'll read the specific verse off to you. I can't remember it off the top of my head fully. That was all I remembered off the top of my head. Why is my computer is like super laggy right now? It's like not loading. Hello? What is going on with my computer? Whoa. Okay. There we go. I got it. I don't know why it was like not loading. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. And you can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
Yeah, but I'm sure it was referring to buying slaves that were already slaves in their own nations.
Oh, okay. So it's still not justified to own people as slaves, one. And two, it says you can pass them down to your children as inherited property life and make them slaves for life. Also in Exodus 21, 20 through 21, it says you can beat people insofar as they recover after a day or two. And you shouldn't be punished.
And it's referring to people or slaves?
Slaves. And slaves are people.
Yeah, I mean, so if you bought a slave from another country and they're already a slave, then I'm sure that there's certain rules that you have
Are
to
they
follow.
a person?
Are they a person? I
How
mean,
about
they're
the-
a goy.
how about this? Okay, so I think you're trolling. Are you actually a groiper?
No, I'm Jewish.
I don't believe you.
I mean,
Because like the only people who use that specific term, right, are always groipers. Like it's a 99% likely chance. Like no one says that, like legitimately. That's literally like a groiper thing.
I mean, I don't know. You want me to give you like a DNA test or something?
And obviously, I'm not asking for a DNA test. What I'm telling you though is that you're bullshitting me.
I mean, do you want to debate me or not?
When does Passover start?
Passover? About 2 weeks ago.
Okay. I have a question. Can you tell me the different Jewish holidays?
Oh yeah. So we got the candles, and that represents the 12 tribes of Israel. Every time you blow one out, you get a present that was given by God.
So can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Passover began yesterday.
Yeah, I'm an Orthodox Jew, so we believe it happened 2 weeks ago. And it's like coming from somebody who's a Gentile, not a Jew. It's like, how can you tell me when my Passover begins? You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like
you're
even
totally
Jewish.
trolling.
I mean, so do you want to debate me on why the country?
No, you're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the TikTok screen. You there? Hello? Oh, he left. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the TikTok screen.
Parker, never talk on my fish again, bro. Never talk on my fish again. You are so annoying. What gave you the right to even...
We are fish.
Dude, I'm not Phil.
We are fish.
You think you're funny? Like, you are such an
We
asshole,
are
genuinely.
fish.
You are such...
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Because we are fish. You know, what's how old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. In what month?
August.
And you said you're how old again?
21.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he wears a yarmulke and touches the wall.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
The election was held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Most likely Trump.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
April.
And how old are you again?
I'm 18.
Okay, and what month or what day of the year, month were you born? Sorry.
The 29th.
Okay, alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Mostly because of his abortion rule. You know, I am pro-life actually.
Okay.
And, you know, I mean, I know like most people may disagree, but I think that abortion is murder. But, you know, I don't really want to debate you on that one because it might be like a long debate.
Okay, what do you want to debate me on then?
His immigration policy.
What about his immigration policy?
I think he's doing a good job, you know, deporting all of these illegal immigrants.
Okay, and what policy did he pass that you like?
I just think that, you know, he's got more illegal immigrants out of here than Biden has.
But what policy did he pass that you like?
No idea.
Okay. So what has he done that you like?
I mean, he's been building more jobs. You know, he's been building more manufacturers.
With the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years.
I mean, I've been doing good. You know, my parents have too. Ever since Trump has been president.
Still had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years.
I mean, I don't know about them, but I mean, we're doing good.
That's a fact.
Well, I'm going to have to look that up really quickly. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. If you're an insufferable MAGA loser, make sure to send a guest request right now. Yes, how old are you? How old are you? Mr. Flinch, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. They never have sources, I know, right? It's ridiculous. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Parker.
So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, in the sense that he's the president.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I mean, I think he's protecting the American interest in the sense that he's going to war with Iran.
How is that protecting American interests?
I mean, I think he's trying to cripple their nuclear program, preserving the petrodollar.
I think that we would have been able to prevent them from getting a nuke even without a war. We did so with the JCPOA. Plus, they were willing to give up their enriched uranium. They just weren't willing to give up their ballistic missiles.
If you don't mind me asking, do you think that Iran is capable of making a nuclear weapon right now?
No.
Really?
Yeah. According to U.S. intelligence, there's no intelligence indicating that they even were building up their enrichment capabilities since the original strike about 8 months ago.
But what intelligence do we have beyond the scope of the JCPOA, which was not?
That's
wasn't
according to
in-depth
Tulsi
begin with.
Gabbard, by the way.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust Tulsi Gabbard worth a fuck, to be honest with you.
You mean the person on your administration that specifically deals with, like, the national intelligence?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing.
So
I
who
would
do
say
you?
every-
So what person in your administration would know?
Probably nobody. Probably I
So
don't.
nobody. Wow. So then you couldn't get the information from anyone. So then you don't
We-
know
we-
that they're
we-
even
I
building it
agree.
up.
We couldn't because Parker, we don't have people within Iran who are viewing the nuclear program and seeing what's going on there. Even under the JCPOA, we didn't have advisors who were there in the country seeing the actual facilities and seeing what was
Yes, we
going
did.
on.
Yes, we did. You're wrong. You want to bet?
No, I don't want to bet on it, but I'd be
You're
happy
wrong.
to hear your explanation.
You're objectively wrong. The JCPOA had unprecedented levels of surveillance within it. What are you talking about?
So, Parker, if they have enriched uranium and they have an advanced ballistic missiles program, why could they not create a nuclear weapon?
Because they don't have enriched uranium to the degree that they need it enriched to.
What degree do they need it enriched to?
It's over 90%.
And what do they have currently?
60. Or less than 60 even.
60% as in all of, if you look at all of their uranium, 60% of it is enriched. Is that what you're saying?
They've enriched uranium to the degree of 60%.
Could you explain what that means? Just extrapolate on like
They don't have the capacity to do weapons yet.
I understand that's what you're claiming, but why is 60% enriched uranium not enough to create weapons?
Do you want me to explain I don't know the explaining of the scientific process. I'm just telling you what has been indicated by professionals.
That's fine, but what I can tell you is what I've seen indicated by professionals is that Iran has the ability to create a nuclear weapon as a hedge, to the degree that if we were to back them into a corner, they could create a weapon within a week and say, "Hey, United States, we have a weapon. Let's." Okay, hold on. I'm trying to run a fucking laptop right now so I can look this shit up. I mean, my source for it is going to be the Wall Street Journal. The most recent reporting I saw was that people, God damn, dude, my fault.
Just literally look up percent enrichment for weapons grade nuclear.
Hold on. All right, I got this shit.
As well as Rag, thank you so much for the appreciate. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, of course. Thank you so much. Etienne, thank you so much for the appreciate. Thank you for the $5. It's just for some reason they have a really bad banning system. Jaime, thank you so much for the appreciate. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Of course. Well, thank you so much. As well as thank you for the 10-month membership subscription. Thank you so much, Kim. I appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat.
All right, so sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
that's what they say. Yo, what's up? So you were saying?
I mean, from what I'm reading, uranium enriched to up to 20%, is used for the cores of many nuclear weapons as well as compact reactors for naval propulsion research.
But what is weapons grade uranium? It's 90%. You're going to see 90% enrichment. That's what you'll see. You have to look up weapons grade material. You can find this on scienceinsights.org. You can find this from the Center for Arms Control and Non-Proliferation. You can see this from Science Alert, from factually.co. CNN. The ANU College of Science.
I'm seeing right here, let's see, what's the source for this? It's a fucking Reddit thread, but I'm seeing here that uranium enriched to approximately 20%, often classified as high SA, low enriched uranium, or the threshold of higher enriched uranium, is primarily used to fuel specialized research reactors, etc.
But it's also not weapons grade.
Right, but it says it represents roughly 90% of the effort needed to create a weapons-grade uranium. So if we can assume that Iran is at 60% enrichment, that's far past the 90% threshold. Do you think it's safe to allow Iran to be
It's not past the 90% threshold.
Hold on.
If you're reading what it is from the UN, it says the nuclear weapon, it says it's 93% for weapons grade.
And weapons, you can't create a bomb under weapons grade.
Weapons grade is when you can. That's what the U.S. has ours at, is 93%.
Gotcha. I mean, if we were to use a nuclear weapon, I don't think it would be uranium-based regardless. I think it'd be hydrogen-based, but I'm willing to concede that point to you on the basis that I'd have to cite like a fuck-ass book to you, and I'm not gonna pull that shit on you just because
I promise you, you're not going to be able to find anything that says we're going to have the ability to be weapons grade until 90%. That's what I've seen.
That's fine. I'm willing to concede that to you just for the fact that I don't have any evidence to point towards it. Just the sources I trust and the reading I've done points to the fact that they'd be able to create a weapon within a month.
No, there's no evidence of that.
That's fine. All good. I'll concede that to you. Do you think it's okay to allow Iran to facilitate the trade of oil under the yuan?
Under the yuan?
Yes.
I mean, if they want to do that, that's up to them. I don't see why we'd go to war for that.
You don't think it's in our best interest to act against that, whether it be militarily or civilly?
I don't think it's our best interest to militarily engage in war with Iran.
Even though they're going to facilitate trade under Chinese currency.
Yeah.
Of oil.
I don't think that us engaging in war with them is going to cause them to engage in trade with U.S. dollars.
Interesting. Okay, so if we were to withdraw all forces from Iran in the Gulf right now, and they were to continue to control the Strait of Hormuz, you think that's fine?
Yeah. Do you think they're more likely going to? Do you think they're more likely going to? What's it called? I'm really confused with your position. Can you just read?
But my position is just that we have enough military force to make them bend the knee eventually and forfeit their control of the Strait of Hormuz. What they're doing right now is trying to force us into a position.
So, by the way, they don't have to control the Strait of Hormuz. They just need to be able to make it not safe enough to go through.
Yeah, agreed. But that's if they make it not safe enough to go through, that is controlling the Strait of Hormuz effectively, is it not?
So, I mean, I guess then we can't prevent their control over it then from that notion because they're going to
we can prevent it by striking the fuck out of them until they submit to the fact that we will facilitate oil trade under the petrodollar. Essentially eternally.
So you're saying that we should have constant military pressure over Iran?
Yes.
Okay. So
and I think that the
what
IRGC
you just advocated for is a forever war.
In a sense, yes.
Yeah.
In a sense,
you see what I mean? You'll say it out loud with your full chest that you're okay with forever wars because you want the U.S. to be involved in the Middle East for oil. I think that
not Parker, not for oil. For
that
the
is for oil.
Not for oil, for the facilitation of free trade of oil. And what
Yeah,
I'm more
that's
concerned
oil.
with, but listen, it's not a forever war. It's a forever war until the IRGC forfeits control of Iran and
which
lets
is going
the
to be a
duly
forever
elected
war.
representatives rule
Which is going to be
Iran.
another forever war. Okay, how do you feel about
Well,
the
Parker,
U.S.?
Parker, I'm fine with the forever war because those motherfuckers are oppressing the shit out of everybody in that country, and I think you know that too. I'm fine with the forever war until they let that go because they are stoning people in the streets who have the right to survive, and people who come to the U.S. and people who would live a much better life in the U.S. They're killed over there because of the way that the IRGC rules that country.
Yeah, but you're not talking about the U.S. preventing that from happening. You're talking about the U.S. going in simply just to have control over the Strait of Hormuz. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about it for U.S. interests. You're talking about it for oil companies. You're not talking about it for the people that are living there. And this is another issue, is that U.S. military intervention has historically destabilized Iran, right? The 1953 coup that we did specifically on their democratically elected leader led to conditions that exist in Iran where there's radical Islam. So if you wanted to prevent that in the first place, how about stop engaging in the military intervention that historically led to these conditions?
I mean, I think that's revisionist to even say that. Why? What is your point there? Go back to the past.
How is that
and change
revisionist?
What are you saying? Should we go back and change the past and
No,
change the
hold
fact
on.
that we destabilized their government and allowed for a terrorist regime to take place?
So how is what I just said revisionist?
It's not revisionist. That's probably the wrong term. Forgive me for saying that. But what I'm saying is you're essentially saying let's go back to the past and fix what we already did. I'm not concerned about that.
No, that's
as
not
of
what I'm saying.
now.
I'm saying that historically it's not been beneficial. Why do we keep doing it?
You flip a coin 10 times, it might have been heads 5 times in a row. Does that mean it's going to be heads the 6th time? No. We may go into a country and destabilize their government and replace the regime. This could absolutely be regime change.
No, but what you're not understanding, though, is that this happening this certain way, historically speaking, means that it's very likely to happen this way. Okay?
Parker, if I flipped a coin, if I flipped a coin 5 times,
we
would you say
already
it's very
understand.
likely for the coin to be heads the 6th time? No, that's not how these type of things work.
Do you accept any studies?
Yes.
Your argument right now is the problem of induction. You're saying because it's not necessarily going to be the case that because it's happened in the past that it's going to happen in the future, that means that you can't establish that it's going to happen in the future. We can say based upon the evidence, based upon what's most probable, based upon all the foreseeable evidence that this is what's going to happen. We can't say 100% certain, of course, but we can say all the evidence points towards this. So your argument here only just indicates that we can't say so for certain, not that we can't say so with more probability.
So your argument is that we can say so with more probability that
Yes.
going into Iran will cause more problems.
Yes. Of course, like there could be a possibility that it would lead to better conditions, but all evidence seems to indicate that it would lead to worse conditions. And I understand where you're coming from if you want better conditions in other countries. You want the US to establish better conditions. You don't want to let bad conditions happen in this country, happen in those countries where people are mass murdered. And I think that's a noble idea. But I don't think that the U.S. military intervention will lead to better conditions within those respects, and it wouldn't just be applicable to this area around the world. It'd be applicable across the entire world where genocides are happening, whether we're talking about the Congo, Sudan, whether we're talking about Gaza, whether we're talking about all around the world. You're going to have to prevent plenty of things specifically, right, from happening if you want to talk about that, right? Because effectively, you're saying that the U.S. should be the world police, right? And I just don't think that we have the capacity to actually maintain that. Right, without destroying our ability to actually continue to do that for the future. So I see really no good reason why this will lead to better conditions, not only for the world but for our country as a whole.
I respect that, and I agree with what you're saying that we may not have the capacity to be the world police. But what I'd say is the way we've positioned ourselves on the global stage, we've kind of put ourselves in the seat where we have to be the global police, at least for now.
No, we don't.
Think about this. The way that we trade every single barrel of oil under the US dollar, we control who can and cannot trade oil. And the reason for that is because oil is the necessary mechanism behind war. We don't allow Russia and China to get their hands on millions and millions of barrels of oil because if we know if we got into a hand-to-hand combat with them, it would be bloody for us. We can't allow them to do that.
That's likely not going to happen because of the fact that we have nuclear weapons. This idea that we're going to go to direct war with Russia or China, I think is ridiculous. Okay.
Agreed. I don't think in either of our lifetimes we'll ever go to direct war with them. But what is happening is Russia and China, specifically China, are working in the 100-year plan versus the 10-year plan.
All you're saying is that they're more long term, and I think that us specifically doing this is incredibly short term. Because if you think about oil, yeah, it's a major factor of our economy now, and especially.
But how is it?
Let me
Sorry,
explain.
go ahead.
for now, and especially for the foreseeable future. I'm not disputing you there. But the long run is that we are going to move off of that. That's the long run.
Sorry, move off of what?
We're going to move off of oil in the future, whether it be like, 50 to 100 years from now. That's going to happen. If you want to talk about a 100-year plan, we are not going to be on oil forever. Okay, renewables are the future, whether that be.
Yeah, Parker, yes, I 100% agree with you, and I also believe, and this may not be justifiable with facts, but I believe that we are self-sufficient as of now in terms of energy to the point that we could use all oil that is produced in the United States. We could be completely self-sufficient off of that oil. So I'm not concerned about the fact that we have enough oil. I don't think we went into Venezuela for the control of oil. I think that oil is 100%. I agree with you. That's maybe even a 50-year plan. Past 50 to 100 years, we will not be using oil. What's important is domination of the global economy. And if we lose the fact that every barrel of oil is traded under the US dollar, we no longer have control of who can access oil. So whether it goes beyond oil or not, if we lose oil, that's about 20% of the US dollar, the demand for the US dollar, that's 20% of it out the window. As soon as that leaves, the demand for the US dollar, the people's faith in treasury bonds, for example, Japan, when Trump proposed tariffs, many investors in Japan threatened the idea of dumping U.S. bonds, which if you allocate 20% to oil, you could allocate probably another 35% to simply Japanese bond holdings. If we lost both of these things together, we lose 50% of the value of the U.S. dollar.
I don't know where you're getting these numbers from. Can you tell me where you got these numbers from?
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna have to find sources, obviously, because I understand it. I appreciate the way you conduct these conversations to the extent that you require sources, but obviously I don't have it off the top of my head.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think you'll ever be able to find a source that justify those two numbers. Like, I think that those numbers were just straight up right out of your ass.
So, okay, what percentage of the demand for the U.S. dollar do you think that the oil trade occupies?
I don't know. I just have no reason to believe that it would be 20 and 30% to make up over 50% of demand for the U.S. dollar. I don't see that to be the reason.
So where do you think the demand for the U.S. dollar comes from?
Here's my point. If we can make the necessary investments into renewable, all of that can be through the context of our investments into renewable. Trump has got rid of those. Okay? So if you actively want to address the future...
Where do we find this money to invest in renewables? Where do we find this money?
We already had it already through the Inflation Reduction Act, which is deficit reducing. Where are we going to get this money?
Bipartisanly, we spend.
Where are we going to get all of this money to spend trillions of dollars on war? Like, why is that question never asked? Why is it always the question of, oh, how are we going to invest in the technology of the future? How are we going to provide people access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability?
It's
and why isn't the question
finance.
ever, where are we going to get the money to pay for these massive wars that are going to be forever? You said, by the way, forever staying right at the Strait of Hormuz. That's what you said earlier. Okay. I know you're probably going to back up on that now, but that's what you said earlier. That, to me, is forever involving ourselves. That is extremely costly, and we could be putting that money into becoming the leaders of technological advancement and energy production. That's what we should be doing. We should be believing in science. We should be investing in technological advancement. If you want to lead economically speaking, that's how we do it. It's not by going to forever wars. It's not by doing this. That is not how we stay around. How we stay around is we innovate more than any nation ever has on the history of the planet by investing into technology, science, and investments like you've never fucking seen before. Take all the money, take a huge percentage of the money that we're putting into the fucking military and all of that type of shit, put it into people's access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, and technological advancement. And I promise you we'll be so much better off. We can lead by example for the whole world. We can show people the future. Right, and we can actually be the ones that create energy that inevitably heavily increases the economy, because energy, if we reduce prices for energy, is an economic stimulant. Okay, so these investments will definitely benefit us in the future. We should make these investments now because they will be very, very clearly setting us up for the future. Right, a lot more than going to war right now. This is really short term. This is not a long term thing. If you think that we're going to lose 20, 30%, 50% of demand simply by not going to war with Iran, I think you're delusional.
But
Like,
it's
genuinely,
not
there's
about
no good
it's
evidence
not about
indicating
just
that.
going to war with Iran. It's about the demand for the U.S. dollar.
Yeah, but
Iran
you
is
said
setting.
you said the going to war with Iran is saving the U.S. dollar from this happening.
We are going to war with Iran solely for the purpose of controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Or not controlling the Strait of Hormuz, but not allowing Iran to control it in the sense that they facilitate the trade of oil under the yuan.
Wait, I have a question. Okay, so
Yes.
you're just so your only point is that they wait, so is your point that like the Strait of Hormuz, you're saying that they were only going to allow you to go through the Strait of Hormuz if you specifically use the yuan?
Yes.
I don't see any source to indicate that was true.
All right, let me look into that.
And by the way, this doesn't reduce how much the U.S. makes.
It doesn't reduce how much the U.S. makes,
Okay.
but it reduces our control on the global trade of oil.
But we didn't even have control over that before. They were already
We did.
selling it
We
to China.
absolutely did. We absolutely did. With every single barrel of U.S. oil, or every single barrel of oil, is traded under the U.S. dollar. We can freeze every single bank account that's involved in the trade of oil. If we want a country to not have oil anymore, we can freeze their bank account right now, and they will not be able to purchase another barrel of oil until we allow them to.
So then, what allows them to purchase the oil right now with the yuan?
What allows them to? Iran allowing ships through the Strait of Hormuz and then
So
allowing
you're saying
them to
we
auction
don't
off that
control
oil
that
to other
Iran
nations?
does. You just conceded we don't control what Iran does. That's what you just conceded.
Yes, as of now, we do not control the Strait of Hormuz, so we do not control the global trade of oil.
We didn't
Yes,
control the
agreed.
Strait of Hormuz prior.
I agreed, we did not, but
So
ever
then you're
since
saying
then,
that we didn't control the trade.
we
That's
did.
your
Parker,
argument.
show me one
So-
instance
wait,
of
wait,
oil
you
being
said-
traded
you
under
said the-
another
you said the
currency
reason
since
why- you said the reason
1974.
why we don't
Oil
control
has
it-
not been traded under anything but the
You
U.S.
didn't realize
since
that you contradicted
1974.
yourself.
I
You didn't realize that you
show me
contradicted
how,
yourself.
please.
You said the reason why we controlled the trade was because we controlled the Strait of Hormuz, but we didn't control the Strait of Hormuz.
No, I'm sorry, then I misspoke. The reason we controlled the trade of oil was because every barrel of oil was priced and sold under the U.S. dollar. It was impossible to buy oil unless you used the U.S. dollar.
But what prevents people from buying oil without using the U.S. dollar right now?
I'd have to look into that. Let me look for you. I don't know exactly the mechanism that prevents it, but I can tell you for 100% fact, every single barrel of oil since 1974 has been priced in U.S. dollars. And we've controlled every single bank account that has facilitated an oil trade since that date.
Okay. Well, I don't think that that's true about every single dollar. I don't think that's true.
Parker, you studied economics, did you not?
I did, but that doesn't mean that this is true.
I mean, sure, that doesn't guarantee that it's true, but I think this is something that you would know.
What? They didn't tell us in economics that every single barrel of oil that's traded.
Did you go to an American university?
I did. Actually,
Then I'm sure you understand.
Hey, can you
the
shut
oil
the fuck
trade
up
in
for
the
a second,
petrodollar
maybe?
system.
Can I like
Sure, I'm sorry.
explain
That's
something?
that's a little forward, but go for it.
I get it, but like you've cut me off how many times now over the past like few minutes? Like, and I just
I
want to be able to
apologize.
explain these points.
My fault,
So,
man.
yeah. So what they did tell us in economics courses is that not everything is traded over market. That if there specifically is some sort of regulation or mandate forcing you to trade a certain way, that there's likely always going to be a black market trading something like that on the back end, specifically if it's profitable to do so. So it is likely, based upon that information, that there has absolutely been trades of barrels of oil without using the U.S. dollar. Like, I think that's just a fact, okay? Now, you could say proportionally it might be more because of things that the U.S. is engaged in, sure. But I don't see how Trump is upholding that to a greater extent by going to war with Iran.
I completely see how he's upholding it by preventing Iran from allowing oil to be traded under the yuan. I mean, how does that not make any sense to you?
Well, you haven't provided a source.
Okay, here. Let's see. I don't even know what the fuck this is. The Independent Institute? Would that be a reputable source to you?
What's the title?
Unpacking the Petrodollar War Theory.
Okay, so what is it? Say it one more time.
Unpacking the, in quotation, Petrodollar War Theory.
Independent Institute?
Mm-hmm. And this
And
necessarily doesn't even...
where do they say what you're talking about?
They, let's see, what is this? Probably about 7 paragraphs down, they essentially say that no legal treaty binds OPEC countries to trade under the dollar, but since 1974, it's been convention. About 80%
so
of trades have
no formal treaty legally binds OPEC countries to use the dollar. It is more convention than law. That's all it says.
Yes, but the next paragraph.
Yeah, it says in recent years, some producers, including Saudi Arabia and Russia, have accepted yuan, euros, or other currencies in bilateral deals. So this has already happened. Even today, roughly 80% of global oil transactions are denominated in dollars. So not 100%.
Yes,
Nowhere
but
near.
80%.
That is nowhere near 100% though. And also, they were already allowing for the yuan to be used. Like Saudi Arabia does that. So why aren't we going to war with Saudi Arabia?
Why would we go to war with Saudi Arabia? We signed a deal with them so that every barrel of oil they sell is sold under USD. That's part of this OPEC deal that we're referring to in this article.
So there's no formal treaty. And two, I just mentioned.
No, there is a formal treaty that Saudi Arabia specifically
listen.
does price it in USD. I promise there is at least for
You
USD.
need to listen.
Yes.
Okay. It literally said that Saudi Arabia has accepted yuan, right, in bilateral deals. I already explained this to you. I said that and you didn't listen.
That's in this article that
in the article, it literally says no formal treaty legally binds OPEC countries to use the dollar. It's more convention than law. In recent years, some producers, including Saudi Arabia and Russia, have accepted yuan, euros, or other currencies in bilateral deals.
Yeah, I think that's Russia accepting yuan and Saudi Arabia accepting euros. But I accept your point. I see what you're saying there. But still, 80%, and I'm still looking for a figure on what percent of demand for the USD that constitutes. But 80% of oil trade being facilitated under the US dollar, 100% constitutes a great portion of the demand for the USD.
Yeah.
Do you not agree with that?
According to your own article, it says the dollar remains dominant largely because of habit, liquidity, switching costs, and the depth of U.S. financial markets. So nothing to do with us going to war with Iran.
But how greatly is the depth of U.S. financial markets degraded if the demand for USD drops by 50%? Pretty greatly.
You're saying it's going to drop 50%, but you have no source. You have no evidence to indicate that. You literally are just saying that, whipping that right out of your ass. That's a trust me, bro statement. You have no good evidence to believe that. You have no source. You've got nothing. Okay? And also, again, the own site that you just sourced literally just said that the reasons that build up why the dollar is largely dominant still has nothing to do with us controlling the Strait of Hormuz, has nothing to do with us going to war with Iran, and if anything, would create more conditions where out of habit people would switch out of the US dollar because how the US is not a stable force on the world stage.
Okay, so in layman's terms, what do you think is causing the USD to still be dominant?
And also tariffs definitely are going to increase the likelihood that that's going to happen, that they're not going to use the US dollar like other countries.
Why? Explain that.
Because they're less likely going to, out of habit, liquidity, and out of the depth of U.S. financial markets, continue to use the U.S. dollar if there is going to be tariffs associated with the trade with the United States. That's just going to destabilize relations with the U.S. So, again, if they're just doing so out of habit, right, that's going to be out of reputation, relation, and the fact that it's very easy and whatnot. If you make it harder by imposing more cost to financial trade.
Make what harder? Hold on.
Engaging in trade while utilizing U.S. dollars and engaging in trade with the U.S. because you're imposing the use of tariffs.
And you think that is going to cause less demand for the U.S. dollar?
Yes, objectively speaking. Because it will reduce how much other countries will trade with the U.S. and therefore be demanding goods from the U.S.
That is definitely an interesting take on that. I would completely disagree with that.
Okay. Well, what reason? What reason do you have to disagree? Sorry.
Because we have the most efficient market in the world and the market that everybody across the world wants access to. If you have to pay a tax to facilitate trade in the United States, you're going to pay that tax to facilitate trade in the United States. Our GDP is almost entirely driven by consumer spending.
Wrong. The Kiel Institute, according to the tariffs, said that actually 96% of tariffs are paid by the U.S. Actually, the suppliers that are producing in other countries choose to just sell to other markets.
So why have we seen one of the best consumer price index figures in recent years?
We haven't. The OECD is estimating 4.2% inflation year over year for the U.S.
Okay, and how is that attributed to tariffs? I would completely disagree that it is. I think
it's tariffs and the war with Iran. It's both. Hold on.
I disagree with that. I don't think we've seen figures recently enough to say that it's attributed to the war with Iran at all.
It absolutely is. It's mostly
Wait.
due to the war with Iran, the change. Now, in terms
You could
of
say
because we had
oil
2
and
point
oil, gas, and
because we had
transportation, yes, but nothing else.
because we had 2.4% prior, right? And it
Yeah,
went to
the
4.2%.
CPI hasn't been materially
Dude,
affected by the war with Iran yet. It hasn't. It just hasn't. I also don't think that the CPI has been materially affected by tariffs either. I don't think the cost has been passed off to consumers. Do you?
it absolutely has. I just explained from the Kiel Institute that most of it is passed on to the consumer.
What is this
Secondly,
article?
hey dude,
Hold on,
can
what
you
do I
like please stop talking over me?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Not only that, but also, right, the inflation is absolutely mainly due to the Iran war because it's caused gas prices and oil prices to go up, which then has an impact across the entire market. We're talking about the OECD numbers in terms of the estimates for inflation, and it absolutely has impacted inflation. Would you want to bet? Like, I would put so much money on this. Like, genuinely. Like, when the Bureau of Labor Statistics report comes out about the inflation in March, I promise you, it will definitely go up from what it was in February. Do you want to bet?
Do I want to bet? No, no, I don't think I want to bet on that.
Yeah, so because I know that you'd be wrong.
Because Parker, I would probably agree with you. Yes, because exactly what you just cited there, because of the facilitation of oil and global trade. Yes, things are going to become more fucking expensive. That's inevitably going to happen. But we have to protect our domination over the trade of oil and over the global economy. Do you not agree with that?
I don't think that the war with Iran does that.
Why do you not? I don't understand why you don't think that. If Iran
Because it
starts
destabilizes. So that and tariffs destabilize our relationships with countries around the world. So if they're doing so out of habit, they are less likely to do so if we're imposing tariffs and if we're making conditions for trade around the world worse off.
less likely to do what? I'm sorry.
They're less likely to want to engage in trade with the U.S. or to use the U.S. dollar in trade because there's no specific deal that legally binds them for doing this. So if they're just doing this out of, again, habits, liquidity, switching costs, and the depth of U.S. markets, those depths change, those switching costs change, that liquidity change, and those habits change because of the fact that the U.S. reputation is different. It's obviously going to change the dominance of the U.S. dollar use in the context of the trade. Now, again, what you should be focusing on is trying to subvert energy to be used in a different manner, right? And making sure that the U.S. is the forefront of the technology. We're not doing that right now because Trump literally pulled out the funding for it. So I think that probably should be what you're focusing on. Trump isn't doing that and actually undermine our ability to do that to a greater extent because he decided to destroy our relationships with countries around the world by imposing tariffs and by starting the war with Iran.
Okay, I get your point on renewable energy. Holy fuck. If you could go back to what you were saying halfway through that point. God damn, I'm trying to remember what I was trying to address because I get what you're saying about renewable energy, but there was something I wanted to address right in the middle of there, and I've just lost my train of thought since then.
Yeah, my point was that the U.S. was not allowing for us to maintain ourselves as the use of the petrodollar by starting the war with Iran or by imposing tariffs. We're doing the complete opposite. So I would actually argue we're putting ourselves in a worse circumstance because Trump is engaging in these behaviors, not a better circumstance. So even if your concern only is specifically the petrodollar, we're not even better off with Trump.
Okay, I get what you're saying. You were talking about sort of the degradation of people's trust in the U.S. dollar and the U.S.'s ability to pay back debt, correct? You were saying that sort of because of inflation, because of tariffs, because of the war in Iran, people on the global stage have seen the U.S. as sort of less of a safe harbor to leave money with, correct?
Yes.
So do you not then agree that if we were to lose global dominance of oil trade, that the U.S. would then be seen as even less of a safe place to keep investments? Like, I would posit that the one thing maintaining our credibility on the global stage in terms of debt is the fact that we maintain the global oil trade.
I think that we are reducing your ability to maintain or be the head of the global oil trade when you engage in a war with Iran and when you specifically engage in the use of tariffs. I don't think that it's making us more dominant in terms of the petrodollar. I see no good reason to believe that. And also, like, again, yeah, you are risking our allyships with countries that specifically have large sums of debt.
Like who?
Like, I'm talking like the European countries. I'm talking specifically Japan. I'm talking those are countries with large amounts of debt.
Why Japan though? Japan supports us in our current actions.
I'm mentioning the fact that specifically the tariffs and the different types of agreements that we've put in place specifically that have impacted those particular countries, like Japan and other countries, and the fact that they're large owners of our debt, definitely is going to be relevant to whether or not they economically engage with us. And I wasn't familiar with them specifically supporting our actions with Iran. I'd have to see.
I mean, I just know I can tell you that they're not necessarily against our actions in Iran, just based on the fact that we've been interacting with them and engaging with trade in them.
Well, I'm just telling you, they own a lot of U.S. debt, and I think that it's definitely going to be worse off, right, when we're imposing all of these worse off conditions with our relationships in terms of trade, especially when we had prior agreements that reduced tariffs.
Prior agreements that reduce tariffs. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, like the TPP. We've had trade agreements in the past that specifically were meant to mitigate and reduce tariffs between countries. And when Donald Trump imposes more tariffs on countries across the entire world, that creates worse off conditions in terms of trade.
And why does that create worse off conditions in terms of trade?
I just explained that, dude.
I don't understand what you're saying, though. How does that create worse conditions? Is it fair that Germany has a 100% tariff on U.S.-made automotive parts into their country, but we don't have any tariff on them?
So you're saying they have a tariff on us, but we don't have a tariff on them? We do.
Yes. Why is that fair?
We do
have a tariff on them now. Agreed. Yes, but before Trump's unilateral tariffs, we did not have a tariff on them.
So again, in terms of these agreements, with prior agreements that we've had, we did reduce some of those tariffs that already existed. If your goal is to do so, do it through negotiation and talk with them to reduce their tariffs, right? That harms their country. I don't think that we should impose tariffs on them because that means we're going to inevitably be paying for it, and it's going to destabilize trade with those countries. Also, it's not universalized tariffs. It's specific to certain industries.
Yeah, I didn't say universalized. I said unilateral.
I just clarified.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Fucking hell, Ryan, what you said right before that?
I don't know what you'd want me to go back to.
I don't know, dude. I'm too fucked up to understand. But hey, man, I appreciate you having me up. I'd love to speak again sometime when I'm more capable, but appreciate the conversation.
Alrighty. Appreciate you coming up.
You have a good night.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. We're going to do one more person for today, everyone, and then we're going to go and get off for tonight. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, I'd really appreciate if you tap that screen or tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people. One more person for today, everyone. One more person for today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 45 years old.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for him in the last 3 elections, and I would do the same today.
Okay. Alrighty. Let me thank some people, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me one quick second. Fasi, thank you so much for the $9. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I've had some of them. Not others, though. I haven't had all of them, but I have had, I think, 3 of those. Anonymous, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely make sure to think about that. Maggie as well, thank you for the $6.68. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Rag, thank you for the $10 again. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kim, thank you so much for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Yeah, I did hear about that. We're gonna see all of that on the reports for inflation, very likely. Let me make sure I'm catching up fully. Siri, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Ruthie, thank you so much for the £2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Christian, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. Now it's not. Actually, that is like since then. Yeah, that's kind of like the point I was trying to bring up. Brand, thank you for the $2. Chip, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Flinch, again, thank you for the $2. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Paul, thank you for the 79 cents. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty, I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
So I did clarify. I voted for him for the last 3 elections. I would do so again today. I do think that differs slightly from the idea of supporting him. I have not loved a presidential candidate since probably Gore that I voted for. I liked Obama well enough. I think the Democrat Party has been failing the country, and that's why I voted for Trump to pass 3 elections. I'm happy to steer the debate in one of 2 directions. If you want to talk about why I think Harris and other Democrats have been losing national elections, I think I have concrete evidence that I can point to, and suggestions for how the party can move forward. If you want to discuss why I personally tend to vote Republican, even though I'm a registered Democrat and have voted for Democrats in the past, I'm happy to have that macroeconomic discussion as well. Like you, I am a student of economics.
Yeah, let's do that. Why do you personally tend to vote for Republicans like Trump? Like, why would you pick Trump over Harris if you care about the economy?
Sure. So I think fundamentally, just to set the framework, I would guess you having studied economics in the U.S. I don't want to make an assumption, but clarify me if I'm wrong here. I would guess you lean more towards the Keynesian school of thought.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. I tend to lean more towards the Chicago and Austrian schools of thought.
Interesting.
Right? The one major difference is I do believe in progressive taxation. I am somebody in a higher tax bracket. I don't think that's wrong. I think it's great. I think the fact that we lead the OECD in progressive taxation is a wonderful thing, right?
Okay.
However, I do think that the general Keynesian theories of strong governments don't lead to the results that we're looking for. And I can point you to one specific example, which is the state of Utah, right?
Okay.
So and here are my sources, right? So the American Legislative Economic Council, I think you'd agree, is sort of a right-leaning group. I don't know if you're aware of them, but they're essentially a more Chicago Austrian-leaning school of thought that prefers lower regulation, friendlier business environments, things of that nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they've ranked Utah the most business-friendly state for the 17th straight year.
Okay.
Utah also has the 19th highest tax burden. So they're not a low tax state. They're not something like Florida and Texas. That's not what I personally believe in. I think progressive taxation is fine and good if it's done properly. Utah has the lowest inequality in the country by state. It has the second lowest poverty rate in the country by state. It has the highest rate of volunteerism and the second highest rate of charitable giving. I don't want my state or my country to look more like New York or California. I want it to look more like Utah.
Okay. All right. So why does that get you to support Trump?
So again, I voted for Trump. I think that Trump is a little bit of a wild card, a little bit of a maverick. I think he's not trustworthy. I think he has kind of random takes on any given issue. But I think the Democrat Party has strayed very far from its roots and origins, very far from successful economic policy. And I think that the direction that they're looking to take the country to promote higher levels of Keynesian, higher levels of both progressive economics, because we're staying on economics here, is going to move us away from the ideals that are espoused by the Utah Republican supermajority, which has led to fantastic results in the state of Utah. There are other states similar to that, like Wyoming, right? So I think that where the Democrat Party is looking to lead us in terms of the role of government in managing the economy is entirely incorrect. And there is not a politician in this country that does not adhere to Keynesianism, but Trump is the closest thing that I've seen in recent years that, goes against that grain of thought.
I would disagree. Now, if we're going to talk about progressive taxation, do you agree that Kamala Harris advocates for more progressive taxation than Donald Trump?
No.
Okay. So do you think tariffs are progressive or regressive?
I think tariffs are regressive.
Okay. Do you think that Donald Trump's tax plan is
so what portion
is going to lead to more progressive or less progressive tax policy? Because to me, it seems like if you acknowledge that, it seems like Trump's tax policy is more regressive because he's lowering income tax, which you agree is progressive, and he's imposing more tariffs, which you agree is regressive, whereas Kamala Harris wants to increase taxes on the highest income Americans over $400,000 a year and decrease tax on income under $400,000 a year, which would be a progressive tax structure to a greater extent. So why do you support Donald Trump's tax policy as compared to Kamala Harris's if Kamala Harris's is more progressive, whereas Donald Trump's is less progressive?
So it comes down to the effective collection, not the proposal, right? So the criticism that I would have of Trump, I think, if I lean towards Chicago and Austrian, I absolutely oppose tariffs. I do not support the tariff portion of Donald Trump's economic policy. I think it's interesting, right? Because I like my views to be challenged, right? And we haven't seen a modern, widespread implementation of tariffs. I mean, you would agree that all countries implement some level of tariffs, correct?
Yeah, it's just going to be targeted tariffs, not like universalized.
Right. So we haven't seen a protectionist economy in the modern age, right? We haven't seen it since pre-industrial times.
Yeah. I guess maybe I want to keep us directly on.
Sure. So
why
to
do
keep
you...
it focused, the problem I have with Democrat Party tax plans is that I think that they run flat into the Laffer curve. And I think there's no clearer example than the flight of the billionaires from New York, California, and Washington to Texas and Florida. So even though California, New York, and Washington could be seen as having progressive tax policy, when they lose billions of dollars of tax revenue because their wealthiest taxpayers, the people paying the highest share of taxes, leave, in order to maintain the same level of government spending, they have to generate revenue elsewhere. And so the burden of generating that extra revenue falls on the people who did not have the opportunity to leave, who are overwhelmingly going to be lower income and less wealthy people.
So California has seen an increase in their population. So I just wanted to clarify.
Sorry, since when?
Since 2020, we've seen an increase in our population. So that trend that you saw, I think it was like 2021 and whatnot, happened like 1 or 2 years maybe, that reversed, and we're seeing an increase again. Not only that, but also like you say the Laffer curve. We don't know where the Q star is for the Laffer curve.
We do not.
So you kind of don't really have an argument there for saying we're meeting the Laffer curve because we don't know where that is. But if you're referencing California, Illinois, and whatnot, you're still referencing higher tax rates than what we're federally talking about here. So federal tax rates going up to the degree that Kamala Harris is advocating for wouldn't even meet the Laffer curve, right? In any of those particular states, you might say state tax policy might put it over, but you still don't know what that is. And that's not federal. So the point that we're trying to make is that this is progressive tax policy. You preferred progressive tax policy. Obviously, it seems like if there is going to be tax policy, because you disagree with tax policy either way, you would prefer the progressive tax system over the regressive tax system, correct?
I would prefer an actualized progressive tax system, which I believe that we have had. I prefer an actualized progressive tax system over a regressive tax system. I also think that there's plenty of research that shows that without Harris's policies, we already have the most progressive tax system in the OECD. Right?
Sure, but you want to make it more progressive than it already is, right?
I don't necessarily want to make it more progressive. I'm happy with it being progressive. I don't think it needs to be more progressive, but I think that...
Would you want to make it less progressive?
I don't have a firm stance one way or the other, but I think that Harris's policies would make it more regressive. And going back to the California example, since proposing the 5% state wealth tax, you have lost Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Peter Thiel, Mark Zuckerberg, Travis Kalanick, Larry Ellison, David Sachs, and Don Hankey. What does that do to the tax burden of the people who are left? Does it make it more progressive or more regressive?
You said 5% sales tax in California?
No, 5% wealth tax.
We haven't had a wealth tax.
Yeah, you have proposed a 5% state wealth tax with a deadline of...
It's not in effect. There's no.
It's not in effect, but the cutoff date would be January 1st, 2026. Anyone living in the state of California on January 21st, 2026, if the proposed billionaire wealth tax goes into effect, people who are residing in the state on January 1st.
Passed.
Okay, so the people who have left, and they cited that law specifically, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Peter Thiel, Mark Zuckerberg, Travis Kalanick, Larry Ellison, David Sachs, Don Hankey, all of those left. And that's not an exhaustive list.
But they left for something that never even was in effect?
But it was proposed.
But never put into effect?
Yes, but they cited that law as the reason they left.
Because
the proposal of it.
Propaganda.
But it was proposed.
I'm sorry, but like, there's no way you actually believe that. That's like literal propaganda. If they never imposed the tax, that couldn't be a reason that caused them to leave. If the tax was never imposed, that's straight up propaganda. Like you bought their propaganda.
Do you disagree with the January 1st, 2026 cutoff date?
That's not even a policy that went in effect.
The proposed California Billionaire Tax Act of 2026 aims to impose a one-time 5% tax on the net worth of individuals.
So your whole argument is that they're leaving because of this tax. The tax was never
Yes.
imposed, and they left anyway.
Yes,
So then you can't say it's because of that tax, because they left anyway.
Okay, if I tell you that I am going to do something bad, right? Like let's say somebody stops you in the street and they say, if you don't give me your money, I'm going to do something bad to you.
If there was a proposed bill in Congress, just because something's proposed, that doesn't mean I believe it's going to happen.
Not in Congress, in California.
Yeah. There being a proposed bill within the Congress of California, or within the governmental structure within California, does not
you're
mean
saying
that it's going to happen.
So you're saying that those billionaires leaving California and citing the wealth tax, and the
Are
billionaires that
lying
left
to you. Yes, because it was never
why
in
did they leave?
effect.
So why did they leave?
Because
What's
of
their
some
real
other
reason?
reason. Because of some
Okay,
other.
what is it?
I don't know what their specific reason is. I just know it's not because of that, because it never went into effect. It
Okay,
never even
but-
passed.
But if you're saying that
You
all
can't
of
just say
these-
because something was proposed. Like that's, to me, that's so absurd, and I think you're grasping for straws right now.
How am I grasping for straws? You have a collection of people from a variety of states. Are there billionaires leaving any states that have not proposed a tax on billionaires?
Yes.
Give me an example.
I don't need to give you examples to know that there are billionaires moving.
Of course, they're. Where are they moving to? Are they moving to high
I don't
or low
know
taxes?
I don't know where all billionaires are moving. Some billionaires
Okay, but
live in. Do some billionaires live in California still?
Yes, but okay. So
Do more
Larry Page
billionaires
moved to
live in
Florida.
California proportionally than every other state?
Your argument is that when billionaires say they're not moving because of taxes, they're lying to me. Why
No,
are they moving?
proportionally? Where do the billionaires live? Do they live in big cities,
Wyoming.
or do they? Are you saying proportionally most billionaires live in Wyoming?
What's the highest per capita concentration of billionaires in the country?
That's a good question.
It's Wyoming.
Billionaires per capita by state. Let's take a look. Most billionaires by state. Wyoming has 9. So that's only because of the 500,000. Come on.
Okay, what's the tax burden of Wyoming? Ranked. It's 44th.
Dude, there's 9 billionaires in Wyoming. It's because
Okay,
the population is small.
What's the second highest? What's the second
Dude.
highest?
Oh, by the way, I don't even know the per capita. Let me check the per capita. I'd have to do the math on that. The number one is the number 2, by the way. Top 2 are California and New York.
And how has that changed in the last 5 years?
Do you want me to do the math? And by the way, this is 2026. So
California and New York have both lost billionaires, as has Washington. Florida and Texas have both gained them. You're telling me that taxation isn't the reason, that they're lying to me. But Florida and Texas
you said they left because of this cited one particular tax that was never even put into law. You have to acknowledge to me that was a bullshit reason.
It's not a bullshit reason.
That was absolutely a bullshit reason. I'm sorry. Like, I thought you were generally reasonable with a lot of things that you've said on the live so far. This is unreasonable as fuck. I'm sorry. You can't make this argument to me. This is ridiculous. Are you serious right now? This law that was never in effect, you actually legitimately think that was the reason why they left? You might say
Just
it was some
Google-
other tax, but you can't say it was this tax.
Which states have had the most billionaires leave?
Answer my
Recent.
question first. You cannot say, or at least acknowledge this. You cannot
my
say.
hypothesis. I will not state as fact. I will state that my hypothesis is that they are leaving because of the tax. So
But the
how do we?
tax was
How do we?
never imposed. That's a horrible hypothesis.
My hypothesis is that they left under anticipation of the tax.
Which makes no sense because the tax was never fucking passed.
Okay. My hypothesis is if the tax had never been proposed, they would not have left. Did they leave
Okay,
in?
I very much
when was-
disagree with you there.
When was the tax proposed?
I don't know.
All right, let's look it up. When was the California billionaire tax proposed?
Okay.
It was formally filed with the California Attorney General on October 22nd, 2025. So we've established a point of time.
Okay. When did Elon Musk leave?
Well, Elon's different. I did not name Elon in my
You
list
did.
of people. I did not.
You actually did.
So Larry Page left in December, 2 months afterwards.
Okay. What about the other
that's
people?
convenient.
What about Elon Musk? What about Peter Thiel?
Peter Thiel left around the end of 2025, ahead of the January 1st, 2026 deadline. The New York Times specifically says to avoid a proposed 5% California wealth tax. He could be lying. You're right. He could be lying. But that is the stated reason, and that's the timing. He didn't leave in 2024.
Yeah, that to me seems like propaganda.
Okay, but he's been there for years, and 2 months after the bill was submitted, they all started leaving. That seems very convenient. Like, you asked me to look up when it was proposed. It was proposed in October of 2025, and immediately a handful to a dozen billionaires left the state. And you're telling me that that's not correlated? You studied economics, right?
Correlation does
I'm
not mean
saying
causation.
Yes, it does not mean causation. But what does it generally suggest?
This
we have to
argument's
examine.
making me not respect you, to be honest with you. I think this is a
why-
horrible argument.
So what's your alternative hypothesis? What's the rejection of the hypothesis?
That the policy was never passed, never put into effect, and therefore would provide no reason for them to leave because of the tax being imposed.
So between October of 2025 and January 1st of 2026, all of these billionaires had a different reason to simultaneously leave the state.
Yeah, you can have different reasons to leave the state without it specifically being related to that. Yeah.
So they lived in the state for, some of them, 10 or 20 years.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
October 20.
Hey, dude. Hey, dude. I can totally believe that people move out of an area and has nothing to do with this. Yeah.
I mean, I also had respect to you, but I'm just trying to frame this particular issue, right? Because I agree with you that correlation does not indicate causation, right? But we investigate these sorts of things, right? So you have a group of billionaires who has been in the state of California for multiple years. A new law is introduced on October 25th. It dictates a cutoff for the law to be in effect, or for the law to apply to certain individuals that live in the state on January 1st, 2026. And between the date that it's introduced and the date that it would affect people, a large number of individuals leave, all citing the same reason. What is the alternative reason they could have for doing it at that particular time? Why didn't they move in February? Why didn't they move in September?
I don't need to know the reason why those individuals moved to say that it specifically wasn't because of that in a legitimate sense, because the tax wasn't imposed. Okay? Literally, there's no change in incentive if the tax isn't imposed. If it's just proposed,
there's a change in incentive.
That doesn't mean that it's going to be passed.
So it seemed like you said you were in California. I think that makes it 9:54 p.m. tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I tell you that if we're still talking at 10:01 p.m., that I have some mechanism to take $100,000 out of your bank account. It's possible you could end the conversation because you think that's just a ridiculous statement. Or it's possible that you could end the conversation because you don't want to lose $100,000. But if you now end the conversation before 10:01 p.m., it's hard to state that my saying that, regardless of whether or not I can actually affect the result, the fact that I just stated that and put you on a clock means that now you have to consider in the next 7 minutes, based on the statement I made, not whether or not I can actually do it, but based on the statement that I made, do you want to end the conversation? It is the making of the statement that creates the result.
No. Maybe because the statement made me annoyed with you, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm
So
sorry,
the
but
wealth
can
tax-
you just be honest? This is not a good argument. This is a horrible
Why?
argument. If you want to say that it has to do with the general taxation in the state, I could understand that. This is not a good argument because it was never put in place. I'm not going to repeat this again. If you make
Do
me
you
repeat
agree
it
that
again,
the
I will
event?
just kick you. I don't want to have this conversation. I'm done. Like, I'm sorry. This is a dumb conversation to have. Like, I genuinely think this is not worth my time to have.
Did the introduction in October 2025, did that happen or not happen?
Okay, I'm just going to kick you. I'm done. Like, are you serious, dude? I don't know why I have to keep repeating the same thing over and over again. I already had that conversation. I'm getting off for tonight. What a waste of time, dude. Brayden, accept that invite I just sent you. DBZ Van, accept that invite I just sent you. Anyone who said he won, accept the invite I sent you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Okay. What point did he make that you agreed with?
I'm just saying that you lost, bro. That's it.
On what point?
Like, he made sense. Look, man, if they're gonna propose a bill, bro, if they're gonna propose something, if anybody's gonna threaten me, I'm gonna take it as a okay. I'm not gonna take a chance. Oh, sorry.
No, if
I'm not
someone
gonna
just
take that
proposes a
chance,
bill,
bro.
like for
Yeah.
example,
If okay,
if
so like, look.
like
Look,
for example, if we
go ahead
proposed
and
it,
kick me off, bro. Kick me off because
I'm not gonna
you've
kick
made up
you.
your mind. Later, brother.
Oh, you don't want me to respond to that? You're just gonna say that in the
No,
comments
because
and
I'm
then
gonna
not let me
say
respond?
no matter what I say, what that gentleman was telling you. I mean, he wasn't being disrespectful in any way. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
that
saying?
doesn't
And he was just trying to prove a point by setting an example. But you don't want to hear examples.
I did, and I explained how I
No,
disagreed with it multiple
No,
times.
you disagreed with the example because it was making sense, bro. Like,
It
I
didn't.
mean,
How did it
you
make
gotta get.
sense?
Okay, so if someone's gonna propose something to me, like, hey, the $100,000 example that he gave you, if they're gonna take $100,000 from you, they're proposing it, and that deadline, 10:01 is gonna come, whatever. I mean, are you gonna take that chance of them taking money from you? Of course, they're gonna move.
No, it would
They don't
make
want
no
to take
sense
that
to
chance,
move.
man.
Okay, if
Okay.
someone proposed a 100% tax on income earners below $100,000 a year, would you leave the country? Because it was
Yeah,
just proposed?
why not? If I had the money, but
So
unfortunately, I don't got the money,
just
man. I
because it
mean,
was
I'm an average
proposed.
citizen who works a blue collar job.
So to clarify, just because it was proposed, you would leave the country?
Yeah, I mean, what would you want me to do, bro? What do you think I should do? What do you think I should do?
Realize that there's no meaningful way that would pass, and just be
Yeah,
like, yeah, I'm not going to leave the country because I don't think that's going to pass at all.
but there's a chance, bro. Like, you don't want them to take a chance, man.
I'm
They
sorry,
don't want to
do you
take a chance.
actually
I'm
think
sorry,
that,
I'm
like,
freaking. It's midnight.
wait, sir,
Look,
you would
they don't want to
actually
take a chance.
literally leave the country if someone just proposed that?
Oh my goodness, I didn't even hear what you said because proposed what the tax?
So if someone proposed a
I'm
100%
thinking it's
tax on
midnight, bro.
income under 100,000, you would leave the country just because they proposed it?
100% tax on income. I'm sorry, I didn't even pay attention to that question that you asked.
So if someone advocated
100%.
and proposed a 100% tax on income under $100,000 a year, and it was just proposed, you would leave the country if you could.
If I had the freaking money, I'm not gonna take the chance of them taking 100% of my tax.
Okay, but
What's wrong
there's
with
no
you?
way that would pass.
Bro, it's an okay. So you're giving me a freaking what I just gave you an example. And yes, I did tell you, and I answered, I'm gonna freaking move, bro. Like, of course, if I had the
No, you
money,
wouldn't.
if I had the way to go to another country, I'm getting out of here.
No,
I
you
mean,
wouldn't.
you're not gonna take a chance. What if they did that to you, man? Would you try to leave?
I would not leave because they proposed that tax. Because
It's
I
a
don't think it would
proposed
get passed.
tax. But what? Okay, what if it did get passed? There's a lot of crazy things that get passed, man, even behind closed doors. And I can't give you
Well,
an example of
if
what.
it did get passed, well, then I would disagree with it there. And if it was likely to get passed, I would disagree with it there. But if something's just proposed, that's not good enough reason to believe that I'm actually going to be taxed for that. There are plenty of things that are
Yeah, man.
proposed. Please, there are plenty of things that are proposed. All right, like for example, there have been taxes that have been proposed historically speaking. Why didn't they leave then? Like someone just brought this up. AB 259 was proposed and failed in California in 2023 to 2024. Did they leave then?
Dude, I can't tell you, bro. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I cannot tell you. I'm just saying what that guy was saying was making sense to me. I don't have any computer in front of me. I'm not Googling anything. I'm just saying what that guy said made sense to me.
But
It's
did
like,
you
of
hear my
course,
explanation?
it's a coincidence, and correlation, yes, does not equal causation, and all that stuff, so on and so forth. I'm saying what he said made sense, bro. But
Did what I say makes sense?
yeah, I mean, let's just agree to disagree. Can we do that?
Did what I say make sense?
Yeah, you know what? Let me see.
Yes or no?
This is actually my first time doing this. It's kind of weird talking to, like, I mean, I would see your lives and stuff like that, so it's kind of weird, like, doing this. First
Okay.
time ever.
But did what I say make sense?
Oh no, that person said, no, I'm just looking at the comments right now. I'm not Googling. Yes, you are. I'm not even Googling. I'm just going off of what's on
Did
top of
what
my
I
head.
say make sense?
Let's see. Yeah, dang, good at talking, bro.
Are you just not gonna respond to me?
Good at the doing. Nah, bro. I'm actually reading the comments because some people are funny. You didn't give a good reason, Parker.
Okay, so I
Mad,
think you're just a
mad you're not right.
disrespectful person because I'm currently being very respectful to you right now, and I'm just trying to explain to you, and you're purposefully not engaging with what I'm saying right now for literally what reason?
Because at this point, bro, I mean, we got to agree to disagree. You can drop me if you want. I'm just reading the comments right now. Parker, get me in that box now.
But I'm
Get
literally
that person in the box, bro.
I'm
Look.
literally asking you a basic question. Did I make sense? And you
Hey,
can't even
Fanta,
respond.
you want to get in the box, Fanta?
Hey.
Get me in that box now.
Yeah, honestly, go fuck yourself. Like, actually, I was trying to be nice to you. I was trying to explain something to you, and you're purposefully not trying to engage with that. For what reason?
You have a blessed night, bro.
Go fuck yourself.
Hey,
Like,
God
genuinely,
bless you.
you don't want to actually, like, I gave you such
Not
a space
anymore, because
to be able to have a
what
conversation
I
with
say is
me.
not gonna. Okay, what I say
I
is
gave you a space to have a conversation with me and to explain this to you, and you purposefully decided not to do that and decided to do this instead. Okay? Like, what? Genuinely. Those are the people that say stuff like that in the comment section. Like, genuinely. What are you talking about, bro? Alrighty, I'm gonna get off. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I appreciate everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow. I do have a few people to thank. Maggie, thank you so much for the $6.68, by the way. Thank you so much, Maggie. Pauline, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Fossey, thank you so much for the $9. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you so much. And Jalen, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you very much. Alrighty, everyone. I'll see everyone later. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Peace out. Peace out.